The other rescue efforts down this road. As you can see, there's sort of a fuel or water truck there behind that convoy. And as you can see at the end of the street, the dust is still settling on what remains of the World Trade Center. The rubble has been falling in all morning. People have been calling out on their cell phones trying to say, here I am, come and get me. We have heard reports that there have been some rescues so far. 6 firefighters we have heard are rescued, 1 police officer, 3 members of the Port Authority. That is what we are hearing. The mayor has confirmed 41 deaths for us, but there's over 1,700 known injuries filling up all the hospitals around here. They're even running out of blood and other supplies. We have over 200+ firefighters that are still missing and dozens of New York City police officers that are believed still to be down, trapped in that rubble. We also have that threat of fire and collapse. The National Guard has been locking down this area around the World Trade Center where it used to be. There's about a 30-block radius around here in which there is no phone, no fuel, no electricity. That is to protect the rescuers in their efforts. All we can tell you right now is that it's all underway. They're not putting a number on anything at this point. It's a very fluid situation. Back to you, live from Lower Manhattan.
I'm sorry, Molly. I just wanted to say I see National Guard troops right behind you. And what avenue are you on? Are you on Broadway at 6th Avenue? What are you on now?
We're very close to there. We're on something called Church Street, Church and Reed Street. You may have heard a number of firefighters who were involved in this rescue effort came from one of the stations near here. We're at that location right now. We've been moving because the military has had us move our satellite trucks so that they can put their best effort into this. And as you can see, that fire truck right there is an example of what's been happening all morning. Everything here is covered in dust. So are the rescuers. They have been wearing shields over their eyes, some in plexiglass. Most people are wearing masks over their face so they're able to breathe. And if you got a chance to see a very hopeful sign on that fire truck that just passed, there was an American flag sticking out of the top of it. And everywhere you look, there are flags on buildings and there are flags on police cars and fire trucks as they're going by. There are shows of pride out here on the streets of New York City, even as we're all covered in the dust and rubble of what occurred here.
Molly, talk to us about the hospital situation there. Many of New York's hospitals are further up the east side, further up the west side, not really in the Wall Street area itself. How are they getting people to the hospitals, and have certain of them been overwhelmed?
Well, yesterday, yes, they are overwhelmed, and yesterday they blocked off all of 7th Avenue to serve as a corridor to ferry people to those hospitals. St. Vincent's Hospital over on 11th Street has really been one of the nerve centers of all of this. They were treating over 150 people yesterday, and when I was there covering this, doctors would come out of the hospital and say that they were turning their gym into a makeshift ER. They were using their hospitals for the same thing. They were calling for medications like Silvadene, which treats burns and other infections. They had already raided local pharmacies. So that hospital is totally overwhelmed, as are all centers around Manhattan. I should also mention that there is a makeshift morgue being set up this morning over on the west side of Manhattan, and we're keeping tabs on that as well, trying to get the word out to family members as best we can.
Now, Molly, amazingly enough, they've been finding survivors in the last couple of hours in this rubble.
Yes, they have. They've been able to find some survivors amidst everything. The buildings have collapsed into mini canyons of their very own, of twisted metal. We had a report of one 50-year-old man who was trapped in one of those canyons of rubble. We have yet to hear if he is okay. Again, we have those 6 firefighters, 2 police officers, and 1 person from Port Authority who were pulled out alive. We have heard that there are severe burns on at least one of them, and we are standing by to hear the latest word on who else can be pulled out of this tragedy.
And Molly, if
you take a look now.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I was going to say another positive development that's been reported to us recently, as we look at the scene there from where you are, is that the number of missing firefighters was lowered from 300 to 200. The number of missing police officers lowered from 75 to 50. Is that correct?
That is what we are hearing, but as you can see and hear around me, everything is changing. It's hard to put an exact number on everything. Those are being refined right now, and we'll let you know as soon as we do how those numbers are.
And amazingly enough, we look behind you, Molly, are we seeing actual damage and destruction behind it? Is that the skin of one of the towers?
Yeah. That's exactly right. That is the skin of one of the towers you see here at the end of Church Street. And you can see some of the beams actually sticking up from the sidewalk and the street here, and still the rubble is still smoking. There's still dust coming off of that, and as you can see, some rescue workers are coming up now. We've got members of the Guardian Angels. That's a totally volunteer organization. New York City Fire Department. People are here helping to rescue from neighboring states. They've been brought in overnight. Not only New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island. They're all here, and the National Guard is keeping things open as well. We have, I think, over 1,500 National Guard here on site. They are keeping the roads clear. There so far has been no threat of any kind of looting or vandalism. Everything is very well ordered. It's a controlled panic at this point. It would be unfair to say that it's chaos really out on the streets. People are doing their job as best they can. Civilians are helping out as best they can as well. There was donations of water. We have been hearing that people are actually cooking food in their homes and bringing them out to the rescuers here. So New York City itself is pitching in this giant, monumental rescue effort. Back to you.
All right, Molly Falconer in New York City, thank you very much for joining us. Once again, those are unbelievable pictures there on the right hand of the screen. The actual skin of what remains of one of the twin towers that came crashing down.
Right now, we do want to go to Dr. Lisa Van Susteren, who is live in our newsroom. We've been talking about the possible psychological impact of this. Dr. Van Susteren, boy, looking at that scene there out of New York, we're going to be seeing our own scene from the Pentagon in days to come. How do we begin to cope with this?
Well, it's difficult for all of us. Clearly, we are feeling very vulnerable. There are moments of hopelessness as we try to sift through what has happened. And so it's a big, big project, not only for them, but for us emotionally. But the critical thing for us really is not to try to run away from what we're feeling. If we're feeling anxious, if we're feeling vulnerable, depressed, angry, whatever these sentiments are, it's exceedingly important that we talk about them. If we don't talk about them now, if we don't face what we're feeling now, it'll come back to haunt us.
Talk about some positive activities. Would this be a good time, for example, to avoid caffeine, alcohol, to get out and take that walk to deal with some of these emotions?
Well, people do things in different ways. For us to say avoid caffeine and things like that, to make major life changes probably wouldn't be so helpful, but you're right about the alcohol. This is a time when people will have a tendency to drink more, maybe abuse painkiller drugs and things like that. It is important for us to have a sense of what is right in our lives and what is right about America.
We're going to interrupt you because Mayor Giuliani is speaking. We want to go to that live. New York City Mayor Giuliani.
Port Authority police officer. We're hopefully going to be able to recover a fourth one, and we're in the process of doing everything we can to try to locate other people, and that'll be the major focus of our attention. We also appeal to people that may have private videos of the occurrence, since some came forward late yesterday and last evening. If they do, please contact the police department and the FBI, because it could be of enormous help in the investigation of the case. We're going to try to open schools tomorrow. We're hopeful that we'll be able to, we certainly will be able to do it in the entire city, and we'll be working on a plan for the maximum number of schools that we can open on the east side of Manhattan, particularly the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Con Edison is working, I think, as intensely as they possibly can to try to get power restored. It's going to take some time, and we're bringing generators in. The governor made available to us a group of generators that we've moved to Randall's Island, and we will be using them in that area of the east side that needs generator power, because they may need it for quite some time. We were able to move 120 dump trucks out of the city last night, which will give you a sense of the work that was done overnight. So some of the debris has already been removed. More of it is being removed, and it'll be done by barge all throughout the day today. The subway system is operating in all of the city, but below 14th Street, and largely because right now we have that closed. So if you're in any of the other 4 boroughs, public transportation is normal, the subways are normal, the buses are normal. If you're in Manhattan, the subways are going to be working to 14th Street, and then for those that go underneath, they'll just go straight out to Brooklyn. as soon as we can get that area of the city open. However, there will be subway service there, except for the 1, 2, and 3 lines, the West Side IRT below 34th Street, because of the collapse that took place. And again, we ask all New Yorkers to cooperate and to try to help each other. There are going to be a lot of people today who need help and need assistance, either because of the fact that they know people that were lost in this terrible tragedy, or because they're just frightened of what may happen. If you could comfort them and help them and assist them, particularly elderly people, that might be a way in which you can contribute. And we're getting very, very close cooperation from the state, from the federal government. I think people in New York, the best way they can deal with this right now is not only to deal with their own grief, which we all feel and have, but to show that we're not going to be in any way affected by this, that we're not going to be cowed by it, that we're not afraid, that we're going to go about our business and lead normal lives and not let these cowards affect us in any way like they're trying to do, which is to instill fear in us. Governor?
Mayor, thank you. As the mayor indicated, the focus right now is still on search and rescue, in the hopes that we can get other people out of the debris and save more lives. We have, at last count, 18 different search and rescue teams down there. And I want to thank my colleagues. We have 8 from Connecticut that Governor Rowland sent in, others from around the country. We have a specialized team coming that Governor Calderon is sending from Puerto Rico. And it's this type of support from around the country that is allowing us to get through this. I have to tell you, I was down at the scene last night, and Mayor, your police and fire not only were heroes at the beginning, but they're still heroes. They're down there under enormous personal strain and risk. I saw them at the ground zero while a high-rise was on fire right across the street that could have collapsed, and they are risking their lives to try to save their friends and their colleagues and the New Yorkers who are still trapped. And we have to thank them, say a prayer for them. This is a time for rescue, it's a time for commitment, but it's also a time to reflect and grieve for those who didn't have their parents come home last night, or for those who still might be lost. And we will get through this because, as the mayor indicated, New Yorkers come together in times of crisis, and we've seen tremendous spirit donating blood, volunteering at hospitals, helping us to get through this. And we have done everything we could to be supportive. We have National Guard troops here now. We are mobilizing fire departments from Westchester and Rockland that are backing up in the Bronx. We're mobilizing fire departments from Nassau and Suffolk that will help in some of the outer boroughs on Long Island. But what we don't need are people just simply coming in to volunteer. We have the hotlines, we have the organization, we have tremendous coordination between the city and the state and the federal government. So people who want to exercise their expertise, whether they're firefighters, they should contact their fire department. If they're EMTs or nurses, they should contact the hotline that we have set up at the state, where we've already had about 10,000 calls. So this is a tragic episode in American history, but New Yorkers will get through this. America will get through this. We will not be intimidated. We will not lose our freedom.
What is the status of the World Trade?
One other thing that we should do. These are the flight recorder boxes that the firefighters and the police officers and the rescuers are looking for, and we're going to we'll give you copies of this. We'd like you to put it out as broadly as possible. We're giving copies to all the rescue people and recovery people so that they can try to find them. Altogether there'll be 4, 2 for each airplane, and that's what they look like, except it'll be obviously covered with soot and dirt. But there are a lot of people involved in the recovery and relief effort who know what they're looking for, and then there'll be some that don't. So if we can give those out, it would be very important. This morning's meeting was devoted to the relief and recovery effort largely. This afternoon we're going to focus on the economic recovery of the city and work with the hotels, the restaurants, the real estate industry. We're going to rebuild. We're not only going to rebuild, we're going to come out of this stronger than we were before. And in addition to having wonderful people in New York, as the governor indicated. We also have the strongest business community of any place in the world. And we're going to call upon them, and we're going to need their help. But we're going to come out of this.
New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, a couple of important things. They were going to go to Capitol Hill, but just want to mention the mayor made an appeal for folks that if you see the black boxes, which are actually orange, which hopefully are intact from the aircraft, they are looking for that. Also a video appeal. So if someone who happened to be in New York yesterday, if you had your video camera, they want that tape. It might help them in their investigation.
Also saying he wants to try and open schools tomorrow in all areas except possibly the east side of New York. Right now, though, we do want to go to Capitol Hill and Kate Snow. Kate, Congress is going to meet today. High-level meetings
yes.
In just a couple of minutes, we understand. This is really going to be vital to the nation. Tell us what's going on.
That's right, Michael. About 10 minutes from now, by my watch, about 7 minutes actually, at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, they're going to be convening both the Senate and the House will be here in session. I can tell you that there is still a perimeter set up around the Capitol area. It's about 1 block to the east and 1 block to the west of the Capitol, 2 blocks to the north and south of where I am, right in front of the Capitol. They've got security set up there. They're letting members in clearly. They're also letting staff in. And we have seen a number of tourists, people on bikes and joggers and that sort of thing going through this area today, although we're not clear yet on whether they're going to let tourists inside the Capitol building itself. But again, the Congress will be meeting here. They're going to be debating a resolution having to do with the tragedy of yesterday.
I know.
Michael?
We're going to interrupt Kate Snow because we do have on the line our local delegate, D.C. Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I understand you only have a couple of moments. Are you about to go into session there?
Yes, I am.
All right. So tell us the sense there of the members. Are we going to see some resolution from House members today?
We're going to see a resolution. You're going to see many members go to the floor, including this member, particularly since I represent this city, and this city itself is a target. Our country has got to do things entirely different today from what it did yesterday, and so does this city. And we've got to learn how to protect our country and especially the nation's capital. And yesterday showed we really have not learned how to do that. Today is a day of mourning, a day to think of the victims, a day to think of the people who are still lost. But we don't have a lot of time after today to think about that. I think our city is safe today. I have people in my staff who are leery about even coming to work. Most of my staff is at work. I think today is probably the safest day because you have military all around the city, and I think from henceforth you're going to see military patrolling our skies. You're going to see real military action because, after all, as Colin Powell said this morning, this is war, and we've got to act like it's war. Meanwhile, I think that people should not be concerned to go about their daily business in our city. We cannot act as though an act of terrorism can shut us down and keep this democracy from thriving, and that is my great concern today.
Well, Delegate Norton, we're going to let you get to that meeting because we know you have just a couple of minutes. We thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I hope you'll report to us after this meeting. We'd love to know exactly what went on. We do want to return now to correspondent Kate Snow on Capitol Hill.
Before she gets away, can you tell us what time, Delegate, you expect to be making your comments on the floor? Is there a schedule yet? No? Okay, so we'll try to find out when she's
Kate, if you're back
on the
with
floor.
us, there have been already strong calls for action by some members of Congress. What's the sense up there about what's going to happen in the immediate future?
Well, I think we're going to hear a lot more of that today, Michael. What we expect to happen on both the House and the Senate side is for there to be a lot of members taking the floor and saying a piece. On the Senate side, we know that each senator will be allowed 10 minutes of time. If you work out the numbers with 100 senators, that's about 16 hours worth of debate that we're going to hear. And that won't just be debate. That will certainly be some strong language and some tough talk about holding whoever is responsible for these acts accountable. We also expect to hear similar things from the House of Representatives. The other thing I wanted to tell you is that both the House and the Senate expect to get a briefing this afternoon separately. We understand the House will go first and the Senate will follow. And this will be a closed-door briefing by members of the intelligence, U.S. intelligence community. That may be perhaps the FBI director, perhaps someone from the CIA, coming here to tell members of Congress exactly what's going on, exactly what they know in terms of intelligence gathering. At another point today, they also expect to get a briefing from FEMA, from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Back to you.
Seen yesterday the dispersal of military forces on the East Coast, on the West Coast. Is there any sense there of any sort of resolution that might authorize the president to do something right away?
There's no sense. I think it's too early to talk about measures that Congress can take beyond this initial resolution that I've already mentioned. This will be sort of a statement being made, a unanimous statement by the Congress of their outrage about these acts. Beyond that, Michael, it's a little early to know what measures they'll take, but I can tell you I've talked to a number of members of Congress who have told me that they consider this an act of war, and that they say that it could be some very serious moves coming on the part of the Congress. Number one, to fund FEMA and make sure that the efforts undertaken in New York and here at the Pentagon and at the crash site in Pennsylvania have adequate funding. That's something Congress could be involved in. But then beyond that, we just don't know yet what kind of action Congress may have to take, but there's certainly momentum here to back this president and to speak with one voice. Michael?
Kate Snow, thank you very much for reporting live from Capitol Hill, where the sessions are about to get underway.
Yes, it should be a day of oratory up on Capitol Hill as the lawmakers express their outrage.
We are going to head back to another important airport in our country. This is O'Hare in Chicago. Reporter Lauren Cohn there joining us once again live. Lauren, what can you tell us? Are you there? Okay, we will try to get her
in just a moment, but obviously O'Hare, one of the world's busiest airports, and she was telling us later how no activity there and how startling it was to see that. Lauren, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, here's what we can tell you. There is a heightened sense of security. The only people that are actually being allowed into the airports are the airport personnel. If they do not have the correct badges, like some of the parking attendants, they are being asked to go to the Hilton and actually inspected by DEA agents and the FBI. We have seen a few people in the parking lot where the media is posted. They've been able to get access to their cars, but they have been escorted by security guards. They continue to patrol the airport inside and out with K-9 units. They have armed personnel. We are told those are custom agents. And in addition to that, we are also being told that a United Airlines flight did take off from O'Hare, as well as some other commercial flights across the country. We are told they are carrying federal assistant aides to New York and Washington. So if anyone does see any planes in the air today, that is what those are. Back to you in Washington.
All right, Lauren, thank you very much.
We're going to go now to the Washington Hospital Center, a briefing on the victims who were brought there, some of them in very critical conditions.
Mr. Michael Kurtz, also to my right, is the husband of patient Louise Kurtz, who is here at the hospital center now. And Dr. Mark Smith, who is chairman of emergency medicine, will update you on some of our disaster preparedness strategies that were utilized yesterday. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Smith.
Good morning. As I want to add on to what the community is supporting blood bank and blood donation, it's the number of calls that we all have received from across the country from physician colleagues donating their time, actually saying we'll fly out, we'll do whatever we can as far out as Idaho, and certainly from Maryland, from Virginia, and all the way down to North Carolina, volunteering help and assistance any way they could possibly. In fact, donated skin from Ohio arrived late last night, about 11 o'clock last night, to be ready to be used today. Burn surgeons Dr. Jang and Dr. Jordan has been working throughout yesterday, late into the night, and also started early this morning to continue the surgeries that is needed by all the patients. Since we last updated you yesterday afternoon,
let me hear this. I need to hear this, guys.
5 patients admitted to the burn intensive care units with severe burn injuries, 1 patient with respiratory difficulty due to inhalational injury to another intensive care unit, and 1 patient was admitted to the regular ward for burns to the extremities. I think 1 additional patient was seen in the emergency room with discharge at the time. Afterward, 2 additional patients came in through MedStar, both transferred, 1 from Georgetown University and another 1 from Walter Reed Hospital, just up the road. Both of them with severe burn injuries or in critical condition. And both of them, again, also underwent surgery late last night. And as I mentioned before, they have, we're starting all over the process of operating this morning again. Any questions? Or
I think we'll take questions at the very end.
Mr. Kemp.
Good morning. Well, I think the shock, hit everybody. I live in Stafford, Virginia, And of course, my wife works in the Pentagon. It was her second day at work. I heard what happened, and of course, I'm waiting for a phone call. And about 1 o'clock, the hospital representative called me, informing that my wife was here. I came in, teary-eyed. I didn't recognize my wife of 31 years. She's doing better. She's got 70% burns on her body. I can't say enough for the staff. The nurses, the folks here, they've made my last 24 hours very bearable. Thank you is not enough. That's about all I can really say, but I'm glad that this is the hospital they sent them to. And I know my wife and the other folks are in good care, and we're just hoping for a speedy recovery.
Mr. Kurtz, you have children?
Pardon me?
You have children?
Yes, I have a 30-year-old daughter, a 27-year-old son, and a 23-year-old son.
What did you tell them?
My daughter came in from New York State. My son lives in Springfield. My entire family, my in-laws, my outlaws, everybody's here, and we're just being supportive of each other right now.
Have you had time to put this in perspective?
No, I've been here since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and I think I'm still in a state of numbness. My wife this morning was moving a little bit. She was responding to wiggle your toes, I love you, and her head moved a little bit, so I'm very positive.
We'll take more questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Smith. I'm the chair of the Department of Emergency Medicine here at the Washington Hospital Center. And I'm going to speak for a couple of minutes, give you a little background on how a hospital manages a disaster or a catastrophe like this. Every hospital in the United States has a disaster plan. We're required to. Ours is called Code Orange. And what the plan is designed to do is to help a hospital handle this expected large influx of patients at the same time as we provide ongoing care for all the patients that we have in the hospital. Regular care does not stop. And it may be of interest to hear a little bit about the sequence of how we go about doing this and transforming the hospital from normal operations to putting it on a disaster footing. The first step really is to call a disaster, to make the decision that the hospital is going to go on a Code Orange, and as you all know, yesterday, initial information scanty. It's unclear what's going on, and we're dealing with that same type of imperfect information. We don't want to do something premature, but we want to make sure we're ready in case there was something real happening, which indeed there was. When we call our Code Orange, a series of steps goes into effect, one of which is the stopping of elective cases. So elective cases, surgeries, cardiac caths, we no longer do. The goal is to have the resources, have the space, have the personnel to focus on the people who are already here and the people who are coming in. This happened yesterday at 9 o'clock. We had a full complement of staff, and because the OR surgeries were canceled, we had a full complement of surgeons. And we had many people coming into the hospital, people who work here who weren't on, in order to wanting to help. We organize ourselves into teams in the emergency department, in MedStar. It's very important. You know, patient care goes one patient at a time. And the way you do that best is to have a small group of people taking care of each patient. Doctor, nurse, tech. We clear out areas. We took the emergency department patients that were already there, and we made decisions on them. Those that needed admission, we got upstairs to a bed right away. And so by 10 o'clock, we had 25 rooms ready and able to receive patients. MedStar had 5 rooms ready and able to receive patients, and the way they handled it, patients would come in, 5 patients came in, each one had a team assigned, there was an initial resuscitation, and then those patients were then moved to the next staging area, opening up our receiving area for more people to come in. Unfortunately, we did not have a lot more people coming into our facility. There are a number of other sort of issues that have to take place to support the care provided by our nurses and our doctors. In terms of personnel, we went to 12-hour shifts. You go to 12-hour shifts, you automatically increase the number of people that you have, your capacity. We have sets of radios that we hand out because telephone communications, as you all know, went down and the hospital switchboard gets overloaded. So we're able to communicate among ourselves with radios. Security is an issue, and we are in a special position here at the Washington Hospital Center. We're the largest hospital in D.C., the largest trauma center, the only burn center, and we recognize, and we have recognized for the last 2 years that we are indeed at ground zero, and unfortunately that came to be true, that we have to be prepared for the medical consequences of terrorist attacks. And it's not only the injuries that occur, but the potential possibilities of chemical attacks and biologic attacks. And we set up our decontamination unit. We were in touch with people, with teams that were surveilling for biologics. We have no evidence that either of those occurred. But that we are in a planning mode because we need to be ready for that additional problem that could occur. The types of the philosophy behind managing a disaster is the doctrine of daily routine. People do best in a disaster what they do on a day-to-day basis, and so we try to keep the staff doing the kinds of things they do. We're grateful for volunteers and people from other parts of the hospital coming, but recognize new people coming to an area that you haven't worked before don't work as well. And so we try to follow that, and we were very fortunate, as I said. All our staff in the MedStar and emergency department came in, as did people throughout the hospital. One other point I'll make, and then I'll take questions at the end. One other problem you face in disasters is that you often have a single type of injury, but it's a burn injury or an inhalation injury, and that puts a tremendous burden on a single set of resources. It could be ventilators, it could be skin. We were fortunate that this was really a national response. We got skin from Ohio. I received telephone calls from Andrews Air Force Base, Malcolm Groh, as well as University of Maryland and Hopkins, volunteering staff, personnel, equipment. People were ready to send us ventilators. It was really quite remarkable. We did not need those again, but there was a coordinated effort in the whole region to support the treatment of all these victims.
Dr. Smith?
Yes.
We'll take questions now.
How are you treating Mrs. Kurtz, and what does she have to look forward to?
I am not treating Mrs. Kurtz. I'm in the emergency department, and we handle the intake of patients. Dr. Wang, who's our director of trauma services, actually is not treating Mrs. Kurtz either. It's our burn service, and our burn surgeons right now are in the operating room. They are taking care of patients, and that's why they're not here.
Can you tell us as much as you can about what they're doing? I mean, can you just give us some kind of clue of what they're doing to her and patients like her who are suffering from burns?
I cannot give you the specifics. I think the general strategy at this early of a stage is to excise as much severely burned tissue as possible. We talked about taking out the burned tissue to avoid all the toxic ingredients that's causing a total body response of leaky capillaries, swelling, damage to other organs distant to the initial tissue injury. So that's what they're undergoing now, removing the damaged tissue and covering with some type of substitute, such as pig skin or cadaveric skin, we call it, or donor skin, for coverage temporarily to, in some sense, support the skin function as a bacterial barrier to keep the evaporative loss of fluids and so on and so forth. So that's what they're actively doing on all the major burns at this point. Correct, I'm sorry.
What's them at the greatest risk? Organ failure, or I mean, what's the greatest risk with them right now?
I think early on it's organ failure. The breathing is going to be supported by a breathing apparatus. Early on, again, the leaking of fluids into all the body components lead to potential shock, and this can affect your kidneys, your liver, and your cardiac function. And I think in a few days down the road, the concern will be infection, and this will be both in terms of the lung or the damaged tissue, skin, and so on.
Mr. Kurtz, if I may ask a question.
Sure.
This must all be
Thank
very,
you.
very difficult to hear, because your wife is going to be facing some of these things. You hope she's going to recover?
Oh, yes.
Can you step out to the mics, please?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Has she been able to tell you anything?
No, she has a tube, and the only response I got was this morning was wiggle your toes, and I love you, and I saw her head move. She's incubated, is that the right?
Intubated.
Intubated, so she has no ability to speak.
Have you had a chance to think, in light of how this happened?
No, I watched the news like everybody else did, and I knew where she was working. I used to work in the Pentagon years ago, and I knew she was at a new renovated location. And as soon as I saw the first shots, it came to reality that she was in the area, and it was a question of, is she dead or alive? And I kind of paced for about 4 hours trying to figure out when's the phone call coming. And I was very relieved to find out that she was burned but alive versus dead. So I kind of dealt with that for a little bit. Sat down, gathered my thoughts for a little bit. I live in Stafford, which is about 48 miles from here. So knowing the traffic situation, I just got mentally prepared and came up here and was prepared to deal with whatever I had to deal with.
Let me ask you,
Sure.
in terms of the fact that the terrorist act and that your wife is a victim of a terrorist act, and what kinds of feelings does that raise in you as you see her suffering and the suffering of so many?
Well, I'm retired military, and I have a lot of feelings. I don't think there's a lot of conclusive evidence right now who's responsible. There's a lot of what-ifs out there. I helped fight terrorism for 22 years. As a member of the Air Force, that was part of one of our functions in the security police. We protected the bases. There's not enough conclusive evidence at my level as a civilian now to answer that question, I don't think. It's the professionals will come up with a conclusion. We're all subjected to terrorism right now. I mean, we've seen what happened. We know it can happen. I don't have an answer for that, really. I am mortified. I'm shocked, like the rest of the country is. And like our president said, we will find these people and make them pay for it. But I can't answer your question, I don't think, unless I'd answered it for you.
You mentioned, Mr. Kurtz, that could you tell us what you did for the Pentagon and what your wife does for the Pentagon?
I was an accounting technician for a few years. My wife is an accountant for the Department of Army Headquarters, and I am a federal employee in another agency right now.
Did you ever discuss, or did she ever discuss the possibility that something like this might happen?
Being the spouse of a military person, we travel throughout the world, and living in Italy, Germany, Korea, throughout the world, there was always that possibility. I mean, that's the reality of life today in this century of ours. Did we plan a contingency? No. I think, like most people, it's like it won't happen to us, and unfortunately, it happened yesterday.
Mr. Kurtz,
Ma'am.
Yesterday the doctors told us that sincerely there's just as much chance that these burn victims could die as could live.
Yes, well...
How are you talking? How do you comfort her, or what are you trying to
Well, there was, again, I'll say that the staff was admirable. They took care of my needs, my wife's. Today was the first time she had any movement. So yesterday I saw a person look like a mummy, and my wife was under that shell, but I couldn't recognize her. We haven't passed the 48-hour mark yet, so, we've got some positive things. We go hour to hour right now. The prognosis the movement, I'm not a doctor, I'm very happy, I'm positive. But I'm sweating out the next couple hours, next couple days until I get something back from the professionals.
When you talk with her, is she lucid to where she's understanding?
No. Well, again, this morning, her nurse, who was with her 12 hours a day, just said she's alert. I walked in there. I said, "I love you." She moved her head a little bit. I said, "Please wiggle your toes." Her toes wiggled, and that was the extent of our conversation. I was so ecstatic. I didn't want her to move any more than she needed to, but I knew she heard my voice, so I was happy. Sorry.
No, Mr. Kurtz has been through a great deal, and I do appreciate your question, but I think that that is enough of Mr. Kurtz right now. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Are there any other clinically related questioning?
Is the hospital expecting more patients today as they get further into the Pentagon? And is the disaster plan expected to hold up? And what other precautions do you foresee the hospital taking?
We're watching a live press conference from the Washington Hospital Center. We've been hearing from doctors and from the husband of one of the victims. Happy to have her alive today.
Joining us now by telephone from Richmond, Virginia, Governor James Gilmore. Governor, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about Virginia's response to this tragedy?
Well, of course, the goal yesterday was to make sure that all of Virginia was made secure. So as soon as the attack was made on the second tower, immediately we activated our Emergency Operations Center, coordinated immediately with FEMA and the federal authorities, activated the National Guard, put 300 on active duty, particularly people from military, police, and medical, coordinated also with the naval people in Hampton Roads, and then I instructed all law enforcement people to report directly to the Emergency Operations Center any type of gunplay or hostage activity, because I just want to emphasize to your viewers that we really didn't know yesterday morning whether we had seen everything that was going to happen or not. Once that had been done, of course, then I had a chance to travel to Northern Virginia and go to the Pentagon and have a chance to interview people. And one thing I want to emphasize is we had two state troopers, Virginia state troopers, who went directly into the Pentagon in order to try to pull people out. One of those troopers is in the hospital right now, and I visited him and his wife last night.
Tell us about the trooper's condition.
Well, he was injured by smoke inhalation, as a matter of fact, while he was trying to pull people out of the Pentagon. I think he's going to be fine. They were very encouraging last night. I think his wife was obviously very concerned. But we're very proud of this trooper and all the troopers who did so much work. We're proud of the emergency responders. I'm chairman of a National Commission on Terrorism and Weapons of Mass Destruction and Local Response. And it's clear that all the local responders, both in New York and in Virginia, did a wonderful job in order to respond to this ghastly situation. All of us, of course, are suffering a great deal from this loss of life, but I think America is resolute, and in the days ahead, you'll see under the leadership of this president a dramatic response to these people who would attack our country.
And Governor Gilmore, with regard to that task force, you're always looking at what possible scenarios might occur. This seems to be a scenario dreamed up in a nightmare way. What was your reaction to the fact that this was used by planes, using planes almost as guided missiles in this case?
Well, of course, all of us were shocked and horrified by this kind of attack. No one should be an apologist for this. No one anywhere should say that this is somehow some reciprocal situation of some kind. This is a direct attack on the mainland of the United States and our American citizens who have been killed by the thousands. And we should all be very outraged by this, absolutely outraged by this. Our commission, of course, reviewed the issue of weapons of mass destruction and the possibility of that, and we thought that while it was high consequence, it was very low probability. But on the other hand, to use conventional types of attacks like this, using planes or explosives or guns, we consider to be quite probable. So we thought this was going to occur, but still, you're always shocked by the horror of the loss and the damage that has occurred.
Governor, what can you tell us about the hijacking out of Dulles Airport? This was the flight, of course, that did crash into the Pentagon. It was deliberately crashed there. Any leads, any suspects, or as we are reportedly seeing out of Boston, anything similar out of Dulles, any leads at all?
Oh, I believe that all law enforcement officers and intelligence officers all across the intelligence community or in the FBI were all at work on this in order to try to solve these issues. And of course, there's a great deal of reporting going on in the press right now about how the capability might have occurred to do a hijacking like this and deliver that airplane directly into the side of the Pentagon the way that they did. And there's a great deal of sophisticated investigation going on right now, but I don't think any firm conclusions have been reached yet.
We know that Governor Pataki did speak with President Bush. Have you spoken with the President since the attack on the Pentagon?
No, I have not spoken with the President. The President is doing his job capably and admirably. His job is to hold the country together, to express sorrow, to express resolution, to draw together the members of the National Security Council and prepare a national strategy for response to this. My job as Governor of Virginia has been to make sure that our responses were in place, our protections and systems were in place, and then we looked at an entire view as to how to best protect the people of Virginia. That was, of course, after the one attack that was done on Virginia soil, which was at the Pentagon.
Governor, we want to ask you if you could just stand by for just a moment, because there is a live briefing at the Pentagon where we may get some new information, so let's listen in. We certainly want to get your reaction to that.
Thank you. They are starting operations at this point in the crash site.
while firefighting operations are going on in the other parts of the Pentagon. We have no estimate at this time of how long it's going to take to get the fire out, or how much additional resources we're going to need. However, as we get information, we will be sharing it with you through the Joint Information Center, which is part of the FBI's Joint Command Post.
Could you tell us about the persistence of the fire? Can we answer this?
Yeah.
Why it is so difficult in that apparently attic area that continues to burn? What is it about that?
The type of construction in the Pentagon is a very, very, I would call stout, World War II type of construction, a lot of concrete, a lot of very thick masonry. On top of that is a wooden roof structure. On top of the wooden roof structure is slate. And so it's just a very, very difficult system to get through, to extinguish. And it takes a lot of cutting with special tools and equipment, and then a lot of hand work by the firefighters to get up in there. And we're trying to get ahead of the fire right now.
Are you going to knock down the sections that are leaning in the damaged part? Is that part of the game plan, or is that still a pending decision?
What typically USAR does is they make sure that they make it as safe as they possibly can for their people, so any debris that is loose or hanging comes down first. And so you'll see that operation where there is some sort of a demolition going on, and that is to make sure that any of the loose stuff doesn't fall on the rescue workers.
Chief, a question, but with a very brief prelude. Yesterday, early, of course, most of the smoke and the fire seemed to be fuel from the plane. And then late yesterday afternoon, that had dissipated or been put out, and there was white smoke, and actually very little late in the afternoon. Now there's a lot more. So two questions, or two-part question. One, what is burning? And two, what has caused the fires apparently to start up again?
Okay, we were never able to fully extinguish the fire in the roof structure. We were able to get it mostly knocked down. And again, because we're having extreme difficulty making access under the slate roof, it's to be expected to take a while to get there. We have had the fuel from the jet catch fire again, and we're now in there with some additional hand lines and some phone lines with aircraft firefighters inside of the insides of the Pentagon, trying to suppress it, this time with firefighting foam.
You said aircraft firefighters?
Yes, from the airport. From
the airport?
From Reagan National Airport.
Have you removed
tell me
bodies?
how many bodies were removed?
We have no information on any type of casualty or body counts at this time.
By that you mean you haven't removed any bodies yet?
I will not say that, okay, but that whole process is being set up and is going to take some time. So again, that's not part of this briefing.
You have to get onto the roof in order to put out that fire.
Yeah, we're up on the roof. We're up there now. We have our firefighting forces up there with great support from all the area fire departments, Washington.
Are you removing sections of the roof to get at the fire?
Yeah, we're doing what's called a trench cut, which is a slice of the roof, which then lets the fire gases out of that part of the roof. We then bring water streams into the back part of the fire cut, and so that the fire actually sucks the water up to it and helps to extinguish the fire up there. Please excuse me, I've been up all night. So, but that's basically the technique that's used. We have a couple of hundred firefighters on the fire ground right now. From all of the area fire departments.
Chief, give us a sense of the area that was destroyed, how wide it is, how many feet, and then did it break through to all 5 rings of the Pentagon?
It did not break through to all 5 rings, and I do not know the measurements.
Is there anything left of the aircraft at all?
First of all, the question about the aircraft, there are some small pieces of aircraft visible from the interior during this firefighting operation I'm talking about, but not large sections. In other words, there's no fuselage sections and that sort of thing. The other question?
Yeah, injuries among firefighters, any at all?
We've had some small, when I say small, I'm talking about not major types of injuries, but we've had, to my knowledge, we had 4 firefighters transport to area hospitals for some minor injuries, and that probably has changed since I've even been here.
They were not hurt in the collapse?
I'm sorry?
They were not hurt, and no one was hurt in the collapse?
Not to my knowledge, right. There was.
Is that the only ring that has collapsed?
That is the only ring that has collapsed, right.
The E-ring?
That's the very exposed ring.
Chief, there are small pieces of the plane virtually all over, out over the highway, tiny pieces. Would you say the plane exploded, virtually exploded on impact?
due to the fuel or?
You know, I'd rather not comment on that. We have a lot of eyewitnesses that can give you better information about what actually happened with the aircraft as it approached, so we don't know.
Chief,
I don't know.
Have search and rescue teams made a priority finding the black box of the aircraft? Have you gotten to that stage of trying to locate that at this point?
We obviously will at the appropriate time, but at this particular time we're all in the preliminary stages of setting up the further operation.
Can you describe how many firemen have been involved in this, how many units, or any way that you can to give us a quantitative estimate?
Actually, believe it or not, we do not know. We had just a tremendous outpouring of help from the entire community, and we had firefighters and fire units from places that I didn't even know existed here to help with this situation. So, excuse me.
States?
Oh, yeah.
Did they come from
Several states, all over Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania.
How many search and rescue people do you have standing by?
Okay, we have 4 USAR teams. Each one of those USAR teams has a complement, and last I was briefed, there are about 60-some people in each team, so there's 4 times 60-some of the USAR teams here.
Where are they from?
4 search. The search and rescue teams are from Fairfax County, Montgomery County, from the Virginia Beach Fire Department, and from a fire department in Tennessee, and I'm sorry I don't know which fire department in Tennessee, but it's called the Tennessee Task Force, so it might be made up of several fire departments out of Tennessee.
Are more coming in, sir?
Not at this time. As you might imagine, the USAR teams are fully engaged in this situation in New York City and other places, and so we're going to try, what I've been told is they're going to try to hold it with the 4 urban search and rescue teams.
Getting search and rescue teams?
No, we have not. The team has been fabulous.
Will you be able to assure people that are working in the building that it's safe for them now to be with the smoke that's pouring
We
out
will
of the
be
building?
constantly evaluating the conditions within inside the Pentagon and working with the Pentagon staff to make sure that it is safe.
What's the special apparatus that you need?
Could you describe
the apparatus equipment? Question was, we need some very low-profile apparatus to make it into the center courtyard of the Pentagon so we can gain access to some of the roof structures. And because of some very old fire stations in some communities, they actually do design fire apparatus with very, very low profiles that has the reach capability that we need.
Sir, could you describe the extent of the damage caused by the fire now? I mean, corridors 2 through 6 are closed. Is there fire damage now throughout that, through all the rings?
Not through all the rings, but to the 2 rings on each side of the crash site. That we have some covered walkways, and we have fire going down those covered walkways. It has gone out to those covered walkways and now going down those corridors.
Flooding.
Obviously, we're using large amounts of water, and so we are deeply concerned about how much water damage that we're doing, particularly to the basement of the Pentagon and other areas, and so we're having that evaluated.
How hot is the fire right now, and how hot was it at its worst? Do you
It's
have
a
any
stubborn
figures
fire,
on that?
and it's not hot. We're not, engaged in a fully, roaring fire situation. It's just stubborn, very difficult to get to, very difficult to extinguish. The jet fuel fire that I was talking about earlier, it's one of those things when you're dealing with a flammable liquid, you got to put a blanket of foam over top of it to stop it from flaring up.
Where is the jet fuel? Is it just...
We have what we believe is a puddle right there at the what we believe is to be the nose of the aircraft. So.
Where is that? What ring is that, or car?
Can you describe the reconnaissance efforts you used initially to determine survivors?
Okay, we immediately sent crews into the Pentagon upon arrival to try to make sure we had a handle on exactly what parts of the building that we were in. And at that particular time, we were able to do a lot of search. We were able to do a lot of confirmation of the various parts of the building. As you might imagine, with the volume of fire that we had, it got continually worse inside of there, so we had to back out. But early on, we were able to make quite a good, what we call preliminary search of this.
Chief, let me make one point here, folks. I promised the Chief he could get back to the job at hand. So make Tony the last question for him.
You made a statement last night, a raw estimate of potential casualties of between 100 up to 800. Really raw and preliminary, I understand that.
Absolutely.
Can you give a sense of how you arrived at that figure, and have you backed off of that today or expanded it, given that it's still raw? And
what I said last night was this was a ballpark figure. In other words, this is what we're looking at as far as for the size of it. Again, we really do not have any casualty counts at this time. And, if you want to say that, is that still accurate, I would say that we don't know anything other than it might still be accurate. I mean, wow, 100 to 800, that's huge. But that's the best we can do.
When you say the fire is stubborn, does that mean there's spots of fire in different portions, or?
Up in the roof section, it's hard to get to.
fire is
As
now?
well as in the area right where the crash site was. Right.
So those 2 areas of fire
That's correct.
are still burning?
I'm sorry, have you cut through the roof to prevent it from spreading into an unaffected part of the Pentagon?
We are doing that now. Sorry.
Tori, you don't want to talk about casualties, but you obviously are pulling together a list of missing, and you must have at this point some ballpark estimate of how many people you believe are missing. It doesn't mean they're dead.
Each of the components is doing a roster check. Each of the components is doing that. We have preliminary numbers. We do not want to put out the preliminary numbers until we're more confident of them. As we get the information, we'll put it out. And let me make a point of something which I talked about with the Secretary this morning. We understand how much you need and want information, and we understand what you're trying to do. As we get information that we feel confident about, we will put it out. But we are going to be very careful about what we talk about and what we don't talk about. So as much as I know the desire for information about operations, military operations, for instance, we're just not going to do it because it's not helpful. What we're trying to plan now, for instance, is some briefings from the services in terms of the civil support that is being provided by the military. But I hope you'll understand. And any questions more on the family assistance, again, this is a very, very important priority this morning, that we get out the information, what we're doing for the families.
Where they drove up from, you said the ones who were involved with the coal and the...
Tori, just
okay, let
one
Meg
more
answer
question.
Andrew's question, and then I'll do it.
Yes, the people who set up the Family Assistance Center in the aftermath of the call drove up from Norfolk, the whole Hampton Roads area, really, last night. And they're very experienced in this kind of thing, and that's why we called them in to support us in this effort.
Tori, just one question. Realizing, again, to press this casualties point, realizing you don't know how many people were there at the time, could you give us a round figure on how many workers would normally be in that area of the building? Realizing that construction was going on,
I really can't
is
do
it
that,
in the high
Charlie.
hundreds?
No, I really can't give you that number. I have
Inaccurate figure.
I have no confidence in the 800 number. I have no confidence in any numbers right now. As we get the information, as I said, the components are doing the roster checks. As we get the information, we'll make it available.
Can you give us an explanation of what the Secretary is doing today and what the Department of Defense is doing to respond to these attacks to the symbol of America's military? I mean...
The Secretary last night was over at the White House for the President's speech and a meeting after that with the President. Went home late last night. I don't know the exact time, but I know it was well after 10 o'clock. Came back this morning sometime between 5:30, 5:45, walked around to the site again and talked to some of the firefighters and others. And the day, obviously, is going to be spent working closely with the President and the Vice President and other members of the National Security Team, working on, as I said before, taking all the appropriate measures to ensure that the American people are safe, to ensure that our men and women in uniform are safe, and putting every effort towards the appropriate actions on those who are responsible.
Done at military bases.
And I'm sorry, I'll give you some, there are meetings at the White House today, there will be congressional briefings.
With air traffic, commercial air traffic still stopped in the United States, why is NORAD and the military continuing to fly combat air patrol over New York and Washington?
Barbara, I'm not going to get into any details about what we're doing and what we're not doing. We're taking the appropriate precautionary measures, we're taking the appropriate steps, but we're just not going to go into details about what they're doing and what they're not doing. Yes?
Can you confirm the bodies were taken out overnight from the site?
No, I cannot. No, I cannot.
Can you say whether bodies have been identified and next of kin notified?
The process is beginning. That's all I can tell you at this time. But again, they're taking things very, very carefully.
The process of identification or notification?
The process of locating and identification has begun.
Tori, have you gone through the blueprints or talked to the people doing the renovations so that you have a list of exactly which offices were even affected?
Yes, and the MDW folks, if you want to come up, General Jackson, and talk about that, can talk a little bit about that.
All I can do is offer to you that in several of the meetings I've been in, the contractors who are involved with the renovations of the building have been involved. They are providing support in the way of blueprints and construction reports that they've got, to include equipment that they have and shoring material out on the outside.
And so they're tied in directly to all the liaison work with all the agencies.
Can you tell us which offices are now out of commission? Where?
No, I can't tell you. I can't tell you that right now specifically. I mean, I just don't know them myself.
What percentage of the offices were unoccupied as a result of the renovation?
I don't know that. Again, the number situation is difficult because at any given moment there were people moving in and around buildings, the rooms moving from one to the other, moving equipment back and forth. It's hard to pinpoint the numbers.
What extra security measures have you taken here in the building in lieu of this?
The only thing we've done is I've offered up some of the soldiers that work for me to seal off the internal parts of the building to keep people out of that, to allow the firefighters to do their work in a safe manner. And that's to include both the fire hazard and smoke hazard that is continuing as the fire continues. It's just soldiers there advising people not to go down certain corridors. That's all it is.
D.C. Guard and Virginia Guard, can you give us some estimate of sort of who's being called?
Sir, I don't really have that information. My focus has been totally on my business. I really don't know what
General,
the
of the about $10 billion renovation of the Pentagon that's scheduled, how much has been completed and how much was involved in this?
Sir, as I don't work in the Pentagon, I really don't know that answer. I'll defer that to somebody else.
Sir, can you... Are they the old guard? Is that who you've got doing this? The guys who do the ceremonial?
The old guard is an active duty infantry organization with a multiple mission requirement, and one of them is to be able to do contingency work like this. And they do spend a significant amount of their time practicing these skills.
I noticed that funerals were proceeding at Arlington Cemetery this morning, at least some. I heard 21-gun salutes while I was standing up.
Sir, we have reduced some of our support to the funerals, but some are in fact going on based on capabilities and families' desires.
So some of those troops are now, some of those troops are involved in, would normally be involved in funerals, are now guarding some of the entryways here in the building.
That's correct.
Can you tell us a little bit more in detail about this engineering company that you said was on the ground here, sort of what their capabilities are and, you know, what their technically
What it is, it's a military version of the urban search and rescue organizations. They work closely with those teams that you heard mentioned before. They train with them. We do joint exercises with them periodically. The skills are identical. The equipment are very similar.
Can you go into any detail?
Oh, I'd have to. It's a fairly long list of stuff. It's much of it is commercial grade, bought off the shelf. Some of it is purchased specifically for their purposes. It's the SCBA bottles, the heavy mass that you see them carrying, a lot of protective gear to be able to cut through concrete, wood, metal, and so forth. They are an urban search and rescue organization, much similar to what we have on the ground with the other counties.
Are they a part of MDW too, or did they come in from someplace else?
No, they're part of my organization.
Where are they based?
Out of Fort Belmore.
General, does the military district remain the THREATCON Delta?
Yes, sir, they do.
The whole area?
Yes, sir, they are.
Tori, is it proper to say that roughly half the Pentagon cannot be occupied today?
You know, I saw that number. I don't know where someone got it. It is incorrect to say anything because we don't have the exact assessment yet. There are certain portions of the building, obviously, that cannot be used. We don't have exact numbers of who's coming in and who's not. But I can tell you the overwhelming majority of people who can be here today are here. I don't know who was here at 5:15, 5:30 this morning, but the parking lots were filled, and people were doing everything to get here and get to work. And now let me finish. Other offices were making accommodations to provide office space for those who don't have it. So we don't have exact numbers, John, but...
You can double team in various offices to bring people in, even though maybe physically half the Pentagon is out of commission.
George, does the military remain on THREATCON Delta around the world?
You know, Charlie, I'm not going to talk about the force protection conditions and threat conditions from here for right now. I know we talked about it yesterday. It is an exception. and we'd rather not get into...
Listening to a live briefing there from the Pentagon spokesperson Tori Clark, who also worked for the first Bush administration as a White House spokesperson, a veteran there. We want to go to our Holly Morris, who is at the Pentagon. Of course, everyone here is wondering about the casualties there, and they're very reluctant, Holly. You heard them there speaking about it, but some things are becoming clear, aren't they, Holly? So what information do you have?
They definitely are becoming more clear, though, as you said, Lark, very, very reluctant to give out numbers. We do know that the Associated Press was reporting that the Pentagon said that they did not expect to find any more survivors inside, though in that briefing that we just all listened to, they did not confirm that and definitely would not give any numbers out, simply saying that each compartment is going through its roster. They're still checking to see the status of all the employees that worked inside the Pentagon. From our vantage point, I kind of want to show you what's changed since we've been here this morning and the last time. We've had a real change in wind. The wind has shifted, and so for the last 30 minutes or so, the smoke has been blowing directly toward us. However, for the first time, we don't really see any smoke, black smoke, coming up from the building itself. And at this point right now, as you look at the roof, you won't see any firefighters on the roof. You'll just see it's an unmanned hose, a pole with a hose that is going on into the fire. Though in that briefing, he did say they have yet to fully extinguish this roof fire. We saw many firefighters moments ago suited up, going inside. They had pickaxe in hand. Of course, they had oxygen tanks on, and you heard them say in that briefing that they are having to do a lot of handwork, that this fire has been extremely difficult to fight because of the structure in the roof. There's the wooden structures, and then there's that slate roof. It's a World War II construction that they described as being very stout. It's very difficult for them to get through and extinguish it, so they're having to cut through in what they call trench cutting and then do some handiwork as well. There are several hundred firefighters on the scene, a couple hundred is what they said in the briefing. They actually couldn't give an actual count on that either because they had such an overwhelming response of firefighters from around our area, from Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, coming in and helping and bringing equipment. And in fact, he said they even need some of that low-profile apparatus from smaller fire companies that still have that kind of equipment to enable them to get into the courtyard area. He did report that 4 firefighters were transported here, though with just minor injuries. He confirmed that the E-ring, the ring on the outside, is the only ring that actually collapsed. He also expressed, though, that right now stability is a big concern for everyone. And when we talked with Fairfax County Fire and Rescue earlier this morning, they said that too was their #1 priority. We have seen the crane here in the middle where the big gaping hole is kind of shift a little bit, and they are using that crane to gingerly peel back some of the pieces, lift some of the debris off, because it's the columns on the first floor that were wiped out. It's a 5-story building. Therefore, you can understand that floors 2, 3, 4, and 5 are basically dangling over floor 1. So they use the crane to peel back pieces of debris, and then they also are working from the outside, shoring it up with huge pieces of timber. There are basically 4 USAR teams made up of about 60 people each. The Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue Team went off duty at 7 a.m. Montgomery County and Virginia Beach then went on. We also heard that the Tennessee Task Force is here helping out. They're hoping to keep it to just those 4 USAR teams because obviously there's a lot of urban search and rescue teams that are needed up in New York City. He did say that when they first got here on the scene, they were immediately able to go in and made a pretty good preliminary search. But at this point, as the day moves on, it looks like the fire is extinguished at the most point that we've seen it be extinguished since this whole disaster began. It looks like we have a little bit of activity up there on the roof now as we speak. So from here, the goal is to go into that blast zone, and once they get that safe and sound, because they obviously want it to be safe for their workers, then be able to recover more bodies. But right now they are sticking to that 100 to 800 count. They really won't go beyond that because they just don't want to give any bad information out, and they want to err on the side of caution there, understanding that we all want information. but at all times keeping their employees in the forefront of their mind, and even more so the victims' families. Lark and Michael.
Listen to, you know, the various officials who were speaking, listening to the tone and what they are not saying. I'd say it's taken a decidedly less optimistic turn here.
I think it definitely has, and that kind of correlates with that Associated Press report saying that the Pentagon does not expect to find any more survivors. They haven't officially said this is not a search and rescue effort anymore, but I would agree with you, Lark, and say that the tone has definitely shifted here to search and recovery.
All right, Holly Morris, thank you very much. Our Amanda Bergen is also at the Pentagon with a slightly different vantage point. Let's check in with her and see what she can add. Amanda, can you hear us?
Well, yes, I can. I wanted to add also to that a little while ago, the assistant fire chief from Arlington County said that if indeed these fires kept burning, that they would have, if it was a danger to the firefighters, they would let the fires burn rather than put any of their firefighters in danger. They wouldn't put them in there. If it was going to put them in danger, they'd just let the fires burn out. And he said they would be able to do that because it wouldn't harm anybody who is still inside that building. A very good indication a while ago that they don't expect to find any survivors. And as Holly said, 80 people so far have been pulled out of this building who have not survived, and they don't expect to find any more survivors here. Now, we spoke with a wife of a man who works inside this building. She declined to give her last name. Her name is Tracy. Her husband's name is Eddie. They live in Woodbridge, and her husband, Eddie, is a civilian accountant for the Army. He's worked in this building for 11 years, but just 2 or 3 months ago, moved into the D&E rings here, moved his offices into this location. She is standing on the side of the road, getting as close as she possibly can be to this building because she's not heard from her husband since last night. I believe we have an interview from her, if we can roll that and listen to what she has to say about waiting for her husband.
President Bush.
Resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win. The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens. But we will not allow this enemy to win the war by changing our way of life or restricting our freedoms. This morning I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes to rescue victims, to help the citizens of New York City and Washington, D.C. respond to this tragedy, and to protect our national security. I want to thank the members of Congress for their unity and support. America is united. The freedom-loving nations of the world stand by our side. This will be a monumental struggle of good versus evil.
but good will prevail. Thank you very much.
Seeking a formal declaration.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Flag,
Please. Formally,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone who
We
said
have Congress in a clear way.
Thank you all. Thank you all. We'll take flag, please. Thanks.
President there, speaking from the Cabinet Room, flanked by Secretary of State Powell, Vice President Cheney. You can also see Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld there and the other Cabinet members as well, saying that this is an enemy that hides in the shadow. The government will be back to business, certainly not business as usual. Rob Sahani, Professor, if I may ask you, the President's key words here, repeating some of the themes he said earlier, patience, focused, it will take time, but we will resolve this issue. Is the President saying to people, there's not going to be an immediate response, we're not going to see cruise missiles on the way in the next 6 hours, this is going to take some time?
Absolutely, and I think that's the right approach. We need to find out exactly who's behind this. The key word is we need to find out who's behind this. A lot of names have been thrown out. But I think another very key point about the President's remark was something that we're going to see in the next several days, an international coalition of good versus evil. I think the President is beginning to rally international support, and I think this is absolutely essential. I think he's doing the right thing right now. Those were the key words, in my opinion, the fact that the United States is not alone, because when we strike, we will have the world on our side. And I think that's what he's laying the groundwork for.
So turning to U.S. allies, coalition building.
Absolutely. 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 Much like his father did during the Desert Storm. He built a coalition with patience, but when he went in with force.
The President also said, we do want to point out, he is going to send to Congress a bill for emergency funding to give D.C. and New York all the assistance it needs, but also to protect our national security. So.
The President saying this morning, too, not going to allow the enemy to win by changing our way of life. And even though the President does say that, everyone is now accepting that there are going to be changes in our way of life with regard to security, how we pass through airports, and that sort of thing. That change seems to be inevitable from a security standpoint.
Absolutely. I think there are domestic ramifications in terms of how we conduct ourselves going through airports, coming into airports, but I think also fundamentally a change in U.S. worldview, a change in U.S. foreign policy. The fact that we are now going to have to, whether we like it or not, we owe it to ourselves and the victims of this tragedy to work on, for example, the Arab-Israeli conflict. More so than we did before. I think we have now we've seen a change in the dynamic of U.S. foreign policy.
The United States lately has been out pretty much alone with Britain with regard to Iraq. We've seen our coalition partners from 11 years ago now saying we have the wrong policy towards Iraq. The French notably have been eager to reestablish commercial ties with them. Is it likely now in the wake of this we're going to see renewed solidarity?
I hope so, because there is no doubt that the French and the Russians, by the way, have enormous commercial interest in Iraq. Iraq is one of the world's largest oil reserves. They have the world's largest reserves of petroleum. In fact, the joke in the energy industry is that when the last barrel of oil leaves the Persian Gulf, it'll say made in Iraq, not made in Saudi Arabia. Maybe, yeah. So absolutely, that's a very good point. However, I think this speech right now by the President laid the foundation for that we are going to go after whoever did this, and he will have the support of the French and the Russians in this particular case.
He will have support, but could it also work the other way, that they will begin to try to put pressure on President Bush, saying the policy must change, saying that this perhaps is a consequence of some of the U.S. policies? Could we also see it cut the other way in the long term? I agree with you. In short term, we probably are going to see a great deal of statements of solidarity.
You're absolutely right. Eventually, when this dust settles, the French are going to go to protect the French interest. The Russians will protect the Russian interest. We are going to have to protect American interest. However, in the long run, Lark, I think what everyone will agree to is Saddam Hussein needs to be removed. There needs to be a change in Iraq. The people of Iraq have suffered. Iraq should be a very wealthy country. Today, it's a very poor country. And I think we will see an international coalition designed to get rid of Saddam Hussein. There might be some differences in terms of strategy, but I think in their policy, I think we'll have a united front.
I want you to stand by because we do want to go to our Elizabeth Leamy, who is at Union Station. Elizabeth, what information can you bring to the table?
Very helpful information for anybody who's still trying to get home. Union Station is busy, but it's not bustling, it's not packed. My theory is that people don't realize that train travel is an option. They don't realize that all Amtrak trains are running, and that's a shame because it's the best deal in town at this point. Amtrak is honoring its own tickets from yesterday from people who had to be evacuated. Amtrak is also honoring airplane tickets and bus tickets. We were inside the station a little bit ago, and we want to show you what it looks like in there so you can get a feel for how it's really pretty calm. I mean, there were some lines. Most passengers seemed relieved, exhausted. Some were nervous. Everybody had a story, that's for sure. Some examples for you. One woman was supposed to fly home to Boston. She's so eager to get home that now she's going to take the train. If I'm not mistaken, that's like an 8 or more hour train ride. Another woman was in the air bound for New York at the time that the crisis happened with the World Trade Center. Her plane had to turn back, circle around Philadelphia. You will see in the video at some point a woman sobbing and crying. She was ready to take a train, this woman, but still afraid for her life. And then there were other stories that were just very simple, like a woman that we met named Alva Moy. She was here for a conference, and at this point she was going to leave several days early because she had her reasons. She felt it was important. Here's what she had to say.
The situation and everything, the chaos, it's best that, you know, just be together, you know? It's so upsetting.
Very upsetting indeed, and a symbol of that upsetting day that the whole nation is having is flags at half-staff out in front of Union Station. Of course, the U.S. flag and flags of all the states are also flying at half-staff today. Sad day for the country, but a good day for train travel. So again, if you're one of these people who needs to get home to loved ones or perhaps even needs to get, you know, closer to the New York area to help people there who are in trouble, you should definitely check out what's happening with Amtrak. Lark?
All right, thank you, Liz. We should mention, right, an Amtrak spokesperson told us earlier that they do have regular service on the Northeast Corridor, including going into New York City's Penn Station.
We have Cheryl Johnson with Metro on the phone. Cheryl, I believe you have an update on the status of the Pentagon Metro stop.
That's correct. As of 11 o'clock this morning, we are providing service to that station, but for Pentagon employees only.
Okay.
Because there will be police there to check people's ID to see if they have valid ID to let them get into the Pentagon facility itself.
So the only people who will be allowed to get off there, you'll have to show your Pentagon ID. Is that correct? Or if not?
People to go into the Pentagon itself. I mean, technically, if somebody wants to get off and just stand on the platform and then get back on the train, that would be permissible, but they won't be going anywhere other than, you know, getting off and getting back on. But again, it's primarily to accommodate those personnel who are working today so that now they will have a way to get home.
To get there, yes.
And to get there.
And Cheryl, I'm sorry, National Airport stop still closed, though?
Until 3 o'clock. We will open up at 3 o'clock because the National Airport will allow people to come into the main terminal to get their baggage. So if people wish to use Metrorail to get out there to pick up baggage, they will be able to do so starting at 3 o'clock.
Any sense of the ridership today, Cheryl? Is it lighter than normal? What can you tell us?
So far, it does seem to be lighter than normal, but I also need to indicate one other thing, and that is that anybody who usually would catch their buses at Pentagon will still not be able to do so. They do need to go over to our Pentagon City station.
Okay, so emphasizing again, no bus service at the Pentagon. You can go to Pentagon City. And do you still have the extra supervisors out there directing people around the areas where you are diverting buses and having service that's not quite normal?
Correct, we do.
Okay, so you should have information if you try to get to a place where you normally would catch your bus. Hopefully you will be able to find someone from Metro to tell you where you can go to get some public transportation today.
Cheryl Johnson from Metro, thank you very much for calling us. We hope you'll check back with us anytime there is a major change in service. We'll be waiting to hear from you.
We sure will.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We're going to go turn back now to Professor Rob Sahani of Georgetown University. Also does energy consulting, and certainly that is one of the concerns here about the whole impact of this situation. You were saying earlier that it should not have an impact on energy stability.
Absolutely. I think those of us in the Washington metropolitan area, East Coast, throughout the United States, should not be worried about the price of gasoline. I think if your viewers do see price gouging situations, they should immediately report it, because there is absolutely no physical problem with supply and demand for petroleum. We have ample supplies, there's ample demand, and the markets will stabilize. There should be absolutely no problem at all.
And we should point out that this is something that has happened in the past. People get a little bit concerned when we get into any type of international situation, and there's sometimes an immediate price reaction. Checking the wires, it seems like what has happened already is a sense that things have calmed down in some of the markets around. Of course, oil is different, though, because it operates on the spot market as well, which sets a very immediate price for it. I believe that's in Amsterdam.
Absolutely, Rotterdam. In fact, the price of oil, 50% of it actually is determined by the spot market, whereas 20 years ago it was on a different long-term basis. Having said that, I believe that once again we should reiterate the supply of petroleum into the United States is stable. The critical issue is the psychology of the markets.
Right.
There will be some pressure on oil prices. We might see $1 to $2 increase in the price per barrel.
Per barrel.
However,
Okay.
per barrel.
Per gallon, right.
Per barrel.
Per barrel.
But this will probably reflect negligibly at the pump. Maybe 1 cent at maximum, if that at all.
Professor, if I want to ask you, just for people who are now suddenly learning all these new terms, Hezbollah, the Palestinian situation, the Taliban, is there a common linkage in these groups? Because we tend to think of them, they are basically in different parts of the world when you look at the map, but is there a common linkage in there?
There is a common linkage in that obviously they're mostly Muslim. However, they separate there in that the Hezbollah that you referred to is, for the most part, a Shiite organization with very strong links to the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is a Shiite country. Shiism, on the other hand, is a minority in the broader Arab world, which is Sunni, and so that's where they part. Hamas is different from a religious standpoint, which is Sunni, from Hezbollah, which is Shia-driven.
So when we saw those celebrations, which is in the West Bank town of Nablus, that is not exactly the same as the followers of the Taliban in Afghanistan.
Absolutely. There might be, actually in the Palestinian issue, roughly 20 to 25% of Palestinians are Christians, actually. So there you even have a more complex set of dynamics at play. But you're absolutely correct. In Afghanistan, the Taliban practice a very extreme form of Islam called Wahhabism. And it is taking Islam to its purest form. I shouldn't probably even say purest, but to its most fanatical form.
Okay, Professor, we want to stop right there for now, and we do want to go out to Holly Morris at the Pentagon. Holly. Holly Morris over at the Pentagon. Can you hear us? Okay, we'll try to establish
contact. Just as soon as we can establish contact, because we believe that she has a family there. So let us know as soon as Holly can hear us. Holly, can you hear us yet?
Hello, hello. Check.
You're live now, Holly.
All right. Thank you. We wanted to check back in with you because we have a lot of different people coming down to this site for all different reasons. Dennis Burstein is at my side right now. He's from Alexandria. And Dennis, I want you to tell me why you brought your family down today.
Well, we wanted to bring the 3 kids because it's a very sad day, but it's still a very historic day. And we wanted them to get a look close hand because this plane struck less than 10 minutes from where we live. We have family in New York where the planes hit the World Trade Center. We actually were living in the Philippines when Mount Pinatubo blew. So we just wanted them to get a first-hand look at a day that they'll probably remember the rest of their lives.
You work in the school system, correct?
I do.
So you had the day off. The kids also had the day off. Did the children have any questions for you last night when they came home from school and they saw this on the news?
Not really. My daughter Zara, who's in high school, didn't have regular classes. They were glued to the TV all day. And my younger ones, my wife took them out of school earlier in the morning, like a lot of other parents at the school did. So they were seeing a lot of it on the TV all day as well.
How did you supplement that coverage? How did you talk to your children? If you don't, what are the ages of your children?
They're 6 and a half, 10 and a half, and just about 17.
So you have a wide range of ages. How did you talk with them about this incident?
Well, we talked during the newscasts, and then what we did as a family is we lit a candle in honor of all the people who had passed away, and we said a short prayer at the table while everybody was together.
Is there a lesson that the children can learn from this?
Well, I think the lesson is enjoy life, and you know, when your time's up, your time's up, but you can do a lot to be careful and enjoy your life, and quality of life is very important.
Dennis Bernstein, thank you very much for coming out here and sharing your story with us. As you can see, some of his children standing by there, and it's getting very loud. You hear some of the helicopters coming in. We've had 2 or 3 land just in the last few moments or so, but right now we're seeing a lot of people come down and just view this amazing sight behind us as we literally are living history today. Lark, Michael?
Thank you so much, Holly. You're right. It is quite a history lesson, very into that age range of 6 to 17. I was curious as well as how old the children were. What do you say to someone as young as 6 about this scene before them? I mean, very difficult.
Right, and speaking of scenes before them, on the left-hand side of your screen, you see the scene in New York City. This, we believe, is the wreckage of one of the newer remaining buildings that had that collapsed. Building 7, it's often been referred to. This was a 47-story building. We believe that's what we're seeing right now. And you just see the tremendous amount of smoke. Remember, once again, this is more than 24 hours after the impact. Of course, this building caught fire later on in that day.
You have so much focus yesterday, obviously, on the 2 towers, and we're realizing now that much of that area down there in Lower Manhattan is affected by this tragedy.
And of course, as you pointed out, when we see these controlled implosions, which we've gotten so used to watching, and the buildings coming neatly down, not touching either building on either side, this was anything but that. These are 210-story buildings, enormous-sized buildings coming in literally the most crowded section of New York, and so no doubt that's what we're looking at. Patrick, we're going to go now to Patrick McGrath. Our Patrick McGrath is on Capitol Hill, and Patrick, I understand the senators now have begun making each their 10-minute allotted speeches.
Senators and House members, Mike, both houses of Congress really want to demonstrate today that they are not stopping the business of the nation because of the terrible attacks. But it certainly is not business as usual either, because they're only dealing with one matter, and that is this joint resolution that they plan to pass later today. It condemns in the strongest possible terms the terrorists and the attacks, and it indicates the determination of Congress to support the President in bringing to justice the perpetrators. And the more important matter, though, it says it commits the Congress to support increased resources in the war to eradicate terrorism, and that's an area where Congress can be most helpful. The session opened today with speeches in the floor and the House. On the House side, Democrat Dick Gephardt brought members to their feet.
And let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, by the time the 435 members of this body have spoken today, the world will have no doubt about who we are, what we will stand for, and what we will not stand for. And I yield my
On this occasion, we are once again showing the world what it means to be an American. We make a solemn pledge that we will honor all of the victims by committing ourselves to defend our land, our families, and our freedom. Today we go back to work in Washington, New York, and all around the country, and we're determined to show the world that America will not be defeated by anyone.
That was House Minority Leader Dick Gephardt speaking there. He was preceded by Congressman Dick Armey, the majority leader of the House. Now, this afternoon, both the House and the Senate will receive separate briefings, intelligence briefings on what has happened here, and that is going to be an important matter because you've probably heard the President earlier today saying that he is going to ask Congress for emergency funding authority. And, of course, depending upon what they hear about the needs, that will help persuade the Congress to pass that important legislation. Mike, back to you.
Pat, I'll take it. Obviously, we've got activity there inside the Capitol with the lawmakers making their speeches. Just give us a sense of what's happening outside there with the congressional buildings, a sense of security, which was already tight on Capitol Hill. What can you tell us about that today?
It is tight. I see some people here, why don't you pan over this way, Reggie, if you can. There are some folks over there that look to be tourists, but the normal indication of, I mean, there's usually big lines of tourists. The tourism is the place, the whole Capitol on a beautiful day like today is crowded with tourists. And so obviously restrictions are in effect, and you probably maybe have to know someone to be able to get into the Capitol because I think, I mean, unless tourists are too nervous about coming, and I don't think that's the case. There isn't that degree of tension down here, but there's no question it looks different than it normally looks, and in fact, the place where I normally park, I wasn't able to park today, and our photographer, Reggie Stevenson, also had to park much further away. So there's no question the security is still there, but it's nothing like it was yesterday.
All right, thank you so much. Our Pat McGrath on Capitol Hill, of course, will be monitoring the speeches today and the progress of that joint resolution that will condemn these horrible acts.
Despite the devastation yesterday at the Pentagon, work continued there in some ways and some places, and today people returned to work as well. Fox 5's Noel Tucker has that story.
On the south side of the Pentagon, where a lot of people are using this entrance to get to work today. A lot of people who weren't scheduled to be here, but they're just coming in, either trying to find out if their offices are okay or looking for friends and co-workers. Some people bringing children to work with them, bringing snacks, and basically bringing a lot of support. A lot of people are also coming out, about an equal number of people who found out they aren't wanted here today. Their offices aren't ready, or there's just no work for them to be done. Some people are setting up over in Crystal City. Some people are just hanging out on this walkway because you can see the fire there. There's still a lot of smoke, and they're watching the fire crews go up these huge ladders to get onto the roof. The smoke is going south with the wind, which is going this way. So everyone on this side is pretty much out of the winds, out of the smoke's way, and they're okay up here. A lot of people just hanging out really and talking about what they're going through. If you can pan down, you can see all the crews over there. The Red Cross crews have set up an area where they're giving people food and giving people a time to rest there if they need it. And taking a look over this way, you can see how full the parking lot is. A lot of people have come to work today, whether they're staying or leaving. There is a lot of activity. Everyone we talked to said they're really just here in a show of solidarity to show that they are not afraid of anyone and they are not afraid of coming to work on a day like this. Down here you can see the ambulances standing by. There hasn't been any action as far as we've been here, but all of them say they're just standing by to show support. No real schedule. They say they'll be here as long as they're needed. On the south side of the Pentagon, Noel Tucker, Fox 5 News.
And here back now live in the Fox 5 studios, we were with Georgetown professor Rob Sahani, who is monitoring events and reacting as they unfold. And I do want to mention also the Australian Prime Minister had been scheduled to address members of Congress today, but that has been postponed, canceled perhaps, but that he did attend some of the opening session.
Professor Sahani, you heard some of the speeches by Dick Armey and also by Dick Gephardt today. Very strong words. And I'm just wondering, though, are we setting an unrealistic expectation for the United States? We're saying we will not stand for this, we will find those who are responsible, but yet even with past incidences, it's been hard to pinpoint exactly who was responsible.
I think on one level, Michael, it is important for Congress to show its support and solidarity with the President of the United States. On the other hand, I agree with you. It is going to be a very difficult task to really pinpoint blame here. A lot of names, as I said, have been mentioned. But the fact of the matter is, it's going to take some time before we really find out who exactly was behind this. But irrespective of who was behind it, I think what you heard is that when the response comes, the Congress of the United States, the people of the United States will be supportive of the President and of whatever action he takes. And I think what they're trying to do is give the President as broad a latitude, really, as possible. The resolution might, for example, include the word war, in which case it gives the President even more latitude to do whatever he really wishes in terms of retaliation.
Yeah, we should point out that the President has a fair number of critics in the Congress on Foreign Policy before this incident. I suspect we won't hear a lot of that today.
Yeah, his critics were obviously pointing to the fact that they felt that the President was not engaged in the Middle East issue, the Middle East conflict. I think today all that should be set aside and we should just take our lead from our President, basically, and Commander-in-Chief.
Professor, we'll ask you to stand by because joining us once again today is Professor Darrell Jenkins, aviation expert with special unit at George Washington University. Darrell, we are so happy to have you join us today because a lot of questions we feel you really are the person to answer. We have learned a lot more about these 4 hijackings in the past 24 hours. Specifically, now the thought that this was not a case of airline pilots flying with a gun to the head, but in fact, the thought now that these were planes piloted by the terrorists themselves.
Yes, that's a totally reasonable assumption. I'm a pilot. Everybody I know is a pilot. We've had all these chats. there's not one of us, even with a gun to our head, who would have done that. We would have flown it into the ground first. So the scenarios that are developing right now in the press are all very reasonable. We're all working under the assumption that the pilots in all of these cases were dead. The people who were piloting those planes were, in fact, well-trained pilots. Now, if you look at the Boeing 757 and the 767, you really see how clever the hijackers were, because they have common cockpits. So you only have to have one type rating to fly either of those planes. So it also made the training that the hijackers went through much simpler in getting ready.
Let's just sort it out for people that the two airliners that hit the World Trade Tower were 767s, and then the other two, the plane that hit the Pentagon was a 757, and the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania, a 757. But you're saying if you can fly a 757, you can fly a 767.
That's correct. They're common cockpits, so if you have type rating for one, you have a type rating for the other. These things were all gassed up for very long-haul flights. I'm looking at it on your screen right now. As you see them entering the building, he's got the plane angled for maximum impact. It's 300,000 pounds of plane loaded with fuel, probably 100,000 pounds of fuel, and they're going probably at 300 miles an hour. So the impact and the explosion of that is really quite incredible.
Professor Jones, go ahead, Mark.
Let me just ask you about these reports that they had perhaps box cutters and homemade knives. I know you have worked on various commissions dealing with airport security. How could that possibly have happened, President? Do you think they had to have some inside ground help, or could this have been smuggled through the metal detectors?
Well, the likelihood of I mean, when you go through a metal detector, I live out in Fauquier County. I'm a farmer. I always carry little pocket knives with me. I take them out of my pocket, I put them on the thing, they look at them, and they run you through. So if it's under like 2 inches, a pocket knife can go through without any problem whatsoever. If you go into any airport, once you get through security, you have lines of stores, and each one of these stores have shelves full of things that come in boxes, and you use box openers to open these things up. So I doubt seriously that there was any security breach whatsoever. We don't know exactly that they used box openers or anything else. I've heard reports that they had sharp plastic or whatever. I mean, that can be fashioned after you go through a security checkpoint. So what it looks like is we have a group of terrorists who were very focused on what they were doing, who went through amazing amount of practice and logistics to pull this off. They had planned out everything in amazing detail and then carried out their plans excessively well.
Professor Jenkins, if you could just hold with us for 1 second, I want to get a very quick update from New York City, from outside St. Vincent's Hospital. This has been one of the hospitals dealing with among the most number of casualties. Catherine Herridge, reporter, is there live. Catherine, can you hear us?
This morning we've had 5 more firefighters brought to St. Vincent's Hospital. They were brought here because of exhaustion. Hospital officials are emphasizing that they were not rescued from the rubble. What they did tell the hospital is that the activity at the rescue scene is intensifying. Of course, that is good news, but it also brings with it complications. A senior hospital official telling me that as they move in the heavy equipment, they try and remove the debris, they try and remove the dust. They stir up that dust. And one of the injuries that they've been seeing over and over with the firefighters is an abraded cornea, abrasions to the eye. Essentially, that very fine concrete dust that's flying through the air becomes stuck to the moist part of your eye and caught under the lid. So as you blink, it scratches the eye. It's very painful, and it makes it very difficult to see. The latest information we have on casualties at the hospital, they've had 365 so far. 90 have been admitted. 4 sadly have died. Also, 64 paramedics and rescue workers are being treated here. Today, what they expect to see are people who were injured yesterday but were well enough to go home. In essence, the walking wounded who realize now that they are much worse off than they had previously thought. They also have mental health professionals on hand because they do anticipate a great deal of counseling as the city has its grieving process. They've been overcome here, though, by the way that New York has reached out in this emergency. They've had volunteers, about 500 doctors, 150 nurses. But they have to consider two things now. One is just the physical exhaustion of these volunteers. Many of them have been going for 24 hours. And then also the mental and emotional exhaustion from what they've seen, the severe burn wounds, the fractures, just the horrific scenes that they have seen in downtown Manhattan. As one of the senior hospital officials said to me, we've had a bit of a lull, and that makes us very anxious, and it speaks to the gravity of the loss of life in this situation. I'm Catherine Herridge, reporting live from St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan. Back to you.
All right, Catherine, thank you very much.
Yeah, we certainly do not want to lose sight of the human dimension of what's going on. As she said, it is ongoing because some of the people who are working now are being treated for various things, including, as we've been pointing out, this question of when you see this, it looks like dust, but it is much more dangerous than that, these eye abrasions that we're seeing.
Professor Darrell Jenkins of George Washington University, you're still with us, we hope? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Professor
Yes.
Jenkins.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about the turning off of the transponders. This was apparently another ingenious move by the hijackers. Explain what those transponders do and how turning them off hindered the efforts to stop them.
From the nose of the...
Professor Jenkins, Darrell Jenkins? Okay, we'll try to reestablish contact with him as well later on.
Yeah, we will try to get back to him. He said he's worked on security issues at airports and having to do with aviation. We get a little bit of echo here. We'll even that out. We're here in the studio with Professor Rob Sahani. We've been talking about the global policy issues involved, energy issues. Want to weigh in once again?
I think that the best clue that we have as to what's going to happen over the next several days and weeks is from the President of the United States. Just to reiterate again, I think he is going to call world leaders, friend and foe in this case, and build a coalition and prepare us for a strike. And I think it's going to be soon, not later. But I think that's going to be the message, international coalition of good against evil.
I just want to mention, to tell our viewers, as they're watching these pictures here, the left side of your screen, this is some of the damage in New York City. You will notice at various points picking up, you could see a car was picked up by this. Gives you some idea of how massive this is. This is a big piece of equipment here. So as we're talking, just look at this massive cleanup effort here, and some of the, when you can pick out something, it is quite amazing to realize that the job that's ahead of them here.
We should reinforce on the right-hand side, even though it does say Washington, D.C., the specific location there, Arlington, Virginia, of course, the location of the Pentagon. That is not a scene from inside the District of Columbia itself, but that is obviously the ongoing situation at the Pentagon. Professor Sahani, I did want to ask you, though, about what is going to go on with regard to those in the world who have been on the fence with us, the countries like India, countries like Pakistan, which at times have been allies of the United States, at times had strong disagreements. Many of the communications regarding Osama bin Laden have come out of Islamabad, Pakistan. What is their reaction going to be?
Well, there is a side story to all of this, which is the cooperation between Pakistan intelligence and the Taliban. And that's another side story. The broader issue, however, is that I think in this particular case, the government of Pakistan, the president, and the president of India will be supportive of whatever action President Bush takes, because there is collateral damage to them on the ground from any activity that Osama bin Laden and his supporters play out. India has a problem with Islamic extremists in Kashmir. The Pakistanis have a problem internally. So I think both countries do realize that this should not get out of hand for them as well. So I think in the broader picture, we will see support from those two key countries as well.
Countries, but in the past have been, at times, have thumbed their nose at the United States, especially when it came to this whole issue of nuclear testing. So that's a very sort of fragile relationship with both of those countries.
Absolutely. I think
in terms of reliability.
I think what we can expect is Iraq, possibly Syria, possibly Iran will condemn whatever we do, and there might be demonstrations against the U.S. in the streets of the Arab world. But beyond that, I think the world will be united against America, with America.
Let me just ask, we saw Senator Biden there on the floor. Kay, if we could hear him, we would probably perhaps should take a little bit of that live. He's obviously a key Senate Democrat working in foreign relations. Can we hear Senator Biden or no? If not, we'll try to get back to
Chairman of the Foreign
Secretary
Relations.
of State and other leaders in the administration, They are impressed by what they believe to be the heartfelt, sincere, and resolute offers of support to deal with terrorism that not only come from expected quarters like England and France and Germany and Italy and our European allies, but from unexpected quarters. And the word should go out to those who pretend that they wish to be our friends, that they're going to have to make some very difficult choices. Pakistan in particular is going to have to make a very difficult choice very soon, for we are counting. We are counting and we are looking. Words will not be sufficient. Actions will be demanded. And the answer, all of us say, we'll never let this happen again. Well, the act of a single individual strapping explosives to their body is probably something no one can ever guarantee will not happen. But dealing with well-organized, well-funded, well-coordinated, massive actions are something that can be dealt with, but only in a multilateral way, only internationally. No matter what we do, if we fail to lead the world in a multilateral unity of absolute resolve, I say to you, sadly, this could happen again. But I am convinced it will not. Today, as it has for 212 years, the United States Congress has convened. 2 miles down Pennsylvania Avenue, President Bush sits in the Oval Office, leading the executive branch and the country in a wide-ranging investigation to find those who committed these barbarous acts. Around this city and around New York, dedicated public servants are back at their desks in federal office buildings doing the people's business. In New York, the city that never sleeps, it has worked around the clock in search of survivors, and they will.
You were listening to that was live from the Senate. Joe Biden, the Democrat chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, interestingly had been making a point that we had just been discussing about Pakistan, and he is saying to Pakistan in particular that we'll be counting, we will be looking. What was Senator Biden saying?
He's basically saying to the government of Pakistan, you have to show your colors. You are either with us or against us. And I think another point about Senator Biden's remarks is going along the lines of what President Bush was saying. The chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee is basically saying we are going to take action, but we're going to do it with our friends. We're going to build a coalition. We're going to have international support. And that's a very good message and a very clear message.
Professor, we're going to ask you to hold on again. Fox 5's Al Feinberg is going to join us now. From Portland, Maine, we understand, and Al, there's information there regarding one of the suspects' cars connected to one of the Boston hijackings. Al, go ahead.
That's right, Michael. I am outside Portland. We have some new information. 2 suspects who flew to Boston from Portland, according to the governor of Maine, the car that they used has been impounded at the Portland Jetport. What we know is that these men, 2 suspects, are believed to have come from Nova Scotia to Portland via ferry and then flew from Portland to Boston. Now, the car that they left behind was identified last night at about 11:30 at the Portland Jetport garage. According to state police spokesperson, it was then taken to the state police crime lab in Augusta at 3 this morning. Unlike the Mitsubishi that was found at Logan in Boston that had Virginia plates, this car was a blue Nissan Altima, and there were no plans, as there were found in the other car, about the attack. However, they did find cigarette butts. This is all that we're told, according to the Portland Police Chief Michael Chitwood. He was quoted by Associated Press. There were cigarette butts found next to the car. They'll be tested for DNA. And as we said before, the car is being taken to a crime lab. There's a noon press conference that will be held at the Portland International Jetport. We're going to make an effort to get there and bring you up to date a little bit later on and any new information that we find.
Now, this is new information to us, so let's walk through that one more time so people understand what is going on here and the significance of this information here from Maine. So now we have this blue Nissan that's involved. Walk us through it one more time.
All right. What is believed to be the case is that 2 of the 5 suspects that they're looking at right now came from Nova Scotia to Portland via ferry. They then, we can presume, got a car and used that car using New Jersey driver's license, we believe to be the case, and then drove that car to the Portland International Jetport, where they boarded a plane to Boston. The car was identified last night at 11:30 by the authorities, and at 3 a.m. today was impounded to the Maine State Police Crime Lab in Augusta.
And what kind of plates are on the blue car, Al? Which state?
I do not know what plate.
Okay.
Al, we do know that they used to obtain the car. It's believed that they used New Jersey driver's licenses.
Okay, we got that. Thank you, Al, very much. Go ahead. Just want to be sure we're sorting it out.
And as of right now, there is a press conference that was going to be held probably within a half hour at the Portland International Jetport. We're efforting getting there, and we'll bring you up to date on any new information that we learn at that time.
So, Al, this car was traced to these people by means of the rental records?
That's what we know at this point. There is not much more known at this time, or if it is known, it is not being told to us by authorities. The FBI chief in Maine is declining to comment on the report. We do know though that the governor of Maine, Angus King, has confirmed the information that these 2 suspects flew to Boston from Portland.
Al, you might be aware reports out of Boston are also indicating 2 suspects, and we're going to assume that these are 2 different suspects, entered the United States in Baltimore, at least one of them did, went to Portland, then back to Boston as well. Now, we're going to assume now that these are 2 separate suspects. Are you hearing anything about them?
No, I'm not, Michael.
Okay, we'll have to sort that out for ourselves as well. Okay, Al Feinberg.
All right. All right, and of course, here in this area, we're trying to sort out what exactly happened at Dulles Airport. We're going to go to our John Hinrahan. John. John, can you hear us? It's Lark and Michael in the studio.
Okay, we'll continue to work on getting that.
That's all right. I've got it, and I've just got it confirmed. There's a million stories, of course, because tens of thousands of travelers are stranded throughout the United States because of the unprecedented shutdown of the airline system. But one story we came across is odder than most. There was a team from the Pacific Northwest that was in Northern Virginia. They were actually working on the installation of high-tech communications devices. They heard about the airline crashes into the buildings in New York. They heard about the Pentagon. They grew so worried that they fled the entire metropolitan Washington region, driving down to Virginia's Shenandoah Valley. We got an interview with one of them. Here it is. We apparently don't have that tape. Come on back to me here. The information that I was just reconfirming, they went down to Waynesboro, Virginia, by the way, which is beyond Charlottesville on the other side of the mountains in the valley. So one of them had a relative who lived there. Now they're back up, of course, trying to figure out when they'll get out of town. The information I was reconfirming is that Reagan Airport and Dulles Airport are still completely closed. The plan is still that they will reopen at 3 o'clock this afternoon only for people to retrieve their luggage. Many people have left their luggage in their cars here yesterday because they were summarily, essentially booted out of the airports very quickly. Meanwhile, we have this tape. This is a gentleman named Dean Darwin from Seattle, Washington. Here's his story.
We were actually doing an install out at Nextel's facilities when it all happened, and we decided to get out of the city entirely. So we weren't we were fearing that what was going to be next. So we went to Waynesboro. We went about 2.5 hours south. Somebody has a relative down there, so we just didn't even pick up our bags or anything, just stopped and left.
Now, we also have encountered most travelers, of course, involuntarily are staying here, and some of them spent the night in local hotels because the rooms around the airport were jammed. We saw a lot of them getting on payphones this morning. telling relatives that they're okay and they're trying to get home. Right now, the air traffic system is completely ground to a halt, and we don't really know when airlines will start flying again.
Question, the Marriott Hotel there in Dulles was at least supposed to be, according to American Airlines plans, their place for a crisis center where the families of these victims on board the Flight 77 could gather. What's happened to that now? Is that totally not going to happen because of this national air traffic stop right now?
Yeah, the airline actually does have some bereavement employees here. Yesterday, about 20 people came here. They were local people coming, and they talked with some of the counselors. The counselors are still here, but they left at the end of the day because they were local families. Typically what happens is this occurs at the airport where the flight originated from, and this is the flight, of course, that went into the side of the Pentagon. Because they couldn't bring families from anywhere else, they only got the several dozen or so people from around here. So we have bereavement people here and no one coming in for them because they had them yesterday. And other American Airlines employees are handling them in distant cities.
All right, John, thank you very much.
Well, now, that may change out as they come by train, perhaps, or by bus, or by car, so we may begin to see that. Also, do just want to mention, though, that there are many dimensions to this. He said there are many stories from the individuals who were simply caught up in this and didn't quite know what to do, the travelers, but there also is that investigative dimension, and we had that FBI special agent who said that it may just be a tip from someone who saw something in a parking lot at the rental counter that may be the key that helps them try to piece together what happened there in Dulles Airport.
The clues have already been coming in, apparently.
Right, about who was able to hijack that plane.
We do have a report now from Fox 5's Diane Roberts. She's been following the situation at the National Red Cross. Here's Diane's report.
Here at the Red Cross headquarters, it is packed. People just keep piling in. There are people outside waiting in line as well. In here, you've got tons of people. They're sitting inside. They're reading the newspapers, reading the newspaper accounts of what has happened in the nation's capital. There's a gentleman over here who is wearing an American flag vest. Sir, do you mind if I ask you what brought you out here today?
Blood. It's pretty much that simple. Tried to give out blood yesterday. They said they were overflowing, so they said to come back today. So got up early and tried to come out here before work.
It would be easy for you just to say, they couldn't get to me yesterday, I'll just give up. Why didn't you do that?
Well, because they're not gonna. There's no such thing as having too much blood in the blood supply. So.
And you wore the flag vest, I'm assuming, is some sort of symbol?
Yeah, I was listening to the radio today, and someone was talking about flying flags if you have them. I don't own a flag, but my mother made me this vest about 6 years ago for July 4th, so I decided to wear it today.
Seems like an appropriate time. Thank you for your very time. And there are stories all over this place. Back here is the main area where folks are giving blood. People who no doubt have been standing in line quite a long time. Do you mind if I ask you, sir, what brought you out here today? It's obvious you're here to give blood, but why?
I think a lot of people, well, me personally, I'm pretty angry about what happened yesterday. And it's just the only thing I know what to do to help the people that need it. And they kept saying on the news there was a real blood shortage, so this seemed like the right thing to do.
Can you tell you out, and when you're reading this article and giving blood, what's going through your mind?
Actually, I'm a regular blood donor, so I came out regularly every other month, but obviously I'm concerned with what's going on in New York and here in Washington as well.
We feel that we want to give just like everybody else gives, and we saw an opportunity to come over this morning to take part in giving blood, and felt like we should show ourselves, we should represent the armed services and the Coast Guard and come out and do our part.
That report from Diane Roberts.
Yeah, at Red Cross headquarters. We want to go now to Mark Wolfson with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Tell us at this hour what your priorities are in terms of the Pentagon.
Yes. Right now, of course, the priorities are our urban search and rescue teams that we've moved in to assist DOD officials with searching for victims. There are 4 teams operating over at the Pentagon, 2 from Virginia, the Maryland team, and we have also bringing in one of the task forces from Tennessee to help. These are specially trained teams. The folks in the D.C. area are familiar with the Fairfax County team and the Montgomery County teams. These teams have worked in a number of different disasters, including the Oklahoma City bombing tragedy a few years ago. Up in New York, we've got 12 teams going there. There are already 3 teams there. We brought them in via military transport, but they're coming in from all over the country, and that's our priority right now. We also have, through the Department of Health and Human Services, they have a disaster medical system, too, that works with FEMA, and we've got 4 of their disaster mortuary teams working up in New York, and we also have 3 disaster mortuary teams over at the Pentagon assisting with the victims over there.
Mark, in fact, I understand that one of those mortuary teams is setting up at the Jacob Javits Convention Center, which is New York City's relatively new main convention center, an enormous building. Due no doubt to the enormity of the casualties likely there.
It's going to be a long haul for all of us, and it's going to be a difficult situation. You know, as people have commented before, we have never faced something like this before in the United States of this magnitude. Oklahoma City was just the one federal building, but the Twin Towers is just another whole story for us.
Talk about other activity in the Washington area. Have you set up that station at the Anacostia Naval Station, for example, a mobilization center?
Right. The mobilization center at the Anacostia Naval Center is where the urban search and rescue teams are coming in and staging out of. You know, we're working them on shifts. This is very intense, stressful work, and so we rotate them in and out of the operation. They need a place to go back to kind of gather themselves and rest, and that's what's going on at Anacostia.
And Mark, that's important too, because as difficult, as demanding physically and mentally as this work is, you have to be careful not to burn out these people whose skills are so vitally needed.
Absolutely, and you know, over the course of time, we may need to bring in additional teams to spell these folks. You know, it's take some days to get through this, and as in Oklahoma City, we ended up rotating a number of teams through there. We may need to do the same here at the Pentagon.
What have you been told to prepare for at the Pentagon in terms of the capability you're going to need in terms of receiving and processing bodies?
I don't have any details on that at this point, but the fact that we have 3 of the mortuary teams that are going to be working there, you know, we want to make sure that it's done right, and that you know, this is we take care of this appropriately. Those teams are specially trained to handle the situation, and they will help the local officials to deal with this. By the way, I should also mention that the FEMA Director, Joe Albaugh, was over at the White House this morning with the President, and he will be going up to New York a little later today.
Will we hear from him out of Washington before he heads up to New York?
I'm not sure what exactly his plans are. I know that there is going to be a news briefing over here at FEMA headquarters a little later, around 1 o'clock this afternoon, and I believe our acting Deputy Director, Mike Brown, will be speaking to the media along with a number of other federal officials about the response operations.
Mark, working with the Red Cross, FEMA is opening up family support centers at Fort Belvoir, Walter Reed Medical Center, and Bethesda Naval Medical Center. What services can families who need them find in those centers?
There's a number of things that are going on at those centers. The Red Cross has got you know, crisis counselors to help people deal with the situation. You know, they also work with them on, you know, making sure that we determine the location of, you know, who is where, and any other special needs that they might have. That's what the Red Cross does so well.
Now, President Bush has talked about sending over an emergency measure to Congress to get adequate funding. Is there a figure that FEMA has given the President to say, Mr. President, this is the number we want you to ask for?
Don't have an exact dollar figure on that yet. You know, they're working on those numbers over at the Office of Management and Budget now, and you know, but that will go over fairly shortly. The President's Disaster Fund, which is the money we use to respond to disasters like this, is where that money will go.
Mark Wolfson, we want to thank you for coming on to talk to us. We want to break away from you right now. We want to go up to a press conference taking place now at Boston's Logan Airport, an FBI press conference. A lot of developments there. Let's check in with that.
Department of Transportation, U.S. Secret Service, and the U.S. Marshals represented. We're also involved in Massport's command post at Logan Airport. We'll continue to man these command posts and continue our joint investigations around the clock until all investigations have been completed. We are coordinating our investigation with FBI headquarters and with other federal agencies. A website and a toll-free tip line has been established. For this case, we're using the Internet Fraud Complaint Center website, which is www.ifccfbi.gov, because it's an existing site designed to receive information from the public. The toll-free number is 1-866-483-5137, and we've had these two lines up for the last day, and we have been getting some good information and some good tips. At this time, the White House is coordinating all public information at the national level. As this is an ongoing case, I'll not be discussing the case or taking any questions, but I can assure you that absolutely everything will be done to identify and bring the perpetrators to justice. Thank you.
Sorry. We have one more speaker, Massachusetts U.S. Attorney Jim Farmer.
Listening to a live briefing that's taking place at Boston's Logan Airport. You heard from an FBI special agent, basically just sort of outlining who's involved, but declining to take any questions. Of course, many questions because the reports, the Boston Herald and others now adding details to it about these 5 possible suspects. We now know of a car at Boston Logan, a white Mitsubishi that is being searched, and our Al Feinberg bringing us information about a blue Nissan found in Portland, again believed to be related to those 2 hijackings out of Boston's Logan Airport. All
having to do with the very curious moves of these suspected terrorists in the days leading up to this attack. I want to bring in Professor Rob Sahani of Georgetown University once again. When we look at this now, cars, one group possibly entering in Baltimore, flying to Portland, then back down, another group ferrying over from Nova Scotia to Portland to Boston. What does that tell you?
A very, very well-planned attack, very determined people, and very well-financed. On the other hand, as the horrifying images that we've been seeing today of the airplane hitting directly into the World Trade Center, one cannot but think of a distinction between some who've commented that this might have been fanatics trained on a short-level basis to run this plane into that building, or possibly actually trained pilots, former Afghan Air Force officers maybe, former Saudi Air Force officers, whom Osama bin Laden or whomever
might have recruited
for this, because the angle of that plane hitting that building is a very difficult angle, but they've done it, which may suggest that this was a trained pilot.
And in some cases, what we were seeing here is planes banking violently and then coming into their target, which would support that theory.
A trained pilot.
And that's what they were reporting about the Pentagon situation, about the aircraft that hit the Pentagon, that to do that it had to go at a steep angle, and clearly the Pentagon was...
You cannot train to handle a 757 and a 767 in a short period of time.
And then yet, once again, as we've seen so often, apparently no warning, and then we see small clues that lead to possibly, hopefully, big breaks. An argument with someone in an airport leads to the discovery of a car. We don't know exactly how they've tracked down this car in Portland, Maine, but little things leading to these major things, and then someone leaving a training manual in the car. It would seem like that would be very incongruous in a sense.
I'm confident that our intelligence community, FBI, CIA, will come up with the necessary leads and give the president all the information that he needs to respond. But most importantly, I think the president has already laid it out. There will be a response, but not only for those who did the act, but those who sponsored the act as well. And there will be international support for America on this issue.
We should point out that as we are sitting here, that on the floor of the Congress, members are making statements on the Senate side and on the House side, with the expectation being sometime later today a joint resolution will be passed, no doubt unanimously condemning the attacks and supporting the president.
And this, in more than just spirit, too, because as Lark points out, what this resolution will require then is for Congress to authorize the spending of money. And as we've seen in the past when it came to reinforcing embassies around the world, requests for money were sometimes not filled, and there were complaints that we had left some of these embassies dangerously vulnerable.
Absolutely. And not only that, I think, but a broad language resolution, really, to give the president as much latitude as he really needs in this time of tragedy.
Once again, now we're looking at live pictures from New York City, I believe, once again. And, of course, our point of reference, screen going black temporarily there, our point of reference when we look at this, for those of us who are familiar with New York, is really so thrown because we are used to orientation of seeing the World Trade Centers right there at the center of Manhattan, really the symbol of modern New York.
My wife worked in that building, actually, and yesterday, as she saw the scenes of the building collapsing, she collapsed herself because she had friends in that building. It has touched every one of us in a personal way. And I think in this time, moving away from foreign policy, just hold our loved ones and cherish what we've got, basically.
Yeah, we don't want to lose sight of the very human dimension of this.
We want to rejoin Fox 5 Sky Fox pilot Steve Adams, who had a unique viewpoint yesterday up in Sky Fox, which was commandeered. Steve, tell us about the unique role that you played yesterday, where you were really helping as an aerial traffic controller here, coordinating all these helicopters trying to make medevac runs there on the grounds of the Pentagon.
Right. Well, yeah, you hit it right on the head there. Basically, the police, the D.C. police, came to us and asked if we could help out in any way, and of course, you know, we were more than happy to help. We could do our part any way that we possibly could. And basically we did that. We went up and orbited near the Pentagon, and also just conducted air traffic control. As the EMS helicopters came in, we would guide them in and give them a place to land, keep everybody safe, out of the smoke, and coordinate the effort so everybody was, it would be a more smooth transition for everyone coming in and out.
Steve, I know that you get very busy. You're flying a helicopter, which takes absolute concentration all the time. You're coordinating with the other aircraft that's around there. But at what point did you start to look at what was on the ground and really think about what you were seeing?
Well, during the lulls, when we would have everybody on the ground or nobody coming in or out, of course, and at that point I would just take a look, and I tell you, just looking at the hole in the Pentagon and the whole of the scene down on the ground is just amazing. The effort of all the people, and it's just, at points it was just shocking to me and surreal, in fact.
Steve, we should also point out that the rules for flying were really suspended for you yesterday. Washington, for anyone who flies around it, is a labyrinth of restricted airspace due to the Pentagon, due to the airports, due to the White House. But what did they tell you yesterday when they asked you to take off?
Well, basically, normally the procedure is to contact the Reagan Tower, National Tower. However, they weren't in operation, of course, and so we were coordinating through the Air Force fighters that were overhead at first, and then also with the Park Police helicopters who were on scene as well. And they basically said, get over here in the fastest way you can, which means direct to me.
And we should also point out that while you were up there and while we were live on the air yesterday, police were alerting us as to the possibility of another threat, yet another jetliner possibly hijacked heading your way. What was happening in the skies while we were reporting that here on the ground?
That's right. We got the same reports in the helicopter from both the Air Force and from the Park Police helicopter unit that was there. And basically we were told, just make sure we have our head on a swivel, basically looking out for anybody that might be coming in, and the possibility of this plane being, I heard at one point 10 miles out, but there were several aircraft they were tracking, not just this one possibility, just the one possible airliner that was 10 miles out, and then there were several that were low level, slow moving.
And there were F-16s up that were basically flying cover, making sure that who was ever up there was supposed to be up there.
That's right. They were identifying everyone visually. First they would do an electronic ID, and if that failed, then they would go in and they would do a visual ID of the actual aircraft themselves.
Steve, were the other helicopters that you were coordinating, were they coming in on medevac missions, or were they just making their way to bring supplies in to the Pentagon area?
Actually, both. At first, it was mostly just EMS only coming in, we had very few going out initially, and actually during the whole process there were very few EMS flights out. At the very beginning of the crash there were flights in and out, but once we got on scene that had slowed down a bit. But towards the end of the mission, I would say around 2, the mission had changed and it began more of a bringing supplies in, tents and triage kind of equipment to help set up the ground folks.
And Steve, we're on our screen right now. There's pictures taken on later on in the day yesterday, but before, when you were initially up, and really the smoke was really covering much of this huge building, the largest office building in the world by space, I'm assuming here that you could not have seen the true extent of the damage at that point.
Right. At times the smoke was rather thick, and you couldn't even look inside the building to see anything. And then once the wind began to pick up again, you would be able to look. As well as the firefighters, they would get what appeared to be they would get a handle on the fire, and then suddenly it would flare up in a bit further down the west wall, or up actually, more towards the north on the west wall. But times you couldn't see anything. That's true.
And, you know, we're looking down at that scene from yesterday as well, and I'm going to ask you, where did you land these helicopters? The helicopter pad, that big H that we see there, that, as it was today, was very, very close to the point of impact. There's a lot of emergency vehicles around in a major parking lot there, plus 395. Where did you get these helicopters in and out?
Well, there's a cloverleaf just to the west of the Pentagon itself, and I can't recall what road that is now, but we were landing most of the helicopters in the cloverleaf itself. But I also have to say that during the EMS helicopters coming in and out, there were also VIP helicopters in and out, and we put those on the eastern side of the Pentagon just to deconflict all our traffic and help everybody get in and out, the people that needed to be there as well.
I want to ask you now, it's been about 24 hours or so since this has happened. You've had a chance to really digest the unique perspective that you had yesterday, virtually the only one in our area with it. What are your thoughts now, 24 hours later?
Well, I tell you, it's so unimaginable that this could happen, that somebody could take an aircraft and do what they did with it. It's just unimaginable.
Okay. Steve, we want to stop you right there. I want to thank you for joining us, because what we want to do now is go over to Bob Barnard, Fox 5's Bob Barnard, who is at the Pentagon with some breaking news. Bob, go ahead.
Okay, I'll have TLC right here. He's on the line.
Bob, this is Michael Gargiulo in the newsroom.
Please hang up and try again.
Okay, we were having some trouble with Bob. We're going to try and reestablish some breaking news from Bob Barnard. We're going to get to that as soon as we possibly can. What you're looking at now is a close-up view of some of the wreckage, and this has been a sight we've seen all too often in the past 24 hours. We've been watching this situation going on at the Pentagon, and as they said, one of the problems they're having there, which getting this fire out, is due to the solid construction of the Pentagon itself with layers of cement and wood, and they're doing what Fox 5's Holly Morris described as a trench cut, trying to both get some air to and water to this fire. But right now we do want to go to Fox 5's Bob Barnard live on the phone. Bob, go ahead. Okay, Bob, it's Michael. Can you hear us? Okay, we'll continue to try and reestablish with Bob. We do know he has something important that he wants to report, and we want to get it for him. We are going to switch gears now. We're going to go up to New York, and this has been a day after in New York City. The smoke is starting to clear quite literally. They're trying to get a better idea on casualties, on evacuations, and getting into these buildings they were not able to get to. We're hearing that New York City, south of 14th Street, which is basically downtown, has been shut down. We're going to go here to Fox's Maui Falconer live in New York.
We are a few blocks away from the worst terrorist event in U.S. history. Dust and soot still fly through the air and buildings still smolder. Thousands of people are missing, possibly presumed dead. Hundreds of firefighters are missing, dozens of police officers. But amid all the tragedy, there are glimmers of hope, stories of rescue. 9 people have been pulled from the rubble, and the search continues. U.S. terrorist targets the day after. Thick smoke and debris cover New York's famous skyline. On the ground, lower Manhattan is splattered with the devastating reality of the attacks.
Buildings were still burning last night. A lot of firemen, a lot of cops, all working together unbelievably.
Secretary of State Colin Powell says the U.S. will go after those responsible.
This was an assault not just on America, but on civilization.
The House of Representatives meets to show unity to the nation.
We will need that strength in the days ahead. Throughout our proud history, we have met every challenge, and we will meet this challenge.
The president spoke this morning.
This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever.
New York City and Washington, D.C. are now headquarters for recovery, search, and rescue.
We're going to come out of this emotionally stronger, politically stronger, much closer together as a city, and we're going to come out of this economically stronger, too.
Area hospitals treat the wounded and wait for more victims.
The staff, as unfortunately, was anticipating and hoping that we would receive survivors during the night, and I think everyone was very disappointed that we did not.
Keeping vigil, donating blood, the rest of the nation remembers the fallen pillars of liberty, trade, and defense. Cranes, gas trucks, and camouflaged military vehicles speeding up and down the street behind me that leads to and from the wreckage. Tons of debris so far have been brought out, and food and water and
We want to leave that report from New York to bring you some breaking news from the Pentagon itself.
Here's our Bob Barnard. Bob.
Hey, Lark and Michael, we are on a phone because we were trying to get into and around the Pentagon property. And as we were driving up to the Pentagon, just within the last few minutes, we've seen everybody running from the building. And we've seen firefighters who are at the crater site moving south and away from that to another side of the five-sided building. They are still on the roof. But the building has been evacuated. We had stopped to take some pictures, and an Arlington County K-9 unit came up and told us to move it along. And I asked him, is the building being evacuated? And the guy said, yes, it is. So we don't know what's causing that. But people, some were walking fast out of the building, others were running. So right now, at this moment, 5 minutes or so after noon, the Pentagon is being evacuated for some reason.
That they are getting people out of the entire structure.
You guys, I couldn't hear you for that second there. Repeat that, Michael.
Bob, I just wanted to clarify here. What you're talking about here is the Pentagon itself, the entire structure. The folks who have been let back in, they're all coming out, according to what you can observe.
At this side of the building, the southwest side, it's the side that is as you look at the crater to the right. Now, I don't know about all around the Pentagon, but I would imagine everyone's being evacuated because people were pouring out all different levels, ramps and what have you running, and the firefighters were we saw like 30 firefighters on the roof all together moving, and that's the first thing we saw, not knowing what that was, and then seeing everybody running out of the building. So obviously they were moving the firefighters who were doing the firefighting on the roof near the crater site, near the crash site. They were moving them away as well, but they were not. There's a ladder right there, but they were not leaving the roof. They were staying on the roof, but everybody else on this side of the Pentagon was running from the building.
Yeah, obviously we're going to try to get our picture established where we have that roof shot. As you mentioned, it is a huge building, a huge complex. They had allowed workers back into other sections of the building. They've had briefings from there this morning, so that's why we do want to talk cautiously about whether or not it is a total Pentagon evacuation. That indeed would be something if that is what's going on, but it's clear at least part of the Pentagon is being evacuated, and not just the firefighters.
That's correct. In fact, the firefighters were staying on the roof. The civilians, we saw people in street, regular civilian clothes, and also in military uniforms. A whole bunch of those people were fleeing the building and getting to the far side of the parking lot on this side of the Pentagon, the southwest side of the Pentagon. And I can only imagine, because of the situation and the uncertainty, that this is a guess, of course, but I would imagine they're evacuating the entire Pentagon.
And we do know from an earlier briefing at the Pentagon there that they've been talking repeatedly with our reporters and at this briefing about concern about instability in the building, concern about the building being unsafe. We don't know yet if it is related to that or if there's some additional threat or concern, and that is what we're going to try to find out.
And they go ahead, Bob.
Well, I was just going to say that the part that we were watching people flee from was quite a distance from where the fire had been, and at this point we didn't even see any smoke coming from the Pentagon. So as we were approaching on 395, my first thought was, they finally got the fire out, because I left here around 1 in the morning. This is my first time back, and it was clear that they had the fire out. Pardon me. So we stopped to take some pictures of the activity from this side, and all of a sudden, first the firefighters all on the roof, and then people pouring out the exits of the Pentagon. So this is not an area real close to where the fire was.
All right, so clearly something is going on there. So we'll make some calls and we'll try to sort out what's happening. Bob, and maybe you can catch some of those people and ask them what they have been told.
The problem is we've been shooed away by Arlington County Police, so we can't. We're down 395 a little bit now because they didn't want to stay in there. They were kind of clearing out the area.
Certainly not surprising.
Not surprising.
Not surprising, Bob.
While we're going to keep track of that situation, we also want to go and rejoin Fox 5's Patrick McGrath live on Capitol Hill, where members of Congress have been speaking out today. Pat?
Thank you, Michael. Senator George Allen is with me of Virginia. Well, Senator, first of all, do you know anything at all about this evacuation at the Pentagon?
I've been getting briefings as quickly as I can on it. You're getting news moment by moment. It's not surprising. I was wondering how they actually could be operating because, you know, ventilation systems and electrical systems are all connected. And I know that it was part of a morale type of effort to make sure that, look, the Pentagon's still operating. They're still vigilant. They're still planning for our security. So I'm sure they're being very, very careful. I remember watching actually Fox News last night, and still when I left here, you could see the smoke. I'd drive by it on my way home and still see the fire going still last night. And so, and some very brave firefighters who had to be told, get off that roof. So it's not surprising. They'll still operate. They have backup plans.
And this isn't some additional terrorism activity.
Oh, no.
It's just residual fire.
No, it's very hard to put out the fires in that roof structure. They're timbers and so forth, and those can smolder a long time, and it's very difficult to get to them.
President Bush, in his remarks this morning, said he was planning to send up an emergency funding authority. Do you have any inkling of what he wants and what it will go for and how much it'll be?
No, I don't. We're going to get a briefing at 2 o'clock this afternoon, a secret classified briefing here in the Capitol. Undoubtedly, it'll be for emergency services, whether that's in Virginia, in Northern Virginia, or whether that's in New York. That's clearly going to be needed. And there's also going to need to be some help for folks, let's say, in California grieving. So we'll also maybe need some beefed up funding for intelligence and possibly also defense. Of course, my view is we ought to bring up the defense bill and get that settled.
Right. And the Pentagon itself, what kind of funding, what are we going to need to do to repair the damage done at the Pentagon?
It needs to be repaired. It's a 5-sided building, not a 4-sided building, and that needs to be rebuilt. Obviously, we're going to have to assess the amount of, we don't know yet, the extent of the damage. In fact, the damage is still occurring. So once that's determined, whatever that amount is should be put out to competitive bidding, and the funding should be there. That probably would be part of it, although at this point I'm not sure how much funding would go to it, but we'll certainly get the Pentagon back up. And obviously, it's going to take weeks up in New York to be clearing all of that rubble. It's not as if you bring in a bulldozer. It's got to be picked out with the hope that there are still some people alive, as well as at the Pentagon.
And one quick final question, Senator. You have a concern about not being too strongly motivated by revenge in this case. Tell me about that.
Well, we first have to comfort those who have lost loved ones. 2, we need to find who the culprits are, and obviously they ought to be punished for it. But in our effort to punish those culprits, these cowardly conspirators who've committed this terrorist vile act, we need to remember what makes America unique and great. And it's an understanding that we have God-given rights and the government protects them. And this should not be a cause to abrogate our civil liberties of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, peaceable assembly, or the writ of habeas corpus. And so let's stay strong and resolved and still the beacon for freedom-loving people in the world.
Thank you very much, Senator George Allen. Clark and Mike, back to you.
All right, we're going to go to our Holly Morris at the Pentagon. There's a developing situation there. Apparently, they are worried about the threat of spreading fire. Holly, what can you see? What do you hear?
Well, I could not hear the last report that was just filed, rather. I don't have any information on spreading fire. The information that I'm going to share with you is very serious information. We were just standing here, just like Bob Barnard was, not far from here, and all of a sudden we saw everyone literally bolting from the Pentagon. They were definitely spooked by something. We rolled tape on it. Everybody was running as far as they could away from the building, getting back at a good distance. We noticed a helicopter immediately circling from above. At that point, field producer Terry Tolliver came running over. She had just had a conversation with a Fairfax County police officer, and he confirmed the fact that for some reason over their police radios, they received word of an incoming plane. I know that that seems almost impossible to believe at this point, but they heard over their police radios, this is a conversation our field producer had firsthand with a Fairfax County police officer, of word of an incoming plane. Obviously, reason for everyone in and around that building to be spooked. And it obviously makes sense then that they would evacuate the entire Pentagon as opposed to just the section where they were working on. Originally, when we first saw people running, we thought perhaps maybe something had collapsed, something had caved in, because all morning long and into the afternoon we have talked about how their #1 concern was stability and that they needed to really shore up everything on the first floor so that the floors above would remain standing, and even use the cranes to peel back some debris so that they could then get into that blast zone, and that they were literally working on either side of the area of impact. But at that point, when everyone started running, and then we heard Bob Barnard's reports about people running from all sides of the Pentagon and then clearing the entire building, even those people that are working in safe parts of the Pentagon today, that's when we, again, I will tell you, we received word, Terry Tolliver having this conversation firsthand with a Fairfax County police officer, that for some reason they received word over their two-way radios of an incoming plane. There was also a police vehicle nearby and some other officers standing around, and that transmission came over the radio and they too heard it. So obviously things have tensed up a bit here at the Pentagon. For the first time here, we don't really see any smoke. We don't see any fire coming for the building. That's the first time I've been able to report that since I was here early yesterday when the tragedy first started. But right now, there aren't any workers here or anybody on the back side, so it looks like they have once again approached the building, so perhaps they have been able to confirm that that report was untrue, because obviously there's not supposed to be any air transportation in the air at all today in the entire nation, except for, you know, police patrolling the area or military aircraft that need to be in the air. So other than that, everyone's kind of on their toes right now. We haven't heard any word of fire spreading, so I can't comment to that, but I would assume that it shouldn't be too long before they come out and give us another update as to what just happened, because obviously something significant happened, something where they felt like everyone in the Pentagon was once again in danger for their lives. Lark and Michael?
Holly, thank you very much for that report, and we'll try to shake out that situation as soon as we can. Now, though,
we want to go to D.C. Mayor Anthony Williams joining us live by the phone. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Have you received any information about what's happening there at the Pentagon right now with people obviously being evacuated from that building?
No, not at this minute. No, I haven't.
Tell us.
I can't help you.
Tell us then about what is happening in the city in terms of the state of emergency. Are we still under a state of emergency?
We're under a state of emergency because there still obviously is a high level of uncertainty here. We still have a lot of information that has to be sifted through and assessed. Still a lot of consultation underway with the federal government and making a determination with them on what they're going to be doing and our support for it. So for all those reasons, and also to be prepared for any contingency that may arise, we want to have this in place so that we can respond as rapidly, as quickly, and as decisively as we can. But having said that, we want to move toward a level of as much normalcy as we can, getting kids back to school, getting government fully open, getting the streets flowing as well as they normally do, which is not well, but at least, you know, kind of chugging along. So.
Have you made a decision about reopening the schools? What can you tell the parents at this hour?
Well, a final decision hasn't been made, but certainly my preference is to get the schools open, to get the kids back in school. I think that's a good environment for them right now.
So you would like to do it tomorrow, is that what I'm hearing, but no decision has been made?
I would like to, but no decision has been made.
No, we want to emphasize that no decision made.
I look to our school officials for that guidance.
Okay.
Mayor Williams, I want to look ahead a couple weeks to the expected World Bank IMF protest. How are these actions of the past 24 hours going to affect our planning for that? Do you think there's going to be a lot more tolerance for a lot more of the types of protections that people have been seeking to keep protesters away from sensitive areas?
Well, I think that, I mean, in terms of general background and context, certainly I think the level of precaution is going to change now because the overall environment has changed, I think, forever since September 11th, and that's something that I think we all understand. We have to be judicious about it and temperate about it, but that's certainly true. A practical reason is that, you know, we've got a major incident at the Pentagon. We've got a major incident still unfolding up in New York, and they're asking for mutual aid and they're receiving mutual aid. New York is in no position to be providing the expected mutual aid they were going to be providing to us. So that's another practical consideration. My heart goes out to all the people, families of folks at the Pentagon, and certainly families of folks up in New York, especially the public safety people who lost their lives in this horrible, horrible attack on the country.
Just walk us through the next few hours, how you expect to be spending your time and how decisions are going to be made about reopening the schools. What's going to happen in the next few hours?
What we're doing on an ongoing minute-by-minute basis is working jointly with the federal government. So we're obviously doing the consultation on the public safety front in terms of the level of security required. That we have a level of consultation with local area governments, state and county governments in the surrounding area, with the school officials, with the business community. When all that's done, we hope around 5 o'clock we'll be able to make a determination and make an announcement, and I hope be able to get things moving back to normal. But that's my hope, and my preference is obviously got to be, a decision's got to be made on the best up-to-date information that obviously supports the quality of life we want, but also fundamentally the safety of our neighborhoods and communities.
And Mayor Williams, we've had the D.C. National Guard, the 372nd Military Police Battalion out. Do you imagine they're going to be assisting the MPD for the next couple of days? What's your projection with regard to that?
I mean, that's something one of the issues that we're looking at tomorrow is where you have a heightened level of security around some of the government installations, both federal and local, where you have expanded security perimeters. Again, there's going to be an impact on already heavy traffic congestion in a normal day. So we may need some backup in terms of traffic enforcement, but that's something we're looking at this afternoon as I speak.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, D.C. Mayor Anthony Williams. We certainly hope to check in with you later as we get an update throughout the day on how this is affecting our nation's capital.
Right now, we do want to try and get some clarification on exactly what's going on at the Pentagon. Bob Barnard joins us once again live by phone. Bob, have you found anything else?
I have, Michael and Lark, and I believe it will confirm some of what Holly Morris was talking about just a few minutes ago. Arlington County Police and Fire Communications tell me that they had gotten a report of an unidentified aircraft in the area of the Pentagon, and that is what precipitated the evacuation, and that they since determined that it was friendly aircraft. They didn't identify it beyond that, although many helicopters have been ferrying in people and hovering around the Pentagon for the last 24 hours. So we're not sure what kind of aircraft someone saw or some people saw and thought was perhaps threatening. But that was what sparked this recent evacuation. And you can see people are still outside the building right now. I spoke to a Defense Department spokesperson, a woman still in the building, who sounded a little out of breath and said they didn't know what was going on, but that while they cleared out most of their office, a few were staying and didn't know what was going on. And then after that phone call, I spoke to Arlington County communications officials who said that despite the Associated Press report, which said that it was a threat of perhaps the fire spreading, that in fact Arlington County is saying that it was this report of an unidentified aircraft, which has since been determined to be friendly. And as Holly was showing you, and as our pictures tell, there is no more smoke here at the scene of the crash from yesterday. So if there is a threat of the fire spreading, and that being what may have also led to the evacuation, then it's something we can't see and may be going on away from view. But I believe, according to Arlington County officials, more likely the scenario where you see all the people outside the building on the right side of your screen there is because of this report of an unidentified aircraft.
Certainly it's understandable. The sensitivities are very heightened. And even though, as you point out, all commercial air traffic has been stopped and that they have military aircraft monitoring flights, that anyone who they can't identify, obviously they're going to...
That immediately they would respond to that, because it was yesterday, of course, that American Airlines flight was crashed into the Pentagon.
And it looks like some of these people are heading back toward the building. We don't know if the all clear has been given, but it looks like some of these people are now heading back toward the building. And again, no word if there was a threat, any kind of threat accompanying the visual of the unidentified aircraft, but they were taking no chances, obviously.
All right, Bob, we want to thank you very much for that report. We're going to go now to our Audrey Barnes, who I believe is at the Alexandria Sheraton Hotel. Audrey, what's going on there? Audrey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Audrey, you're at the...
You're on live. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Audrey.
We're at the Sheraton Suites in Alexandria, where they have answered a call for help from the Salvation Army. The hotel will now be providing food and shelter for the dozens of volunteers who are helping out at the Pentagon. Last night, members of the Alexandria Police Department SWAT team stayed here at the hotel for what will certainly be the first of many long days to come. Now, this morning, hotel staff started unloading some food donations that they're getting from local merchants and vendors. And inside, they've set up a virtual assembly line of people making sandwiches and box lunches for the volunteers. The Salvation Army has about 200 volunteers to feed several times a day, and they need as much help as possible to keep all those volunteers well fed. The Sheraton's management is asking for food donations from the public to make all those meals. What they want most of all are non-perishable food items, things like bread and peanut butter and jelly, canned fruit, other canned goods that can be eaten immediately. Also, they need water and pasta, two very critical items for the volunteers. And if you have some of those non-perishable food items and water that you can donate, the hotel is located at 801 North St. Asaph Street. It's near Madison in Alexandria. And also, I have a number if you want to call to volunteer. It's 703-836-4700. Larkin Michael?
Okay, so the first word we've heard of this appeal, the Sheraton Suites in Alexandria are responding to an appeal from the Salvation Army, and so they're using this hotel now, and they're saying to people you can call, and they're needing donations of perishable items, bread, non-perishable things that easily they can convert into sandwiches, water, things of that nature. So you can call the number that Audrey mentioned, 703-836-4700.
And it's been really fabulous to see how people have responded. Diane Roberts was down with the National Red Cross where people were donating blood, and in some cases, in other parts of New York City around here, people were waiting, they said, for hours for some reports.
Yeah, and in fact, we saw earlier also in Diane's piece, and one man said he tried to give blood yesterday, they couldn't take him,
and he came back today.
And he came back, and I'm sure that that's being repeated in many, many places.
And as Bob, just to bring you up to date with the latest developments out, and there we see Amanda Bergen, we're going to go to her in just a second. Bob Barnard reporting that there had been a report of an unidentified aircraft that caused them to get people out of the Pentagon. Fortunately, that appeared not to be substantive. Hopefully people start coming back in.
Can you hear us now, Amanda?
I can hear you both. I can tell you that we were just after Holly Morris and Bob Barnard both reported what had happened here when there were reports of an airplane. We were looking up and saw that plane in the sky. Our photographer, C.J. Harrington, pulled out a pair of binoculars and was able to see what looked like a passenger jet. We couldn't tell if it had any name on it, but we could see, I could see it with my own eyes, and it was flying north, actually. It was flying northwest from the Pentagon. It's gone now, it's out of sight, but our producer, Terry Tolliver, also did say that it was identified as a friendly aircraft. So, in fact, it actually did not present any danger whatsoever. But those were not the initial reports. And as everybody has mentioned, people just flew out of here as soon as they heard that. Of course, something very scary to hear about an unidentified aircraft in this space because, as you know, the FAA has closed off all American airspace at this time. Larkin Michael?
Yeah, we should emphasize that, right, that the planes are still grounded. They are not flying. The exceptions, of course, have been military planes and also medevac helicopters.
Right.
So.
But
certainly not commercial aircraft, and it did look like a commercial passenger jet.
There have been, we should point out, though, there have been some exceptions made in rare cases because they're using some commercial aircraft to ferry blood and precious supplies from one part of the country. I do believe some blood heading up to New York might have been headed off on a commercial jetliner. But understandably, with the events of yesterday, you could see why that response was the way it was.
And Amanda, from your vantage point, because the other reports were saying for the first time that they were not seeing smoke coming out of there, from your vantage point, are you seeing any smoke at all, Amanda?
Matter of fact, it looks as though the smoke has completely dissipated. I want to give you an update. Our producer has just informed us that that plane that went by was a FEMA plane, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. That was the plane that was flying in this space. Again, it was not close to the Pentagon. It was very far away. We could only get a clear shot of it through binoculars. So it wasn't at any time right over the Pentagon. It wasn't flying low. It was high up in the air. But we've just been told that it was a FEMA aircraft. Now, as for the smoke, as you can see back here, there is nothing. There are a lot of people on the roof there. They're now working in and around the roof space. You can see that they've gone in finally and that there don't appear to be any hot spots flaring up. About an hour ago, there was another hot spot that flared. Some smoke came up, but that was put out after about 5 or 10 minutes.
Because this is a site, obviously, that we have been waiting to see because they do want to move in there in a more intense way, shoring this up, hoping for the possibility of recovering victims who might still be alive, but if that is not possible, then of course they do want to get in there to recover the bodies so that their loved ones can begin that process as well. So it is good news if finally they do have this fire out. And they said to us or it was recently as an hour ago, that the roof had never been totally put out since it first happened yesterday.
And a lot of that they blamed on the unique construction of this building, a building built in the early days of World War II, where it was built with cement and wood layered, and even as Senator Allen of Virginia said, it's going to be a tough fire to put out. Hopefully they've made the headway that they wanted to make. As we look at a very tight shot there of the E-ring, the collapse section, and one of the special apparatus they've brought in to get water on that right now.
Let's go to our Holly Morris, who also is at the Pentagon, has another vantage point. Holly, what can you tell us?
Lark, I just talked with a worker who literally just came from the scene, and he said he did to verify that that aircraft was a FEMA aircraft and that it didn't give the proper codes for today, and that's why everyone was so spooked. But he said what I really wanted to inform you is about the shoring up process, because I know everyone's been talking a lot about the stability, and I know we also have the ability to give you a mass cam shot. If we can get that, you can probably see a higher vantage point, and this is exactly how he explained it to me. You see the big hole in the building. Well, on the left-hand side of that hole, about 30 feet back from that sheared wall, that is an area where they have confirmed that there are no bodies in that area. And that area right there, they spent all last night trying to shore up from the first floor. We talked a lot about that as far as cranes removing pieces of debris, but then also them bringing timber in, heavy timber from the outside to kind of shear it up. He said that absolutely is not working, and that Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue, he said, you know, they're coordinating this whole thing. There are 4 USAR groups that are working here, but they're coordinating it, and he said literally they're the best in the world, and if they say they're not going in there, then none of us are going in there, because it simply isn't safe. So what they are contemplating right now and what they are talking about is that they're thinking of maybe just going ahead and using a wrecking ball and tearing down that section that I explained to you, so that they can go ahead, he said, that because it's going to fall down. He said it could fall down today, tomorrow, it could fall down in the next 5 minutes, the specific section that I'm talking about. And he said so what they're thinking about doing is going ahead and taking a wrecking ball and just tearing that down, so then they can go ahead and get closer then to the area where they need to look for more victims. Lark and Michael, that's the latest that I have firsthand from a worker that just left from inside the Pentagon.
Holly, I want to be sure I'm clear on this. When he said it wasn't working, the efforts to shore this up wasn't working, so then the alternative becomes take it down, peel it back, and then hopefully you can get some stability and again begin to look for bodies. Is that right? Exactly. That's what they mean, Lark, as far as, because what he said is, you know, their first concern was they want to shore it up so that they could go in there and look for survivors. At this point, they do not believe there are any more survivors in there, and in the exact area where he's talking about, that's actually to the left-hand side of the big hole in the building. And if you remember us talking earlier today, they've been working from the left and the right-hand side because those were areas where they could get into, and they were working to shore those up kind of as they got closer and closer to the blast zone. But the efforts they've been doing to shore up the bottom on this left-hand side here, about 30 feet back from that hole, it just simply isn't working, and it's not shoring it up enough to make it safe for them to go in there and search. So they feel at this point that perhaps it's going to go ahead and fall down, so maybe they should just help it fall down with a wrecking ball so that they could then go further into the area that they need to go to help recover more bodies.
And Holly, it can be a little misleading when you look at the video there, because you see this wide open space, but what people have to remember is this is not an area that you can approach safely because of the danger, as you point out, of the collapse.
Exactly. At this point, they are concerned with the safety of the people that are working on this site. We don't want to happen here what happened in New York when the building collapsed and there were workers inside. So what they're trying to do is make sure that this environment is safe enough so that they can then proceed with the work that they need to do, so that they can proceed with recovering the victims.
Yeah, all we have to do is remember those horrible pictures from New York when we saw the towers collapse, because the damage was simply so severe. So as Michael was pointing out, even though this doesn't look nearly as severe, these are very unstable sections here of the Pentagon.
Exactly, and you have to remember that there are 5 floors here. You know, when we see the World Trade Center, we think, oh, all those floors, it's, you know, over 100 stories tall. This still is 5 stories tall, and don't forget there's a basement and a sub-basement. So, and with the columns on the first floor literally being blown away, you have levels 2, 3, 4, and 5 that the battalion chief from the Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue explained to me this morning, that they're literally just dangling there. So that obviously is not a safe environment for workers to go into.
And if this does come down, Holly, we do want to stress for people, this is not a defeat for those salvage workers. This is something they're going to do in a surgical way so that they can aid and even speed up their recovery effort.
Exactly, and it is also important to emphasize that the area that they are going to do this, they are sure and have confirmed that there are no bodies in that area. That is an area that they say they have been able to already at least remove some bodies from that area, and or there are no more in that area, so they feel confident that if they were to take a wrecking ball and demolish that area, it's not like they're going to be covering up more bodies.
Okay, Holly, thank you very much. We're going to ask you to stand by there where things are happening.
And we are also going to go to New York City now to Jane King, who is monitoring events there in the aftermath of these terrible tragedies. Good afternoon, Jane.
Good afternoon to you, Lark and Michael. We're just getting word that the airports delayed their scheduled reopening at noon, all domestic airports. It was delayed because they say there was not enough time to impose new stringent security measures. The Transportation Secretary, Norman Mineta, will have an announcement on this later today. Also, the city seems to be trying very slowly to get back to some normalcy. There's word that the New York Stock Exchange as well as the NASDAQ could be open tomorrow for trading, although that is not official. And schools will also try to open tomorrow, but still a state of shock here. The New York City landscape has forever changed, and the search for survivors continues.
Jane, I want to ask you a question because you are...
The pictures capture the start of the reign of terror. A hijacked American Airlines flight slams directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Horrified Americans watch as a second plane just 18 minutes later hits the South Tower. Both collapsed within an hour in a spectacular burst of smoke, glass, and steel.
I was standing next to One World Trade Center, and then all of a sudden I heard rumbling, and we all started running away from it. The glass blew out and threw me onto the sidewalk, and I couldn't see for 20 seconds.
It was like holy hell coming down them stairs. And then when we finally got to the bottom, they were coming out on the mezzanine level there, and another explosion came right from it, just everyone flying.
Hampered by the thick black smoke and falling debris, rescuers are beginning the long task of sifting through the rubble. Heavy equipment rolled in overnight to move large pieces of concrete. Survivors are believed to be inside the building. Lower Manhattan is paralyzed. Financial markets are closed. Subways are only partially operating. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are sealed. Thousands of National Guard troops are expected to arrive today to help emergency workers. New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says the first priority is to find any survivors.
Rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
Mayor Giuliani is saying he believes that a few thousand people are still in the smoking ruins at the World Trade Center. He will not speculate on a death toll at this point. Live in New York, I'm Jane King. Back to you, Lark and Michael.
All right, Jane, thanks very much.
Thank you, Jane, for that update. And just some other comments from Mayor Giuliani earlier. He was making an appeal for anyone who shot amateur video yesterday. There's sure lots of people probably have their video cameras or even still photographs. They do want to see those pictures. They hope it will help in the investigation. Also, he appealed for people who, the black boxes, which are actually orange, but they are secured and they may have survived that terrible impact. So
and we're already getting some hints because in some cases, the pilots who realized what was going on were able in some cases to keep the key down on their air-to-ground intercoms, and in some cases ground controllers were able to hear snippets of conversation. So little clues seem to be sneaking out as this investigation comes out. By the way, the government is reporting now that they have received over 700 clues from people who have heard this appeal for information.
So
I was just thinking ironically, Mark, Mayor Giuliani calling for home video. The Wall Street, the World Trade Center is a place where people would have those cameras out,
of course,
as they would here in Washington,
right,
D.C.
If you were a tourist, you were in town, you'd have your cameras with you there. So,
and today we have seen remarkable new angles. Of course, these were taken by professional photographers, horrifying angles of those two-plane impacts into the buildings.
So they are certain that there is more video out there, and of course, even though we haven't heard the direct appeal here, the same thing, I'm sure they would love to see if you have any video of what happened yesterday at the Pentagon. So you should contact law enforcement authorities.
In fact, we have been following what has been going on at the Pentagon. A short while ago there, at least an evacuation ordered once again because of an unidentified aircraft, which turned out to be a Federal Emergency Management Agency aircraft that at one point was not able to identify itself, has been identified as friendly. People back to work there.
Right, but what it did have, they did begin to evacuate that building. Our reporters suddenly saw the firefighters scrambling as well as civilians and other workers coming out of the building. Turns out because they were getting reports of this plane, they weren't sure whether it was friend or foe. Turned out to be a friendly plane, a FEMA plane, but you can imagine the level of anxiety that created there for a few minutes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's check in at the Pentagon now with Amanda Bergen. Amanda, can you hear us, and what's going on there now?
Well, I can quite a bit since that incident happened, and again, we want to stress that was a FEMA plane and all is well. You know, so many people have been brought in to help with this situation, from volunteers giving blood to people helping with the rescue efforts, and one of the organizations that always steps in is the Salvation Army. We have Colonel Danny Morrow here with us from the Richmond Area Command Center. You've come up here to help out. Tell me what the Salvation Army's role is in this operation.
Our primary role is ministry. We're helping to see to the spiritual needs of people. The families are gathering, and we have Salvation Army staff, officers who are meeting with those families. We also are handling a major feeding effort. We're feeding about 450 meals an hour and have been doing that since the effort started. And we're preparing to meet the needs, the long-term needs of the families who are affected by this situation.
Colonel, with numbers from 100 to 800 people perhaps dead inside the Pentagon, there are a lot of families out there who are in need of grief counseling, they're in need of support. How are you able to give all that support to that many people? How many people have come to you so far?
Well, so far, I suppose it's been less than a dozen families, and we don't pretend to be able to meet the needs of all of those people. We are part of a ministry grief effort that's going on here. It will be a major effort for us. We will have more than a dozen Salvation Army officers involved in the grief counseling as the effort moves on and as they begin to discover who's alive and who's been killed.
How do you begin that process when you don't know yet? We don't know who survived. We don't know how many people are in there. How do you counsel families who are in such, they just have no idea what's going on?
Well, we begin by evidencing love to these folks. We simply make ourselves known to them, let them know who we are and what we're about, that we are available to them. A tap on the shoulder or sometimes a hug is all these folks need. But as they think about their own fears, they then seek us out and say, can I talk for a moment? Can I talk for a little while? And that develops into a real ministering situation for us.
The Pentagon has started confirming and identifying people, not to the public, but they have identified some of the victims. Have you had any of the family members who know for sure that their loved ones didn't make it?
We have not had any of those families yet.
Okay. What do you recommend to people who need some grief counseling, need one of those meals you were talking about? How can they get that help?
Well, if they're here, we're now feeding folks who are the workers, the military people, the police people, the fire people, the volunteers, and other folks, the families. They are being taken to a site away from the Pentagon at the Sheraton at Crystal City. That's where the families are gathering, and we have Salvation Army personnel there, and there are chaplains from the various branches of the service there. But what we suggest is that people seek out a Salvation Army officer. Anyone who's wearing this uniform, we believe will be able to help those people. We can't answer all of their questions because nobody knows the answers to the questions, but we know that God knows and loves them, and we know that we love them, and that's what we want to communicate to folks.
So if there's a family out there that is in need of some counseling, they should go to the Crystal City Sheraton right now? Is that the best place for them to gather?
Yes, if they are a family that's directly affected by this, if they fear that someone they love or care about or know is still in the Pentagon, yes, they should go to the Sheraton, and they should seek out a Salvation Army officer there.
All right, Colonel Danny Morrow, thank you very much, from the Salvation Army. Also, there are a lot of people gathered on the lawn behind me, out past the media barriers. There are a lot of people there who are just here gathering to see what's going on. Some of them actually work here at the Pentagon. Others have just heard about the situation, and they're coming here to find out what's happening and to show their support. We actually spoke with an eyewitness who watched the plane crash into the Pentagon. He works here. We're going to get that tape ready for you and let you hear from him yourself in just a few minutes. But for now, I'm live at the Pentagon. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Amanda. And we're also going to...
No, go ahead. We're going to stay at the Pentagon.
We're going to stay there and turn to our Bob Barnard, who has more information for us. Bob.
Hey, Lark, Michael, just stepping in front of the camera here. We're back from the other side of the Pentagon, and it looks from our vantage point here like the firefighters back at the fire scene, which is from our vantage point, looks like it's out. But let's show you some videotape we shot just at about 10 minutes till noon, so a little less than an hour ago. We can show you that videotape. You'll see here, this is unedited videotape, but there they are, people running from the building. And this was the site we saw just a little before noon, people fleeing the building, obviously, and this is what caught our attention. And we have since come to find out that there was an unidentified plane, in fact, working for FEMA, that didn't have the codes, hadn't let people know that it was going to be in the area, and because they didn't know if it was a friendly plane or not, they ordered the evacuation. And you can see people here, we believe it was the entire Pentagon, people told to leave, this forced evacuation at all different levels. We did speak to a Defense Department spokesperson at this time who was still in her office and said that most of the office had been ordered out, told to leave the building, but she and a couple of others were staying because they didn't know what they were dealing with. And so the reports that it may have been initially some kind of a problem with the fire, maybe being threatening to other people in the building, that does not seem to be the case, that it was in fact this unidentified plane, which was later determined to be a friendly aircraft, that forced all these people, as you're seeing there on the right hand of the screen, to leave the building just before noon today. However, they were able to determine fairly quickly that this was not a threat against the Pentagon or anyone inside, and so the situation was cleared. And I think you'll see in a minute, you saw it probably a little bit earlier on this videotape, unedited videotape, which we're feeding to you live right now, and that is that there were firefighters on the roof. They never left the building, but they left the part of the building where the fire had been burning until this morning. And I believe we'll see a little bit more of that in a minute here, where those firefighters all bunched on a section of the roof south of the crater from the impact. And those people had a ladder truck up there and could have left, but they never did, in fact. And we shot this videotape before an Arlington County canine crew came up and told us, hey folks, we're evacuating the building, you need to get out of here. And again, I think you'll see here in a minute that there were maybe a dozen or two firefighters who were all scurrying before this picture was taken, scurrying to this part of the building to get away from where they were working. And I believe that's probably why the Associated Press thought that perhaps the fire was the concern. As it turns out, it was this unidentified aircraft, and eventually the firefighters are back now at the area where they've been battling the fire and seem to have won and extinguished it at this point. So that's the latest from here. Wanted to share that videotape with you as early as we could.
Yes, thank you so much, Bob. I mean, you can see the people, they're moving with haste, but not with a sense of panic. It actually was fairly orderly under the circumstances, wasn't it, Bob?
It was at all levels, the upper levels, through the parking lot, and I think when people got out of the building, they were more composed, realized perhaps that they were going to be okay. They saw the light of day and were going to be safe. But had this been yesterday, you know, of course, we were not here right at the moment when the plane hit. We don't know what that was like, but people have had a chance to think about all that has happened in the last 24, 26 hours or so. And I think now people have a greater sense of calm and purpose, and we saw that there. They were rushing out of the building, but calmly so.
And I think anyone who goes to work today in the Pentagon, it shows their devotion to duty by going back to work there today. We're going to move a little bit further down from where Bob is actually out near Dulles Airport. John Hanrahan there monitoring things at the airport. John, by my count, we got about 2 hours and 15 minutes until they open at 3 o'clock if you want to go get your luggage at Dulles National Airport.
That's right. The latest information that we've found out is that the top managers of both National and Dulles airports have been meeting among themselves for over an hour now. At 2 o'clock today, they are going to meet with what are called the station managers. Those are the managers for each airline, to try and get a sense as to when the carriers might be able to resume operations. But no announcement has been made as to when air operations will begin in either of the two airports that serve D.C. and Northern Virginia. So the plan is as follows, as we've elucidated all morning. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, Reagan National and Washington Dulles Airport will open for people who had to leave cars here and had to leave luggage here yesterday, because they took it very seriously yesterday. They wanted everyone out of here. A law enforcement source has told me that there was a lot of attention paid to rental cars here yesterday. One reason they may have wanted people out of here quickly is to try and go through those cars and see if there was crime scene information before anybody could tamper with anything. That law enforcement source says there isn't so much attention paid to that today here. I have no way of verifying this information. We're about a quarter mile away from Dulles. This is the closest we can get. And by the way, I have tried to get closer, and let me tell you, don't try. they'll catch you and they'll boot you out quite unceremoniously. One more story. Yesterday, in the first couple of hours of this, when all American, all U.S. air carriers were ordered to land at the nearest airport, this was taken very seriously. One of our photographers noticed a military jet trailing closely a civilian airliner in the vicinity of Washington, D.C. He was in Arlington at the time. By the time he swung his camera up, it was out of frame, so we have only 2 or 3 seconds of video of it. But this was taken very seriously yesterday, and there were military jets following civilian airliners just to make sure that they were going to comply rather than go toward any other targets in Washington, D.C. That did happen. One of our people saw it. Anyway, that's the latest from Dulles. The plan is open Dulles and National to people who need to get their baggage in their cars at 3 this afternoon.
All right.
And John, we should also point out that the Metropolitan Airports Authority is also saying you don't have to get your luggage if you left it there. I don't know if that goes for the cars as well, but don't feel obligated if you don't want to go out to Dulles or to National to get it.
That's right. But you don't want to crush at 3 o'clock either.
Right, absolutely.
Right. Thank you, John, for that report. I do want to mention something that's moving on the wire, something that's related. We've been worried about economic impact. Well, now Midway Airlines, citing the impact of yesterday's terrorist attacks, is saying it's going to suspend all flight operations. 1,700 employees immediately put out of work, and they are saying it is related to the terrorist attacks. Now, they were already in a precarious financial position, but it also brings to mind a lot of the airlines have been struggling, U.S. Airways in particular, so it'll be interesting to see if this has a ripple economic impact with airlines who say we need to suspend.
You know, and you're making an excellent point, too, because at this time of year when travel, and even during the summer when travel usually picks up to Europe, we saw an enormous amount of sales. Because of the declining economy, the airlines were really stuck with declining traffic for the first time in a number of years, and this certainly will make many people think twice.
There's already concern, right, that it will cut down not only on business travel but on leisure travel as well, that people simply won't fly right now if they don't have to.
And of course, we're watching what's going on in New York with the possible reopenings of the financial markets. Physically, the American Stock Exchange and the New York Stock Exchange are located right in the Wall Street area, with NASDAQ being further uptown. And of course, that's going to make things that much more difficult.
Yeah, obviously this is not a good situation. Yeah, very concerned about that.
Watching there on the right-hand side, the control tower. I believe that's where John is at Dulles, if I'm not mistaken.
John would like to be there.
John would like to be there.
We should point out he has a view of that, but they're not letting him get quite close enough. Now, that may change, of course, when at 3 o'clock they do begin to allow the people, and perhaps they will let the reporters go in as well, but we don't know that.
Right now, though, we do want to go to Fox 5's Al Feinberg. He is in Portland, Maine, where they have just had a briefing on the discovery of that car there in Portland, Maine, possibly linked to some of the suspects in this attack. Al, go ahead.
Hi, Michael. We've just, as you said, come from a press briefing at the airport, at the jetport. Police Chief Michael Chitwood confirms that 2 men are as he put it, quote, a part of a very heavy focus by the FBI, being looked at as suspects in these incidents. Of course, the 2 men were believed to be about 5'10" tall. One was wearing a blue shirt, another one with a white shirt. They both had black hair. As he described them, they weren't really light complected. Evidently, the car that these suspects were believed to have left here at the Portland Jetport garage was a 2001 blue Nissan Altima. It was brought to the attention of the Portland police by the FBI last night. The Portland police brought their bomb-sniffing dogs to the car. They did not get a hit, but what happened was they did impound the car. They took photos of it. It was impounded overnight by the state police and taken to the Maine State Police Crime Lab in Augusta, where it's being held for the FBI. Now, Chief Chitwood did say, gave you some sort of description. He said that he was shown still photos from surveillance cameras as they entered into through the checkpoint, baggage checkpoint here at the Portland International Jetport. One of the men checked the bag, carry-on bag. That's all he said he saw. There was no indication of any kind of weapons or instruments inside the bag. They went through without incident. And we do know, he has confirmed that, and somebody here at the airport, at the jetport, confirmed that these two men did board a flight flight, a U.S. Air flight, Flight 5930, out of Portland at 6 a.m. yesterday, and then arrived in Boston on time at 6:50 a.m. Michael?
Okay, Al, have they made any mention now of, they knew that these folks may have come from Nova Scotia by ferry. Any idea where they were before that?
No, if the FBI does know that, or they have any inkling of that, they are certainly not sharing information. Chief Chitwood was, there were certain things he couldn't comment on. He did tell us, though, that these men were believed to have spent at least one night in the greater Portland area before flying out of Portland yesterday morning.
Hey, Al, can you just clarify for me the situation with regard to what they carried on the plane or checked? So what, if I understood you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we have no checked baggage and just one carry-on?
We don't know about the checked baggage.
Okay.
We're not sure about that. There was no information specifically about that. We do know that the chief said he was shown by the FBI stills from video surveillance cameras of the two men going through the checkpoint, and one of them with a carry-on. He said the other man may have had a carry-on as well, but he did not see that.
Okay, Al, we want to thank you very much. You just attended a briefing there in Portland, Maine, with regard to the latest development there and the discovery of this car, a blue Nissan Altima.
Now, joining us now in the studio is Professor Jonathan Strum from Georgetown University. Thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate your time this afternoon. The Congress is now debating a resolution, making statements of condemnation. Senator Biden talking about we want our allies to step forward. You're for us or you're against us. In particular, what do those comments suggest to you as we watch this dynamic play out here today?
Well, I think that Senator Biden's statement was right. The United States is going to have to lay down the gauntlet now to both its allies, including the French and the Russians, and the moderate Arab countries. It's going to be no more, we're going to kind of wink at tacit support from the moderate Arab countries like Saudi Arabia and Egypt for terrorist groups and for people promoting terrorism, whether it's against the United States or any place else. And then we're certainly going to have to lay down the gauntlet to our enemies, Afghanistan, the Taliban, if that in fact is where Osama bin Laden is, potentially Pakistan, Syria, and there's going to have to be a choosing of sides. And the United States is going to have to say, look, for a long time, we acknowledge that you had domestic problems and domestic reasons for doing this support. It is now the time that you have to make a decision. You're either with us or you're against us.
And in the past, we have continued to send aid, military support to countries even when they didn't go along in providing us with information about these possible terrorist groups. And you say that may end.
I think that that's certainly going to end. I think that the Saudis didn't really cooperate in the Khobar Tower investigation. The Yemenis were not really cooperating in the investigation of the coal. And I think at this point that's going to have to stop, because the United States is going to have to say, look, you're either, this kind of devastation has to end. There's another point, though, that's important to make, is that the United States wasn't attacked here because of any particular policy of the United States. It wasn't anything that we did. It is our existence. It is who we are. It is the notions of freedom and democracy, which are an anathema to militant Islam, as opposed to, I'll call normative Islam, which doesn't have that problem. But the militants, they don't care.
And we've also been trying to draw the distinction here between what we describe as fundamentalist Islam and fanatical Islam.
That's right, and I think that's a very important point to make, because Islam, like anything else, is made up of different sectors, and these are people on the fringe, but they're people on the fringe with a lot of power. There are states that support them. There is Iraq, there is Iran, there is Syria, there is Libya, there is the Taliban in Afghanistan. So these all, and whether or not they supported this individual terrorist act, those countries all support terrorist groups. And I think that there is an ability to make a clear demarcation between what is fundamentally good and evil. We've tended to blur that line on occasion because we understand that everybody works with constraints. But there is something fundamentally evil about the attack yesterday.
Talk about an appropriate response then, possible appropriate responses when you're looking at that kind of dynamic where it is the very existence of the United States that they're objecting to, in addition to the difficulty in identifying who exactly is responsible. What does President Bush do?
Well, the first thing he does is what he has done so far, is not do anything precipitously. There needs to be a thought-out response. There needs to be a response that takes into account the actions of our allies. And there are a few other areas. For example, one area that's sort of tangential to this, but very important, is the concept of the French and the Russians who are selling nuclear materials and other potential weapons of mass destruction to the Iranians and the Iraqis.
That
has to stop.
The French in particular, who cannot wait to get back in to have commercial contacts, who have been very critical of the United States. The United States now patrolling the North and South no-fly zones. With out of the entire coalition, only the British left supporting us there and actually flying planes there.
That's right. And the United States is going to have to make it clear to France that their arms sales to what we call rogue countries are going to have to stop. I'm not certain what we do if they don't. They are ostensibly an ally. We're certainly not going to invade France or bomb France or anything like that. But we have to lay it down very clearly that this has to stop, because the next action is that they walk on one of these planes with a nuclear weapon, and then, you know, the devastation is that much worse.
Let me ask you, because we've heard from academics for years that in this country there had so often been too much focus on Israel without looking at the larger Middle East, without looking at the Persian Gulf, without focusing on those relationships, that in the structures of our government, that we didn't have enough experts in those areas. Do you think that has been true historically at the State Department? We have not focused enough on these issues as Americans?
Well, I certainly don't think, I think most people would agree that the State Department certainly has a good focus outside of Israel. I think that there's a little bit of unfair criticism at the intelligence agencies over this, because it's very hard to penetrate these organizations. And other countries who have a much easier time doing it, other Arab countries and Israel, they haven't been able to do it either. So there's no real reason to think that the United States can. At the same time, I'm wary about making that over-connection to Israel. True, a lot of people in the Arab world are unhappy with U.S. policy towards Israel. But, you know, in 1993, when you had the first World Trade Center bombing, there wasn't an intifada going on at that time. We had just come out, in fact, we had just come out of the Gulf War. And in fact, they didn't like the Gulf War because the militant Islam was supportive of Saddam Hussein. So you can't really link the two, because we can go back to all of the activity that took place prior to the current intifada in Israel, and all the activity that really has nothing to do with Israel. The attack on Khobar Towers was an attack on U.S. Army people in Saudi Arabia.
But we should, perhaps you could explain to us, the Saudi Arabian monarchy, which is anxious to continue their hold on their country. Explain the motivations for them, why they were so concerned about the Khobar City towers. I've spoken to U.S. military personnel who have been stationed in the Middle East. They will not even tell you what country they are stationed in because of what they call host country sensibilities. So we have a situation here where we are defending countries in the Middle East, but our own military personnel are not allowed to discuss their presence in that country because it is such a sensitive issue between the fundamentalist people there and the governments.
Well, the governments, and particularly in a place like Saudi Arabia, are very afraid of the fundamentalist movement. Osama bin Laden is a Saudi. There are...
Because they look at what happened in Iran.
They look at what happened in Iran. There is such a dichotomy between the haves and the have-nots in many of the countries, a little bit less so in Saudi Arabia. But they are worried about their control on, they're maintaining the reins of control by acknowledging, I mean, part of one way that people say you diffuse a situation is by letting people have a leash, you know, allowing a certain amount of expression, but not too much. Well, you know, they run that slippery slope. If you allow it, or in fact you encourage a little bit of dissent, maybe that takes away from some of the dissent on the fact that the ruling family has so much power. Invariably, those things tend to come back to haunt you, and at best they tend to buy you time. They don't deal with the fundamental issue, which is the Saudis are going to have to modernize. That poses a threat to many people in Saudi Arabia.
The U.S. complicit too, because we would rather have the House of Saud controlling oil production in Saudi Arabia than a fundamentalist government.
Of course. No, we certainly don't want a fundamentalist government to come into being. The question is, what's the best way to ensure that? Is it to sort of tacitly wink at the fundamentalists, or is it to encourage the Saudis to modernize, to mobilize, and take away the weapons that the fundamentalists have, which is that they tend to provide social services that in many countries where the social services don't otherwise reach people.
Just tell us a bit about your specialty and where you have traveled recently and any lessons that you have brought back from things you've been working on here recently.
Well, I came back from Israel and Palestine about 2 weeks ago. And there's an interesting, I mean, my background is really the peace process. And
let me just explain to our viewers what we're seeing as we continue our discussion here. This is Boston, and this is a
hotel in Boston where FBI agents have gone there, and of course 2 of these hijacked planes yesterday came out of that Boston area. We don't know why there are ambulances there. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So they're now saying 2 people in custody. 2 people in custody from this Boston hotel. So obviously we'll be monitoring that if there's any briefing or if we see some activity. But we'll keep this picture up. We are hearing 2 people in custody at this hotel in Boston. So 2 of those planes, the 2 that hit the World Trade Center, flew out of Boston. So this is obviously a very important location in this whole terrorist tragedy here. We are here in our studio as we continue to keep this picture up with Professor Jonathan Strum of Georgetown University, who was saying you just recently traveled to Israel 2 weeks ago. You just
Israel and to Palestine.
And to Palestine.
One of the interesting things that was told to me by several people in different ways in Israel, members of the defense establishment and some Palestinian leaders, was that it was going to take an event, an out-of-the-box event, probably not something that dealt in the specific area, to move the peace process forward, which is really more my historic focus. And unfortunately, we may have it. This will clearly take the sails out of the violence on the Palestinian side. With a decrease in violence on the Palestinian side, there'll be less Israeli.
Just stand by. Are we hearing any audio there from Boston? Because if we do get some information out of Boston, let's go to that live. Justice, we were going to New York yesterday, so let us know if we're getting some information here that we need to go to. Let's listen.
As this car clears, hopefully soon, you'll be able to see what's going on. There is just a crowd of people out here in front of the Westin Hotel. As you can see, bomb squad coming in and going out for the last 20 minutes or so. It does seem to be some activity right now. Can we, Dave, can we switch over to the mass camera? Will that give them a view of what's going on? From the vantage point we're at right now, it does seem that some activity right in front of the, right by the front door of the Westin Hotel. As I said, full SWAT team went in there about 20 minutes ago.
Let's just jump in here while we try to establish it. We are hearing 2 people in custody in Boston.
Not only are they in front of the hotel, they are behind me, right behind the Mass Pike entrance where my cameraman Tim Gears and I are standing. They are looking out of the windows from office buildings. I can see people in the Westin looking down at us from some of the upper floors. And I think everybody is wondering what is going on.
So this is Lark McCarthy and Michael Gargiulo in our Fox 5 studios in Washington. We're monitoring this Boston audio. Events happening there at the Westin Hotel in Boston. 2 people believed to be in custody. CNN is also reporting suspects in custody in Florida. So we'll try to pin that down for you as well.
And Lark, I was monitoring some of those developments from Florida. Apparently, some of those results may be related to people who may have something to do with the training of these possible pilots. These are major developments which we want to stay on top of. We're going to keep that picture from Boston outside the Westin Hotel there on the right side of our screen, the left side, the Pentagon. We're going to continue our discussion in the meantime, pending possible interruptions with Professor Strum. Professor, what if we just simply said to the Taliban government in Afghanistan, you know where Osama bin Laden is, give him up to us and we will be satisfied?
I think we're going to say that to the Taliban. They're going to maintain his innocence. They're continuing to maintain his innocence as of the moment. I don't know that that's going to be enough. I don't know that, you know, simply handing him over, I mean, it will be a major coup, but if you, it's perhaps a bad metaphor, but if you cut off the head of the Hydra, there's still other heads. And he is clearly the mastermind and he's the financial backing, but I think you're going to have to do more than simply have a couple of people that will be responsible. This is not like a Terry McVeigh situation where you've got someone and there really isn't an infrastructure out there. They clearly have a terrorist infrastructure, and that's the infrastructure that must be destroyed.
We've had a number of crews come up today, amazingly, and possibly some arrests in 2 states, Massachusetts and Florida. Are you surprised at the swiftness that these crews have made themselves available?
I think it's terrific. I mean, I think certainly it's surprising. One is surprised that there might still be people in Boston. It doesn't seem logical.
We're going to go to our newsroom because Mike Landis is monitoring developments for us. So, Mike, what can you tell us about who's in custody where? Just numbers, obviously. Mike Landis?
Yes, I'm sorry. We're busy getting some information down here. Let me give you the latest that we have down here, Lark and Mike. The several people are apparently now in custody in Boston and South Florida. The FBI is saying through sources that we've been able to reach through CNN and also the Associated Press now that these people have been identified as persons who may have information through flight schools that are based in Boston and in South Florida. This has to do, they're not apparently suspects in this case, but they are being called material witnesses. They may have material information that has to do with the incidents that took place yesterday. One of the stories we kept hearing over and over again, as you heard yesterday, is that no American pilot would purposely fly an airliner full of passengers into a building or into anything else for that matter. And in these cases, we now have information that, of course, the pilots were, in fact, the terrorists, it appears. Now we have word at this hour that within the last hour, they've been making arrests in South Florida and in Boston with individuals who were involved with flight schools there. One of the things that we saw was that there was apparently flight manuals that were in the Arabic language. Since noon, they've had these arrests. Again, they will not call them suspects. They have simulator training facilities in both of those locations, and we are still getting information on this breaking story. We don't know how many arrests in both locations. The FBI in Boston actually just had a news conference about 45 minutes ago and did not make mention of this. We've gotten this information just a little bit later on.
Mike, just to clarify, the possible scenario that's unfolding is the pilots were actually trained at flight schools in Florida and Boston on these simulators. Is that the possibility?
That's the very strong implication here, Lark, although it has not been confirmed directly by any FBI sources. There is... Actually, I'm getting some information here now saying a police operation underway in Boston with dozens of officers at the Westin Hotel in Boston's Back Bay. I believe that's the video we're looking at right now from WCVB. Yes, that's right. That's correct. They are gathering, the lobby says that they are bringing fiber optic equipment to check the hotel rooms on the 16th floor. 2 of the flights hijacked in yesterday's terrorist attacks originated in Boston, as we well know. So we are going to see a number of these stories as the FBI gets on this case, and all resources have been unleashed to try and get to the bottom of what took place yesterday and how they will resolve it.
And Mike, as you made the point yesterday repeatedly, these 2 types of planes, the 757 and the 767, are what they call co-rated, which means if you can fly one, you should have the ability to fly the other.
And of course, it makes it all the more terrifying to think that these people might have been trained right here on our soil. But again, that's part of our free society, isn't it? And that's one of the things that makes us such a great country and also gives us such great vulnerability.
Well, no doubt this is going to be a major development that's going to lead to perhaps more news coming out of it today. We're going to definitely stay on top of these 2 situations.
I will be on them down here, my friends, and you can come back to me at any time.
As well.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, we're going to go now to our Patrick McGrath, who is on Capitol Hill. He is with Maryland Senator Sarbanes. Pat.
Thank you, Lark. And Senator Sarbanes, in addition to chairing the Banking Committee, is also on the Foreign Relations Committee, so he's well versed on foreign affairs. Senator Sandy Berger, the former National Security Advisor, said this is a particular challenge trying to decide how to respond. I mean, if it's like Afghanistan, for example, there is no World Trade Center to target with cruise missiles. I mean, what can be done for an appropriate response?
Well, the first thing is we have to do a very careful and thorough investigation so we ascertain what the facts are and so that we're acting off of facts. But having determined that, I think we have to come down very hard, obviously, on not only the perpetrators of this, but those who have supported them and given them comfort and sanctuary. And I expect we're going to do that. Look, there are a range of things we can do. Diplomatically, politically, economically, militarily. And you're going to have to put together a very careful response to this, which really brings home that we're out to exterminate this terrorism worldwide.
When people say they are going to go after the state sponsors, do they mean that it would be some kind of military response, or are you suggesting that it might be just economic sanctions, something like that? And would that be strong enough in this case?
No, I would assume that the the use of force would be considered as part of your response, and that you would examine what the alternatives are that are available to you in that regard.
Against the state sponsors as well?
I would think so. Well, you have to, again, establish the facts and the extent of their involvement in this thing. But we shouldn't sort of pull up short on this in terms of a very strong reaction. We obviously have to deal with it. They've launched a major assault on the United States, and we have to deal with that.
Should our response be limited just to the perpetrators of this act, or once underway, should it go after the many groups in other countries that are actively involved in terrorism against the United States?
Well, I think we should respond to all of the terrorists. How we respond is a more complicated question, and the extent of the response. But our ultimate objective is obviously to eliminate this terrorism worldwide, and we think that should be the ultimate objective of other law-abiding countries all around the world, and that we should work together with them in order to accomplish this. You have a range of responses that you can make.
If we go after state sponsors, though, do we risk a wider conflict?
You have to take that into account as you evaluate what you're going to do. But I think that at the moment, and I think even upon reflection, we're going to reach the conclusion that we have to have a very hard, tough, determined, resolute course of action with respect to this matter. I mean, you can't let this kind of damage be inflicted upon the United States without coming back in a very hard and sharp way.
Will this be ongoing? In the past, we've had a few strikes.
Exactly. You have to stick with it. You have to be resolute. You have to be determined. You have to have a steely determination, and you mustn't be put off the priority as you move to address it. And you have to stay with it. You know, it may take time. I mean, the notion that there's some simple, quick answer, I don't accept that.
Might it require sending in troops, for example, not just the strikes from a distance that we've done in the past?
Well, that gets more complicated, of course, and there are lots of pluses and minuses to that. So that's the kind of prospect that you'd have to look at very carefully. The important thing is to stay with this thing, not to sort of go up to some peak of concern and then let that ebb and flow away as time passes by. And meanwhile, the terrorists then take advantage of that, and they move in on you again. You've got to stay after them, day in, day out, in a very determined and resolute way.
You're going to have an intelligence briefing at 2 o'clock. Any indications what that will be about, what they'll be able to tell you?
No, I haven't gotten there yet, so I'll find out when I get there.
Warning. Okay, thank you very much, Senator Paul Simon-Reyes, Democrat from Maryland. Appreciate it, Senator. And back to you, Mike and Locke.
Okay, thank you so much, Pat. And we do just want to remind our viewers, or in case you're just joining us, you're looking at the scene in Boston. This is outside the Westin Hotel in Boston's Back Bay area, where the wires are now reporting that officers wearing bulletproof vests and using their shields, in effect, were carrying out a raid there, possibly looking for suspects or material witnesses related to these terrorist incidents.
Let's get more from Mike Landis in our newsroom. Mike, what can you tell us?
I wish I had more than what you just said, Lark and Michael. At this point, I have just about the exact same thing that you just reported. We do know that that operation has been underway for some time now. It's all taken place within the last hour as they get up at the Westin Hotel and go through that Boston Back Bay area. The tactical team, as we've seen, we have an ambulance, as you can see in our video here, standing by to show exactly what's going on there as they're trying to be ready for any and all possibilities. What we find is that they're bringing in fiber optic equipment, and certainly they want to search very carefully for any evidence that might link the individuals they're seeking to the incidents that took place yesterday. As we told you earlier, the big issue that has been released, or big issue that has come to the surface in just the past hour or so, is that apparently these individuals who may have been involved in yesterday's, they were seeing, well, actually some other video that I'm watching here. Forgive me for getting sidetracked here. The individuals who were involved here may have been trained right here in the United States. They may have gotten their training either in South Florida or in Boston. by using the manifests from the airlines and by looking at those who have been identified as either sympathizers or people who have identified themselves with Osama bin Laden in some way, shape, or form. They've managed to put together this list, and then they began to start searching for those individuals and again finding them at flight schools or finding some names that they were able to identify. Although it is interesting to note that they are reluctant to call them suspects. They are calling them people who may have material information concerning the incidents that took place yesterday. You're hearing some noise in the background here as we're trying to get different information and to pass all of that back on to you. I will continue to follow it for you down here, guys, and as soon as we get some new information, I'll pass it right up to you.
Interesting point. They're not saying they're suspects. They're saying that they are people who could provide material information, but they don't want them to get away, so they're in custody.
Exactly. There's no question about that. They will be put under arrest, and as you can see, they're concerned about what those individuals might be like, what they may have in mind. They're coming in with SWAT team and tactical crews that are ready to handle any and everything that may come their way. Remembering that this is an enemy that apparently pulled this thing off yesterday with box cutters and knives. At this point, they don't know what other kind of weapons they may have on the ground face to face.
All right, Mike Landis, thank you very much for that update. I know this is a developing situation, and hopefully we'll be getting more details shortly.
Exactly. We want to go now to our Amanda Bergen, who is at the Pentagon. Amanda.
Well, we want to give you an update. There are a couple things that have changed here in the last hour or so. First of all, this security you see here over my shoulder, this is somewhat new, and perhaps because the crowd has grown so large over here, we now have guards, police officers from Montgomery County, it looks like, who are actually standing guard here, keeping the media and other bystanders away. Also, behind me at the Pentagon, they have begun their search and rescue or search and recovery operations. You can see that red basket there. There's somebody in that basket. You can see they're going in there and checking out to see what they can find at this point. We haven't seen anybody go into that actual site, but there are now people up in that crane in that basket. We want to show you some pictures of bystanders that have gathered on the lawn. We took these pictures just a few minutes ago. A lot of people milling around, some people who were here yesterday who actually watched this happen. Other people who heard about it and wanted to watch history, really. They came here to the lawn to see what was happening, asking a lot of questions of the police and the media to find out what was going on. We came across one Navy man who actually watched the plane crash into the Pentagon yesterday. This is what he had to say.
And all of a sudden, I saw a plane come out the west side, coming. It was going real fast. It was so low. I said to myself, the plane is off of course, you know what I'm saying? Because it almost hit that gas station right there. It came close to dead. And then it kept going, and I saw the impact when it hit the ground, hit the building. I mean, it slammed into it.
People bought flags to turn their headlights on today in support of what's happened, in support, against what's happened. And the tragedy that this has happened to our country. My support is for those trying to put out the fire, and I can't be there to help put it out, but I can support those that are.
Now, that woman was here holding a flag. She's still here on the lawn, just showing her support today. Another woman who came here to this site is the wife of a man who is missing. They're both from Woodbridge. We spoke to her this morning. Let's listen to what she says about her missing husband.
I found out about it yesterday morning. We sat around waiting for that call. We called everybody, put our name on every list. About 11 o'clock last night, we headed into this area. For about an hour, we looked at command posts, hotels, any place that they gave us a reference to. We finally made it over here around 1, and this is where we have stayed.
What are you seem very strong. Do you feel the same way inside? What are you?
If I let it go, it's going to come crashing down just like that building did over there.
Now, Tracy is still looking for her husband, Eddie, who is an accountant inside the Pentagon. He had just moved into his new offices in the Pentagon 2 or 3 months ago. She's not found him yet. Now, if people are looking for loved ones, there is a place where they can gather. The Crystal City Sheraton is a place where families can go and gather and speak with clergy. The Salvation Army is there providing grief counselors. There's also food there. It's just a place to gather if you need some support at this time. Again, that's the Crystal City Sheraton. Live at the Pentagon, I'm Amanda Bergen. Larkin Michael, back to you.
Man, for that update from the Pentagon. We don't want to lose sight of that, even as we have this breaking news out of Boston and South Florida.
Mike Landis back in our newsroom. Mike, you have some new details on these arrests.
We've seen the video that's taking place as they're doing that raid in the Back Bay area of Boston. But let's come to me, if you would, for just a second, because this story is about South Florida, which won't relate to the video you're looking at there. Federal agents are investigating 2 flight school students who had stayed with a Florida couple last summer. They think the students might be suspects in this, and they're saying that an aviation worker, a guy by the name of Charlie Voss, says the 2 took flight training on small planes at Venice Municipal Airport about 60 miles south of Tampa. He says he became uncomfortable with these individuals and asked them to leave after a week. Now, the FBI says told him the students who took the instructions, that's his employer, by the way, is Huffman Aviation down in Tampa, were involved in yesterday's attacks in Washington, New York, and Pennsylvania. The company offers training on small planes, not commercial aircraft. That's important to point out. But nonetheless, they feel that these individuals may be something that is important to this investigation as they try to get to those who were involved. The FBI spokesman in Florida says it's one of the many leads that they are following at this time. The video that you've been seeing is, of course, the operation that's going on now in Boston, in which officers are there trying to find individuals who may be involved with those who were trained to fly commercial aircraft and may have been involved in yesterday's incidents. They're looking for people that might be able to provide something that will give them the leads they need to track down those who are responsible for all of this. Lark and Michael, I'll stay on top of it down here, and I'll have more for you in a little bit.
Mike, before we let you go, the point that needs to be made, which is we're not looking at people who had the intention of taking off, landing, and maneuvering aircraft. You're looking at people who wanted to perhaps fly this aircraft for a short period of time with no intention of putting it down safely.
Well, I think that's probably true. Of course, they would have to go through the entire course to know all of the aspects of whether it's landing, whatever, they needed to understand the aircraft back and forth. But it does appear that the purpose for the training was, if we can extrapolate and go that far with it, to certainly to have a terrorist end to the whole thing. By the way, a couple of other notes to share with you as the airline industry tries to get back to any kind of normalcy at all. We are told just moments ago, Southwest Airlines says that none of its planes are going to fly until tomorrow, and Midway Airlines saying that because of the situation that's going on, it is going to suspend all of its flight operations. 1,700 employees at Midway immediately put out of work, the airline said.
Okay, thank you so much, Mike Landis, who is monitoring the developments in Florida and in Boston. People in custody, possibly related to how these pilots were trained. I want to go to our Paul Wagner now. Paul, tell us where you are.
Lark, I'm outside FBI headquarters, and let me stress to you, it is incredibly difficult to get information right now from law enforcement sources. I have been unable to reach any of my sources at the Washington field office. Here at headquarters, we're being told through Department of Justice sources that there is a soft start time at around 4 o'clock this afternoon for a news conference here at FBI headquarters. That is a soft start time. Obviously, that could slide either front or back. We're getting no information about the Boston situation at this point. Let me also stress that all of my law enforcement sources in the city, very difficult to reach at this point. Paging them, they're not returning pages. If I do get them on the phone, they're hanging up. Incredibly busy here in the city today. Let me also tell you that we're hearing the wail of sirens up and down the side streets for the last several hours, just like it was yesterday. The bomb squad for D.C. police, along with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, very, very busy checking out suspicious packages. We're hearing about suspicious cars, suspicious people. Constantly we're hearing and seeing these vehicles screaming up and down the streets. Now, in addition to that, the National Guard is still out on the streets today. You'll see them if you come downtown. The Humvees, military police in some of these intersections. Most of their duty is directing traffic at this point. Security here at FBI headquarters, they're not even letting the media inside this building. There's a complete ID check here, and 10th Street right over here is closed to traffic at this point. So once again, very difficult trying to get information, Lark. The best information we have at this point is that the FBI will hold a news conference here at headquarters sometime later this afternoon. Soft start time about 4 o'clock. Lark?
Thank you, Paul. Let's just draw upon your experience just quickly, because often officers, law enforcement officers talk about getting that break, that critical piece. If there's a break in Boston, Florida, then hopefully that means they will get a break concerning Dulles and concerning the Pittsburgh flight. Experience tells us that, right? That this whole thing could begin to unravel in terms of beginning to get people into custody.
We may have lost.
We may have lost Paul.
We may have lost Paul, but what we do want to do
I'm sorry,
is...
I can hear you guys.
There you go, Paul.
I can hear you again now. I lost you for a second.
You're just saying that officers so often will talk about getting a break in a case because very often it leads to other critical information, and so far we haven't heard about any key breaks coming in terms of the Dulles, the plane out of Dulles that crashed into the Pentagon, but that could begin to unravel.
I can assure you that the FBI's Washington field office, which does have jurisdiction over in Virginia, is incredibly busy right now over there at the Pentagon. They're working their sources. Agents that are on the Anti-Terrorism Task Force and other agents that work national security are working their sources. They're trying to find out any connection through Dulles at this point as what may have happened out there at Dulles, how that plane was hijacked, and how it was flown into the Pentagon. As I mentioned, it's just so hard to get information, but I know from working the law enforcement beat what the FBI is doing right now, and they're working incredibly hard to try and track down exactly how those hijackers got onto that plane. They're interviewing people. They are looking for evidence over at the Pentagon. Obviously, they want to find that black box. There may even be 2 black boxes on that plane, I'm not sure. They would love to get that as well. That would give them information at this point. Lark and Michael?
All right, Paul, thank you very much. We are going to go to Karen Gray Houston, who's at the White House. As we do that, I want you to look on the right-hand side of your screen. You see this incredible scene in the Back Bay area of Boston, near where this hotel is, where the police conducted what is in essence, essentially a raid there, taking several suspects into custody, not suspects, several people into custody for questioning related to these attacks. Karen, can you hear us at the White House?
I can hear you, Michael, and I'm sure some of that intelligence was shared with the lawmakers who met with the president here earlier today. They met for about an hour and a half, a bipartisan group. They came out and we had a show of bipartisan unity, but they spoke only briefly to reporters, and this was, I might add, after the president had indicated earlier that he had requested emergency funding authority from Congress so that he could spend whatever it takes to rescue victims and to make the appropriate response to this terrorist attack. Now, that congressional meeting with the president broke up about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Here's what Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle had to say after that meeting.
It is accurate to say that we literally and figuratively stand shoulder to shoulder in our appreciation of the job ahead. It is to help the victims, to care for the families, and to punish those responsible. With a single-mindedness of that appreciation, we begin our work this afternoon. On a united, bipartisan, bicameral basis, we will be passing a strongly worded resolution this afternoon. We will work with the administration to allocate the resources and to dedicate whatever strategy may be required to fulfill our obligations. It is our strong desire to do this not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans. And we will continue to demonstrate that desire as we consider whatever other actions may be required in days ahead.
Strong show of unity from the members of Capitol Hill, the lawmakers who came here and met with the president earlier today. He has been getting a lot of advice from people today. He met with his national security team earlier this morning. After that, Mr. Bush vowed that he would use all of the resources at his disposal to conquer an enemy who he said tries to hide but will not be able to hide forever. Now, the White House for now is refusing to actually point the finger at Islamic extremist Osama bin Laden, though we are told that the administration feels the immediate threat of further terrorism has been significantly reduced. There is one more thing I'd like to add. First Lady Laura Bush is going to be leaving about 1:45 this afternoon. We are told that she is going to be visiting a local hospital and speaking to some victims from the Pentagon tragedy. We're live at the White House. Karen Gray Houston, Fox 5 News. Michael, back to you.
Karen, thank you very much. We are awaiting a live report from Florida where there have been breaking developments. I want to just take a second, though, and turn to Professor Jonathan Strum of Georgetown, who's been nice enough to join us. And changing somewhat, though, we were getting additional word coming across the wire and CNN reporting the Taliban government once again appealing to the United States not to attack Afghanistan. Do you think this is going to matter to U.S. policymakers?
I don't think it makes a difference unless they turn him over and they get rid of the training bases there. I can understand it from the Afghanis' point of view. I mean, they are very much afraid. I mean, especially coming from that part of the world, they're afraid of the United States cruise missiles, Tomahawk missiles, blasting Kabul and other parts of Afghanistan. But at the same time, the United States is not going to hold back. I don't think the United States is going to do anything precipitously. I don't think we're going to look at anything in the next few days or possibly weeks. But if they don't turn him over, and if he's there, and we have credible evidence that he's there, the United States will attack.
Saying we're not responsible is not going to do
Saying we're not, it won't do it. The United States, not only will the United States attack, but I think the United States should attack.
Just want to mention once again that you are watching some live pictures from Boston outside the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay area where a raid has been conducted and possibly 2 people connected to the training of the pilots maybe there, apparently being called material witnesses, but you can see these officers, some of them in their full SWAT team gear there. We're also going to be getting a report very shortly from Florida about people in custody there as well. So as we wait for that live report, I want to ask you, Professor, any reaction to the comments from Majority Leader Tom Daschle, any surprises in his comments?
No, I think it's clear in a time of crisis the United States bands together. This has to be on a bipartisan basis. Quite frankly, a resolution of Congress doesn't do much. It makes us feel good, and it does, I suppose, help put people on the alert that the country is united. But I don't think that anybody would imagine that the United States wouldn't be united in a time like this.
At a time like this, you know, with such devastating coordinated attacks.
There's no question. I mean, there is no possibility to be bipartisan at this point.
And of course, what we remember is the last time that we did strike Afghanistan with cruise missiles. This was at the height of the impeachment scandal. There was questions about the timing. There was a lot of rancor regarding that attack, and none here. But the danger might be that we might not find a response sufficient enough to satisfy the Americans who are really anxious for revenge and justice.
Well, I think that's right, but I think that's the important point to make is that the United States reprisal doesn't have to be today or tomorrow or next week. It is more important that we get it right and do it well. Whatever the president ends up determining that response should be, it needs to be done well. It needs to accomplish the objective. Sending off a couple of cruise missiles at this point in time may make us feel better in the short run, but doesn't do anything to advance our goal, which is to ensure that this doesn't happen again and that these guys get put out of business permanently.
Well, we just want to remind you, as we have 2 views now of the situation outside the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay area of Boston, where police entered that building, apparently took several people into custody, wanted for questioning with regard to this. Another operation taking place in South Florida. We're hoping to have a live report from there, and reporting there having to do with people being trained for small planes and their activities arising the suspicion of someone who was apparently involved in a flight school operation down there.
And again, officials are appealing for the public to come forward, that if anything suspicious that you encountered, that don't dismiss it, that do call or log onto the website if you saw anything or heard anything that was suspicious, because apparently these suspicions in Florida are leading to some action down there.
While we watch the developments in Massachusetts and South Florida, we are going to stick closer to home and go over to Bob Barnard outside the Pentagon. Bob, what's going on there?
Well, Mike and Lark, they're still looking at the facility here, still looking at the impact site, trying to see what they can do, perhaps remove some of the exterior debris to try to get in there and shore it up. They've got a lot of plywood here and a lot of rigging material to try to shore up the section of this west wing there on the left of the screen that is the area where they believe they'll find most of the casualties. We believe they've already brought out scores of people, as many as 80 already, 80 fatalities. And if you see on the top of the roof, they're still putting water on parts of the roof there. So perhaps, we haven't seen any smoke, but perhaps there are some hot spots still that they want to try to get under control. But that's a bit away from the crash crater, and that's where they're primarily focusing their attention now, and that is to try to shore that area up and get in there. And we don't know if they'll be able to get in there, you know, by the time the sun sets here. We believe they're going to have 24-hour operations because they've brought in even more lighting equipment. They lit the building up fairly well last night, so we imagine that they will still be out here the rest of the afternoon and in the evening trying to get in there. But we believe they have to do some work first, some structural work, before the search and rescue teams can get in to the main crater area there to try to recover some of the bodies. And I heard you talking about the flight school in Florida. I don't know if have you been naming, have they come out with a name? Because frankly, I used to work in the Daytona Beach area, and there was an Embry-Riddle Aeronautical School there, very well-known flight school there. And if they're talking about Daytona Beach and people learning to fly, that's probably where that would be.
Well, Bob, the only name that we have for you is a Venice, Florida man, and he is by the name of Charlie Voss. He is saying right now, Charlie Voss said the agents identified the man as Mohammed Atta, another one known as Marlon, and this is a man interviewed by the FBI who may be connected with the school.
And Huffman Aviation, Bob, we're told, is the name of the flight school, Huffman Aviation.
Okay, that's good, because the renowned school in Daytona Beach at the Daytona Beach Airport is Embry-Riddle, and they have a companion facility out in Prescott, Arizona. So it's good to hear that it might not be that school, because a lot of people have learned to fly there.
That's right. It's a very famous school in aviation training. Matter of fact, right now, Bob, we're going to ask you to hold on, because we want to go to Mike Landis in the newsroom. Mike's been following these breaking developments.
Lost
Mike.
IFB, guys.
Just a couple of other pieces of information, Michael. What we found out is, first of all, you're looking at that video from Boston still, and there you see that they are continuing their search. They're going through the hotel rooms there at that hotel, that Westin Hotel in Back Bay, Boston. They have information that some of the suspects, when we say suspects, that's not their term. What they're looking for are individuals who may be material witnesses to what's going on, but it is interesting they've gone in there with SWAT team, tactical outfits, bulletproof vests, and heavy armament, so they're not taking any chances at all. They're also using fiber optic devices to be able to look under the doors to see who's in those rooms and be sure that everything is okay. Still waiting for later developments on that. Back to the flight school thing, it's Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida, that is near Tampa. They are about 60 miles south of Tampa, actually, and they are talking to two gentlemen who are flight instructors there about some individuals that they had dealt with last summer, and concerns about those individuals, and saying, in fact, they had asked them to leave the flight school. One other piece of information that is coming over now, and that is that they're saying suspected hijackers of one of the jetliners, they think that they may have come to the United States through Canada. They do have ties, as they've been able to put together, with Osama bin Laden. They're saying that they're still developing this information. This particular individual who spoke on the condition of anonymity said that the information they have at this point is that they're looking at whether one of the group of hijackers came through the Canadian border at a checkpoint and eventually went to Boston's airport, where an American Airlines flight was hijacked and flown to the World Trade Center. We've heard from Al Feinberg about one of the automobiles that they found, identified, and have actually taken they've taken him to a compound to be able to look it over very carefully. They believe that it was confiscated at the Boston airport, contained an Arabic language flight manual. That was the tip-off. Law enforcement officials say that that hotel room search that they're continuing to look at now is believed to have been used by one of the hijackers. Again, they're searching that to see if there's any other information. They have told us now that when they got to that room, it was vacant, but they did find information in it linking it to a name of one of the people on the manifests on one of the hijacked flights. They have not identified that individual. Of course, we're continuing to follow this with the very latest developments, and we'll pass them on back up to you.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. I just want to add, just coming across our Associated Press wires right now, that the FBI in Miami issued a national bulletin for law enforcement agencies looking out for two cars. And one of these vehicles is a 1989 red Pontiac registered to one of the men identified as being one of the two men who were staying with or having had dealings with this man, Charlie Voss, at that flight school, Huffman Aviation. So they are looking for this. And a question for the professor as well. They're linking them now, speculation at this point, to bin Laden sympathizers from Algeria. And of course, Algeria is a country that has been torn by a very, very severe civil war throughout its time. And remember, during the Millennium Celebration concerns, it was terrorists from Algeria in Canada that was causing alarm.
That's right. The Algerians have been, for about a decade, been really locked in a struggle with Islamic fundamentalist movements. The interesting thing is that traditionally, most of the Algerian Islamic fundamentalists have not attacked foreigners. In other words, there have been very few attacks in Algeria against foreigners. Mainly it's been against villages or other things who refuse to go along with them. But it's certainly not unusual that Osama bin Laden would have recruited and that his network would extend into Algeria.
And what we seem to be seeing now, of course, Larkin Professor, is now sort of the pieces of this. 3 vehicles now in 3 different places linked to people, hotel rooms, names appearing on manifests. As Lark pointed out a short while ago, pieces starting to fall into a puzzle, we can only hope from investigators' point of view.
And I would just, one other point I'd make on this is that it's unlikely that they care if anybody discovers who it is. I mean, Osama bin Laden as traditionally doesn't publicize, and they don't take credit per se, you know, like calling up the newspapers like other terrorist organizations do. But they leave their footprints, and they don't really care because it's not a part of their concern. It's not a part of their calculation.
Yet after
and obviously these people were prepared to die. That's the other factor, so they don't care. Yeah.
Yet after the attack on the Cole, there was a videotape of bin Laden accepting congratulations and then saying to his followers, we charged a destroyer and we destroyed it. So you're right, he does not accept it publicly, but then within a circle.
Sure, and they let people know, and they want people to know that they did it because they want people to fear them.
And that is part of what this is all about, fear, right? Creating fear.
Creating fear and creating change here.
A lot of the experts we have on today have talked about red flags, and obviously not every activity can be looked upon in a sinister way, and anytime someone with a name that could be considered Middle Eastern in origin or Algerian or Iranian goes to flight school, that's certainly not indicative of any sort of criminal behavior. But will we have to refine the red flags that we look at?
I think there'll have to be a complete review of how we approach security in this country, how we approach, you know, flights. You know, there was a time 10 years ago during the Gulf War where you didn't do curbside check-in.
Right.
Now, you know, it wasn't the curbside checked bags that did the damage here, but it easily could have been.
And because that is one of the things they can do, that's probably one of the things they probably will do when the flights do resume. We're already hearing that.
And so I think that we're going to have to one of the things, like I mentioned, I was just in Israel a couple of weeks ago and then also in Palestine. When you went into a mall in Israel now, you go through a metal they will screen you for a metal detector. Now that's not something I would anticipate seeing here, but you know, it's just indicative of a different awareness that they have there that we're quite frankly going to have to get used to.
Let's return to Mike Landis in the newsroom. Mike, you have some new details for us?
Probably not a lot of extra information, but certainly some video that we can share with you that we've just received. Take a look at this as we're looking at the FBI. You're looking at video there on the left-hand side of your screen. Tremendous energy going now to look at a couple that's been questioned in Venice, Florida. Charlie and Drew Voss had rented a room, 2 flight school students there in their home more than a year ago. We were in the impression they were flight instructors. Apparently these are folks who actually kept them. Authorities say they have reason to believe the 2 men might have been linked to yesterday's destruction, taking flight training on small planes at the Venice Municipal Airport. The bosses say they asked the men to leave that house only a week into that training. They say that the men moved somewhere else in the area. They don't know where. They don't know where the men lived before coming to their home, but they're certainly concerned about them. And as you can see, the video has now changed. Again, we're looking at New York. But the essence of all of this is that we're now looking in South Florida. The FBI is looking in South Florida. It is looking at Boston. And that's the video you see on the right-hand side of your screen there as they are looking at that hotel, the Westin Hotel in Back Bay, Boston. They went to the room where they thought one of the material witnesses or suspects might have been. I keep using the word suspect. That's mine, not the FBI's. An individual who they think might have information that could help them in this investigation. That person wasn't there, but they say they have found information in the room that links them to those flights. And we will continue to follow this story for you and bring you the very latest.
Mike, thank you very much for that.
One other quick thing I would just tell you, there are an awful lot of cancellations, as you can imagine, going on all across the country. The most recent that we've had, baseball postponing all Thursday games, 3rd straight day, the schedule has been wiped up. People just feel that at this point in time, the focus on America needs to be on what we do next in terms of dealing with these issues.
And it's certainly understandable. Mike, thank you very much.
Yeah. We're going to go now to Stephen Weissman. He's a radio host in Boston with WBIX. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good to be with you.
Give us a sense of how Boston is reacting to this information of this raid there at the Westin Hotel.
Well, this just seems to be breaking right now, and frankly, Boston is somewhat surprised by what's going on. Boston was with Logan Airport, the starting point for the 2 planes that hit the World Trade Center. But now we're just finding out that there is a raid going on, not just in the Westin Hotel, but Newton Police, and Newton is a town city just outside of Boston. Apparently, there is another raid going on at a hotel there. We were told that Police and FBI went in with fiber optics underneath the doors of the rooms, and that's about all we know as far as what they may or may not have found there. There have also been reports of luggage that did not make the plane connection that appears to be tied to one of the alleged perpetrators, and this is being reported by the Boston Globe, and contained within the luggage were supposed to be Arabic language flight training manuals as well as videotapes pertaining to operating an aircraft.
Steve, do you have a name of that hotel in Newton, Massachusetts?
Don't have a name on that at this time.
So, Michael, Stephen, what you're telling us right now is in addition to this raid at the Westin Hotel, in the Boston suburb of Newton, another raid on another hotel, police once again using small cameras with fiber optic capability to go under the doors of those hotel rooms, see who's inside.
That is correct, and that's going on as we speak.
Okay.
Just a bit about the format of your program. Have people been calling in? What have they been saying to you?
Yes, this is an all-business station, and frankly, we've just turned over everything to this story, and people are in shock here, as they are in shock throughout the country. Everyone is now caught up with the fact that it does appear that law enforcement is making great strides, and that seems to be the focus of everyone at this time.
Stephen, we've seen some incredible pictures of the Back Bay area of Boston with actually a huge crowd of onlookers gathering outside there. What is the mood?
The mood is very strange here in that this was a city that yesterday pretty much just closed down. The large buildings we have here, the Prudential and John Hancock insurance buildings, were evacuated. People were eerily quiet, and now it's an odd atmosphere as people are watching it almost in a carnival type of atmosphere.
So it's a developing situation there in Boston where we had seen the pictures outside the Westin Hotel where clearly there was police activity, and now word from Stephen Weissman, who is a radio host with WBIX there in Boston, of a second possible raid going on in Newton, Massachusetts, which is a suburb of Boston. So we'll obviously try to get more information on that situation. And they've been using, as you said, the special equipment to try to peer under doors, and the room in Boston apparently was vacant.
Mark, we're also getting some new information from Fox 5's Paul Wagner. He's telling us now that Attorney General Ashcroft, John Ashcroft, FBI Director Bob Mueller, the new FBI Director, are briefing congressional leaders. We knew this on the Hill right now, and they're going to go back to the FBI headquarters. Paul had said a 4 o'clock soft start. No doubt that will be the case, or perhaps even earlier, where we'll maybe get some briefing, maybe get word on what's going on with these simultaneous raids apparently taking place in Boston and Newton, in addition to the custodies, the people taken in custody in South Florida as well.
All right. So we'll certainly try to sort all of that out. Stephen Weissman, anything else you want to add that we haven't asked you about as this situation is unfolding there in Boston, the Boston area?
No, it's kind of a shock to everyone here. It was a double shock. It was one yesterday when the two planes originated from Logan Airport, and there were many people from this area. Many prominent business people were on those planes. The names of these people are just coming out now. But now to have these developments today in regard to even greater contacts, perhaps in the area. There are also talks of Springfield, Massachusetts, which is an area in central Massachusetts, may have cells of the bin Laden terrorist groups, and there's been some talk of investigations there, although at this point we don't have anything to confirm that. So it's just a very eerie kind of sense that you're getting here in Boston.
Stephen, has there been any complaints recently, because the FAA did check out security at all these airports? In some cases, they found them to be lacking. Realize you were a business station. Was there any question as to about the efficiency of Logan Airport and Boston's security?
Yes, there have been questions about Logan security for some time, and there have even been some fines that have been levied in the past year by the FAA. There was even an instance that at the time looked minor where a young man was able to breach security, stow away upon a plane, and was picked up in London. But Logan Airport has come under great criticism in regards to security here.
Yeah, share some more of the criticism, again, of people getting things past the checkpoints.
Yes, and we've even heard of people who accidentally have done that, people who've had a knife that they didn't realize they had till they got on board the plane. So there are some serious concerns about airport security in general, but particularly here in Boston at Logan Airport.
Stephen, I want to ask you to put back your business hat on for a moment. One of the things that people were talking about earlier today is that airport security is one of the few police functions that the United States delegates. Airport authorities have delegated largely to private companies. And of course, much of that reason may have to do with cost and efficiency. This is the type of thing that perhaps we might be seeing changing in the future.
I think that's a great possibility. I think we may see that. We may see a greater presence of air marshals on planes, but in particular, it doesn't seem that the same type of level of security training being done privately that you find in your store security at your Kmart is sufficient to be at the nation's airports.
All right. Stephen Wiseman, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor, if I may return to our discussion with you, I want to ask about the Boston area and that area of Canada. Montreal would probably be the closest city. This is where the Algerian cell was located during the Millennium celebrations. Is this likely the location if there are Osama bin Laden supporters in Canada at this point?
One would assume. I mean, I'd have no way of knowing, but I mean, one assumes if there is a cell there if they used it before, they'd use it again.
And choosing Boston perhaps for proximity rather than political reasons.
Well, no. My guess is that they probably made a study, and they were probably very well aware of what airports were easier to penetrate than not. I mean, it was not a secret about Logan, and if anybody was watching these developments, as they certainly were, they would have targeted that. I mean, there's a reason that they didn't do it in the heartland, and they didn't do it. They could easily have done it on the West Coast, but the symbols of the U.S. are really here on the East Coast in the Trade Center and the Pentagon. They wanted planes that had full tanks of gas. That's why and so there's no doubt in my mind that they chose Logan because Logan did have a suspect record.
We want to point out that Fox News is now reporting that police and FBI are waiting to obtain search warrants before entering that hotel in Newton. This would be the second hotel raid in the Boston area that was first reported to us by Stephen Weissman, WBIX Radio there. So police and FBI apparently waiting for search warrants before entering that hotel there.
You mentioned the problems at Logan, so let's talk about Dulles as well, and Newark, where the flight that crashed near Pittsburgh crashed. Any particular concerns, any reasons perhaps that they chose those airports as well, Dulles and Newark?
I don't know. I mean, you know, one assumes that somewhere that they had some information on how to get past the checkpoints. We don't know that at this point. Again, I think that they probably also chose their targets by, you know, they had two up in Boston. They wanted other places in case something went wrong. They wanted to make sure they got something, and they probably chose them with a reasonable degree of purpose. You got Boston, you had a New York airport, and you had the nation's capital.
Oh, it's certainly a reasonable assumption at this point. We want to check back in with our Mike Landis, who was following this from our newsroom. Mike.
A couple of pieces of information here, Lark, that we didn't have before. We have now confirmed that Boston police have made one arrest for certain at the Back Bay Westin Hotel. They have one person in custody. We understand, as you reported a moment ago, that at Newton, Massachusetts, they are waiting for a search warrant that they can execute. We don't know what they're going to search down there, but we do know that they're standing by for a search there. And some interesting information that's coming out of Pennsylvania, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, some 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, where the crash took place yesterday. Apparently, there is enough in the debris that at this point, there are sources close to this investigation who are saying that they can identify by name the hijackers of that particular aircraft that went down there. We're still developing this information, and the more information we get, of course, we'll pass it right on to you.
Of course, that could be significant. And we should point out that this was the flight, the one from Newark that crashed in Pittsburgh, that did not hit a target.
Exactly.
That many people thought was heading generally toward the Washington area. It was certainly unclear what the target was, but some of the people did make cell phone calls, either coerced to do so or did so on their own. And in one of those calls, they said to the relative that they're hijacking us, we're going to die, but 3 of us are going to try to stop it. So, again, the hijackers may have been prevented from carrying out the mission by the passengers. It's certainly unclear, but it sounds like at least 3 of the people on that plane weren't prepared just to go quietly.
And that's a very good point. The other thing that's very interesting, if you look at the passenger loads on all these flights, and again, this may be coincidence, none of these flights were fully loaded. And it may be a function of the business climate, it may be a function of the time of the day of the week, but in each cases, you had 64 passengers, you had 45 passengers, and these are planes
that
with,
could
in
carry
some cases,
many
182
more
passengers.
people. Yeah, I was quite surprised. So again, it makes you wonder whether they were targeting flights that didn't have a lot of people for whatever reason, or it was, as you said, that was just a coincidence that in this case turned out to be a very fortunate coincidence for anyone who might have been on those flights.
Very interesting developments, Professor, that we're getting so many clues right away. Sadly, though, you say, in a certain sense, bin Laden may not be that concerned, if he is indeed responsible, with covering up his tracks.
It's hard to imagine that someone who is so indifferent to the loss of human life would care whether or not the United States can pin it on him directly. First of all, he knows that the United States is going to blame him in any event. Or if it's not him, then it's either someone like him or someone with his support. And there's no real reason for him to care. If he doesn't care that he's going to kill tens of thousands of people, then why does he care if the United States knows whether it's him or not?
Professor, I want to stop you for just one moment, because when you're seeing new pictures now on the left-hand side of your screen, I'm going to ask our producers to confirm this. I'm going to guess now that these pictures are coming out of South Florida there. Yes, we do have that confirmation. So that's the situation in South Florida. We have some pictures there of FBI entering a house. Remember, a short while ago we reported that a man who may have had two people staying in his home, innocently enough, said that he was bothered by their conduct and asked them to leave. On the right side of your screen, the situation, and our radio host in Boston described it almost as an eerie one at the Back Bay area of Boston, where at least one arrest has been made. That's the scene there in the Back Bay of Boston, the Westin Hotel right there, as a matter of fact.
So as we are monitoring the events here in Massachusetts and in Florida, we also are trying to stay on top of the local situation here, where they are still doing that search, hopefully rescue, but certainly recovery at the Pentagon. A lot of local impact, many volunteers. So our Audrey Barnes, let's go to her. Audrey, tell us where you are right now.
Lark, I'm at the Sheraton Suites in Alexandria, where, as often is the case after a tragedy, a real community spirit is brewing. What you see behind me, I'm going to step out away for just a moment, are just tons and tons of donated food items that are being brought here by people who've heard the call for help. The Sheraton Suites is answering that call from the Salvation Army, who is trying to provide food for some 200 people an hour, and they are now providing food and shelter for some of the volunteers over at the Pentagon for what will certainly be many long days to come. Early this morning, the folks here at the Sheraton started uploading some of the donated food items they're getting from local merchants and vendors. And inside, they have a virtual assembly line of volunteers working around the clock, putting together sandwiches and brown bag lunches for the people over at the Pentagon. And once again, the Salvation Army says they have to feed more than 200 people every hour for as long as it takes, and they need as much help from the community as possible to get all that food and get those meals prepared. The Sheraton's management here is asking for food donations, and people in the community are responding. They are continuing to stop by with just truckloads of items here. What they really need more than anything are non-perishable food items, things like peanut butter and jelly, bread, canned fruit that can be eaten instantly, things like that, things to package up the foods, plastic utensils, lots of water. They certainly need lots and lots of water. And so far this morning, there has been a steady stream of people here that are answering that call for food donations. Another thing they need is volunteers to help continually make the sandwiches. And once they get those sandwiches made, they're going to keep a continual shuttle bus going over to the Pentagon, bringing those food items to volunteers that are working at the Pentagon. And I have a number. If you do have some food items you'd like to donate, or if you possibly would like to come here and volunteer your time, that number is area code 703-836-4700. And if you want to stop by with your donations, we're at the Sheraton Suites in Alexandria. It's located at 801 North St. Asaph Street, which is near Madison, between Madison and Montgomery in Alexandria, they could certainly use your help. And I tell you, it is lifting everyone's spirits. Every carload that comes in, some people have brought just a grocery bag with a couple of items, but every single item is greatly appreciated here. And the folks at the Sheraton Suites tell me that they've already had a couple SWAT team members stay here, and once again tonight they will be providing hotel rooms for volunteers from the Pentagon to stay as well. But they could certainly use food donations and a little bit of your time if you've got some to spare. Reporting live in Alexandria, Audrey Barnes, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you so much, Audrey. Let's go to Mike Landis, who's monitoring the breaking developments in our newsroom. Mike.
In talking with the owner of Huffman Aviation down in Venice, Florida, which is near Tampa, they have given information now that those individuals who were in his flight school would only have learned how to fly single-engine airplanes and get a multi-engine, a small multi-engine license, and would have had to go on to another facility to be able to learn how to fly jets. It was his information that that is, in fact, what had happened. When asked where these people were from, did he know what their papers were from, he said he wasn't sure what, he knew that they were foreign students, he didn't know where one of them was from, but he knew one was from Afghanistan, which of course is the base for Osama bin Laden. We can draw that parallel here. Obviously, this is not something that the authorities are going to make that same kind of a leap. All we can do is report the information we've learned at this point. One of the students that the FBI is looking at from that flight school in Florida is from Afghanistan. We'll have more for you in just a little bit later on. No news from Boston at this point other than the one arrest. That's the video you're looking at right now, the Westin at Back Bay, Boston.
Mike, the information there from Huffman, any indication that these people already had some flight experience at all? Did you get any sense of that?
They didn't have any information on the students beyond that. In fact, the owner was the one who was being interviewed, and he didn't seem to be clear on a lot of aspects. He said that they actually got the call in the middle of the night from the FBI, and it was his office manager who had spoken to them. So he was saying he'd been in his office since about 7 this morning and was sort of coming in on this on the backside. Certainly the FBI is going to be talking to him some more.
And Mike, we should point out, as you're obviously alluding to, that flying a multi-engine commercial jet is about the most sophisticated kind of flying that you can do. It's many steps removed from learning to fly a single-engine prop plane. Many of the pilots in our U.S. Air Fleet are former military pilots, and even then they have to have multi-engine training before they can get into the cockpit of the most advanced of those types, the 757 and the 767.
The one thing we don't have, though, Michael, is that we don't have a clear timeline as to how far back this was. We know that it was last year. We don't know how far back. And one of the things that we talked about yesterday was that an operation that was executed with the kind of precision this one was yesterday would have been in the planning for years to be executed this way.
Right. And of course, we can't exclude that possibility, can we, Mike?
No, we certainly cannot.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We should point out once again, because of the maneuvers that were performed in going to the World Trade Center towers and the maneuver to hit the Pentagon, the belief certainly was, and we'll find out ultimately if this turns out to be true, that these were very trained pilots, but we'll find out ultimately.
That's right.
Yeah.
And of course, no one really does know how far they may have had to take that plane. Some of the earlier reports indicated that one of the pilots had communicated with the ground by means of allowing his intercom key to be open, and that ground controllers overheard the terrorists saying to him, don't worry, you're not going to die. Maybe we don't know how far they had them fly those planes before they either tried to assault them or kill them or take over for them. So many questions still to be answered, but certainly major development, Greg.
Well, let's check in now with our Paul Wagner, who has been trying to get some of these questions answered from law enforcement sources. Paul, what can you tell us?
Lark and Michael, we do have some new information for you. We have just been told here at FBI headquarters that Attorney General John Ashcroft and FBI Director Bob Mueller are on the Hill briefing congressional leaders. We expect them to be back here at FBI headquarters just prior to 3 o'clock, where they will then hold a news conference for the media at 3 o'clock here at FBI headquarters. It's unclear whether or not they're going to have any information about what's happening in Boston or exactly what they're going to tell us. The information flow, as I mentioned to you earlier, is very it's not fluid, I should say. It's very difficult to come by at this point. Trying to get through to sources, pages are not being returned, phones are not being answered. It's just very difficult to get information at this point. But once again, news conference scheduled for 3. That could slide a little bit. Our original information was 4 o'clock, but the FBI Director Bob Mueller and Attorney General John Ashcroft coming here to FBI headquarters. Lark and Michael.
And are they expected to handle the briefing? Is that your information, Paul?
Yes.
We will hear from the top law enforcement officials of this nation, yes.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, Paul, thank you very much. Once again, if you're wondering what is exactly on your screen, we are continuing to monitor that situation in Boston, and we should point out that the suspect, we believe, has already been taken away from this location, this being outside the Westin Hotel in the Back Bay section of Boston. The latest information we had is that police and FBI were waiting for a search warrant, rather, to search a hotel in the Boston suburb of Newton. That's just what's going on in Massachusetts. Other developments in South Florida.
Joining us now by telephone, Maryland Governor Paris Glendening. Good afternoon, Governor.
Lark, good afternoon.
Governor, what can you tell us about emergency preparedness there in the state of Maryland? What do you need right now in Maryland in terms of being sure that vulnerability is reduced in the aftermath of these tragedies?
First, let me, if I might, just again express my deep condolences and sympathy and prayers for the families of the victims. You know, when I watched, and I'm sure this is true for everyone, when I watched the horror yesterday, it was still kind of in a mass aggregate of what was happening. Well, the names now are starting to be released, and just as a tragic example, there's a family of 4 right from my small hometown of University Park, people that I had met, and you think about this, and during the course of the next week or so, we're literally going to have the personal tragedies coming in community after community, and while we've got to make sure that we do everything possible to prevent this in the future, the agony of these victims are just going to be immense, and I think such as we can, our focus has also got to be there.
Yes, we should remind the people those University Park victims were on that flight that crashed into the Pentagon, and there were another Maryland resident as well on that flight. Yeah.
Exactly.
Governor Glendening, we had gotten a report from Boston several hours ago indicating that possibly one of these suspects entered the United States through Baltimore at BWI. Do you have any other information on that?
I do not. We're working closely with the federal intelligence agencies, but I do not have any knowledge of that at all. Relative to the initial question, the preparedness of what is going on here, we are fortunate that Maryland is largely returned to normal. We are continued heightened security at many public buildings. We will continue the state of emergency, but that's primarily so we can easily assign additional personnel to help others. We are doing that, as you know. For example, Baltimore County Emergency Rescue Team is serving in New York right now, and Montgomery County team is serving in North Virginia at the Pentagon. And our National Guard, we have about 200 military police who have been federalized to give additional security at the nation's capital and the Pentagon, and we continue to stand ready for that. But all of our buildings and all are open. The major point of continued disruption, and I clearly understand the reason for it, is BWI, and until the FAA and the federal security and intelligence people tell us that it's safe to fly, that's going to continue to be closed.
Have you received any word from the FAA about the plan about reopening the airports, Governor?
I have not personally. I do know that our Secretary of Transportation is working on an hourly basis with the FAA, but we have not heard anything in terms of even a time schedule yet at this point.
Governor Glendening, there's been a lot of discussion about the security practices at U.S. airports, and Logan, Dulles. BWI has become an incredibly successful airport in recent years with the expansion of service there and the expansion of international service. Have you been satisfied to this point with what reports you've received regarding security there?
Well, we have been satisfied that the security was at the level that was expected at airports across the country. Following the FAA security rules. But I think there's a very clear message in this, however, and that is that we're going to have to do something dramatic about enhancing security further at all of our airports across the country, including BWI. You hear all of these different explanations. Well, it could have been plastic knives, or it could have been gas, or it could have been just lax security. But whatever it was, at several different airports, people were able to on a coordinated basis, commandeer planes of their choice. So clearly, as a nation, we're going to have to not only work together and to fund the additional security that is necessary, but as passengers, we're going to have to recognize the reality is it's going to be a little bit less convenient and a little bit more time-consuming. But if doing that, stops even one tragedy of this type in the future, it'll have been well worth it.
Governor, just on the schools, is the state school superintendent making any recommendation to local school districts about whether or not to open the schools tomorrow?
No, we continue to leave that to local school districts' choice. Is my understanding that most of them probably are moving now toward opening, but the situation is so different in different parts of the state. In some portions of the state, there were almost no real impact. In others, for example, in Anne Arundel County, when we closed the major state buildings yesterday because of the security threat, there was an impact. And of course, in Montgomery and Prince George's County, it's different than elsewhere. So we will support the local officials in whatever they decide, although I think most of them are moving toward opening.
All right, thank you so much. Maryland Governor Paris Glendening joining us live on the telephone for an update of what's happening in the Free State.
Now we want to get an update on what's happening at the Pentagon. Holly Morris has been there all day talking to people some of whom have been very anxiously waiting for word. Holly, what can you tell us?
Michael, right now I am checking in with Karen Eisner Enriquez. She is a volunteer with the Arlington chapter of the Red Cross, and she too has been here since the very early morning hours. Karen, tell us about your day. What have you been doing today?
We've been providing mass care to relief workers. We've been providing, that means that we've been providing food, water, comfort kits. We've been providing emergency medical services and emergency mental health services to all the personnel involved in this rescue.
You bring up the mental health services that you're providing for these workers. It is an amazing, massive undertaking that they have been working nonstop on. How are they holding up?
They are unbelievably focused. They're working very hard. They're having a hard time actually focusing on themselves. We have to supply them with water and ask them sometimes a couple of times, and then they remember that they might be thirsty and they accept it.
So you've literally had to gone up to them and say, hey, we think you need to take a break.
We haven't said that. We've simply offered water and food, and people have remembered that they need to stay strong in order to keep working, and they've accepted it.
How are you doing as far as supplies?
We're doing great.
Do you need any people to donate supplies? Do you need more volunteers? Does the Red Cross need more volunteers?
They can absolutely contact the local chapters, and I can give them the telephone number for the Arlington County chapter. That's 703-257-3010. They can also provide financial donations. The number is 1-800-HELP-NOW. And we're asking for blood donations still, and the telephone number for blood donations is 1-800-GIVE-LIFE.
How are you holding up?
I feel great. I feel fine. This is good work.
How long have you been volunteering with the Red Cross?
3 years.
3 years. Have you ever seen anything like this?
This is my first experience of this kind. I've worked with disaster services in the Lawrence, Massachusetts floods and fires earlier this spring, and the Red Cross was able to provide housing and assistance to many families.
When you first arrived on the scene, were you amazed at what you saw?
I was encouraged at the dedication and the strength that I saw. Morale is high and people are working very hard.
Encouraged with people like you also helping out. I have to tell you, Karen is concerned for everybody here, not only the relief workers that are working to go through the rubble and the wreckage of the Pentagon, but the first thing she asked me as well was, does your crew have enough water? Are you doing okay? Because we want to make sure that you are safe as well, because you're doing your job. And that really is what we're seeing here right now. All different agencies coming together to do the different things that they need to do, whether it was Arlington County putting the fire out, the urban search and rescue crews going in and searching through the rubble, shoring up what they could so they can continue to search, and then the FBI, we've seen them over and over, time and time again, walking the grid on different areas outside of the Pentagon, searching for evidence and continuing the investigation. And then, of course, there are hordes of media outlets here, everybody trying to continually get the information out that everyone needs at home so that they can either help in this situation, whether it's someone that's still waiting for a loved one to call or waiting to see what they need to do as far as dealing with this situation. We've had choppers coming in and out. We've had a lot of spectators coming in and out. People just wanting to see this firsthand. You know, usually the Pentagon has a lot of tourists coming, but today most of the people that have come down here are a lot of people that live locally that just want to see firsthand what has happened here. So that's the latest from the Pentagon. Mark and Michael.
All right, thank you so much, Holly. We want to go back to Mike Landis in the newsroom, who is following the developments, gathering information about what's happening in Boston and in South Florida. Mike.
Fascinating information concerning South Florida, and some information about whether or not these men could have been flying that airplane. Let me share some of this stuff enough with you. Now, the video that you're seeing right now won't exactly coincide with what I'm talking about, since this is Florida, so I will just pass that on to you so you understand. You're looking at the scene outside of Boston. The information I'll be talking about here is what's taking place in South Florida. There are now two names that are out there that we did not have before, Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shaki. They are two individuals who in Florida actually took that flight training there. We learned more about the flight training school. What these people were looking to do was to work with a designated pilot examiner. They were trying to get a commercial license, and the cost for this, by the way, is not cheap. It's $25,000 per person. Both of these individuals, again identified as Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shaki, were able to do that. And what's interesting is that in discussing this information with those who are familiar with how much effort it takes and how much knowledge it takes to fly an aircraft, they say that if these individuals were in fact able to fly a piston engine plane, that they could not probably take a 757 off from the ground and land it, but they could take over the controls in the air and probably fly it. That would explain an awful lot about these individuals who apparently started taking this class in the fall of last year. So now we have two names from the flight school in Florida. We know that that the FBI is looking very closely at them. They've taken all of the records from that flight school, the Huffaker Flight School, and the individual who runs that has talked about that he didn't know a great deal about them, but the people that in his organization that have dealt with them say that they didn't have any trouble paying their bills, that they certainly were right in there and learned their courses and then went on to other commercial training flying. So this is a developing story. We'll have more information on this and pass it on to you just as soon as we get that updated info.
Okay, thank you so much, Mike. You had a question for Mike?
Well, I just wanted to ask Mike, so,
yes.
So what you're saying here is that, was this, Mike, some sort of accelerated program, or I mean, it was $25,000, you said?
As they're explaining it to, as I understand it, what's taken place here is that this particular class takes a lot of foreign students who have learned to fly in other countries, but they want to be certified here. And so they go with a designated pilot examiner who certifies, essentially rubber stamps and says, yes, this person can fly a multi-engine aircraft, and then they move on to the next step.
Interesting, because Lark had asked earlier if perhaps these were people with some sort of basic training. This could indicate that that, in fact, may have been the case.
It appears so, and certainly, again, this is they're saying that this all took place last fall. It is reasonable to assume that they could have had additional training. I think probably the most interesting information that surfaced in all of this, Mike, is that there's the idea that these individuals, if they were able to fly a multi-engine aircraft, even a piston engine aircraft, could sit down at the controls of a sophisticated aircraft like a 757, which, how many times have we heard the term, the airplane flies itself? That they could be able to at least maneuver it into what we saw happen yesterday.
Well, Mike, before we let you go, we also should explain what is going on in Boston, even though it's not the newest information, because if people are just tuning in, they're probably wondering, why are we looking at the scene in Boston? Why don't you go ahead and walk us through that one more time?
The information that we have is that they were able to trace an individual who had been staying at that particular hotel. That's called the Copley Plaza Hotel, by the way, in downtown Boston, in the Back Bay area. And they found that individual's name on the ledgers there, and were able to trace that down. They went to try and get someone. We're getting conflicting reports now. We were told at one point that they had made one arrest, and now we're told that there are no arrests. We don't know which it is. But again, in terms of arrest, we were also told that the term suspect is not being used by the authorities there. They're looking for individuals who may have information that will lead them to the individuals who were involved in yesterday's incident. I am told by the information by individuals we've spoken to and by the information we've been able to gather that they did find some material in that room that links them to this incident, but it may be in the most peripheral of ways. We don't know at this point. Obviously, this is an ongoing investigation, and we'll pass the information on as we get it.
Mike, we should point out that in some of the video we can clearly see the Westin logo, but we know many of these hotels flip ownership, so do we believe that the Copley Plaza is near the Westin?
That's the Copley.
Okay, so we're looking at the Copley Plaza now, and across the street the Westin. So that
then I stand corrected on that. The information that we gotten was that they were one and the same, but I'm not familiar with Boston that clearly, and I stand corrected.
Okay. Well, believe me, we're all trying to sort it out here, Mike.
That shot there, by the way, is of the Hancock Tower, their major building in the Back Bay area, which is really set behind the downtown area of Boston, the part of Boston that you may be familiar with, where Faneuil Hall is,
yes,
if you are a tourist. And then those two hotels, one of the loveliest sections of Boston there, now the scene of a very unusual activity.
do want to just mention once again we are continuing to monitor what's happening at the Pentagon as the rescue teams are on the ground there, but also we're following New York where again a major rescue effort is underway. We're going to go to Keith Oppenheim now live in New York. Keith, please bring us the latest on what's happening there.
Yes, I do.
Keith, it's Lark and
Hello.
Michael in Washington.
Yes, I hear you. Go ahead, folks.
All right, you're live. Please go ahead. Give us the latest on the recovery efforts there.
My apologies in this situation. There's all kinds of communication difficulties, but I do hear you now. We're on a rooftop with a view of what's going on in southern Manhattan. You can see the smoke is continuing to clear from the wreckage. Manhattan is in a state of part organized chaos and also parts of it that are not too bad. Some of the bridges a few hours started to open, and if you go through parts of the city, it seems like things are functioning. And if you go to southern Manhattan, you're going to hit a wall. That's because from 14th Street down, it is closed to all but residents and emergency crews who are working very hard to try to help the city recover from trauma.
Keith, what can you tell us about the count in terms of the missing firefighters, missing police officers? Are we still somewhere over 200 in terms of the firefighters missing?
Probably. The last number that we got from Mayor Rudolph Giuliani was around a total of 260 firefighters and police officers who are missing. There is the good news to report that 6 firefighters and 3 police officers were found alive in the wreckage of the World Trade Center this morning, but the search is going to be long and ongoing. The reality is, as time goes on and people are not found alive in the wreckage, it will be less likely that there will be people who are found alive, as happened with those firefighters and police officers this morning. But again, you know, that's probably the tip of the iceberg, and that is what the mayor is trying to prepare the city for. He is saying that the death toll is most likely to be in the thousands, an extraordinarily high number, yet he's also trying to tell the residents of New York, as well as the world, that this city will recover, and he's trying to put the face of survival on it.
You know, Keith, I want to ask you a question about the atmosphere there, because it seems, in talking with family and friends in New York yesterday, that until this final number comes out, it's almost like we don't know what the figure is, and it's not going to shock us as much until someone comes out and says there are 8,000 people dead there, or there are 9,000 people dead there. Is the sense there that in absence of this final number or an estimate number, that it's almost like it's not real, the casualty figure at this stage?
Well, I think there is a sense that we just have not absorbed the full impact of what took place in New York and in the other locations with these 4 hijackings. It's just extremely hard to conceive of multi-thousand deaths from something like this, but when you see the video of what took place at the World Trade Center, it starts to become more clear that there's no way that you could have one of the tallest buildings in the world fall and not have a lot of people in New York die.
Okay, thank you so much. Keith Oppenheim reporting live from New York City.
We want to go to Diane Roberts now. She's live at or near, we're going to guess, Dulles Airport. Diane, why don't you tell us exactly how close you got to the airport this time and what's going on there? I guess they're going to open it up for baggage pickup in about 35 minutes.
Absolutely, Mike, and we are not too terribly close. The airport obviously is back that way. We're on the property of the Marriott, where care teams are here talking to grieving families who lost loved ones. We will be going to the airport a little bit later today, about 3 o'clock, when they're letting people come back in to get their luggage and their cars only. Today, we have been noticing signs all over of support, of pride, of patriotism. We're seeing American flags everywhere you look. Seeing a flag at half-staff like you see back there, obviously that's all over in honor of those who have died because of this horrible national tragedy. But there are a lot of people saying, hey, we're not going to let anybody get us down, especially this 13-year-old young boy we met today, Christian Miles, in Washington, D.C., and he just thought he should go out and wave his flag in his front yard.
Into the night, that our flag was still there.
It would be kind of fun and respectful to our nation because of the tragedy that just happened.
Do you feel better when you wave the flag?
Yeah, I feel more courage, I guess, as you could say, or stronger, because I know that our nation will recover really fast. We'll never give up, and no matter how hard they try to destroy us, we won't give up.
We also saw them doing a very brisk business at the National Flag Company in Alexandria, Virginia.
Let me show you the different sizes that we have here.
Okay. I got in at 8 o'clock this morning, and the phone has not stopped ringing yet. And at times, there are 3 and 4 deep at the counter coming in to buy flags.
And I think that, you know, it's given us another look at our patriotism, so it's very important that I think people come out and show their support for the country.
I want these. I'm going to give them out to our cab drivers to put in their taxi cab.
It's like going to give blood. I mean, we can't do much, but we can give blood to help, and we can fly the flag to show them they can't get us down.
A box, 144?
This box here will do fine. It's something I feel like I had to do, and I think everybody ought to let everybody else know that we're Americans.
All of the folks that we saw in the National Capitol Flag Company in Alexandria, all of them were very passionate about just wanting to give a sign saying, yes, we're Americans, yes, we're proud, and no, we're not going to let these folks get us down. A little bit later today, we'll be bringing you the story of folks coming back to Dulles, no doubt feeling a lot of emotion, lucky that they are the ones who are still alive when they're coming back to get their luggage and their cars here from Dulles. Now back to you guys.
Yeah, Diane, we're beginning to hear so many stories like that of people either wanting to do something to help or to show their patriotism. What a lovely young man. How did you find him?
You know what? He lives on Harrison Street, which is, as you know, right down the street from the station. We were on our way back, bringing back some other videotape for the day, and I noticed this little boy out on the street, out in his front yard, just waving the flag, and we went back and we talked to him and we talked to his mother. This young man, his father works at the State Department. He lived overseas for many, many years, and his parents said it was important for him and his younger sister to come home so they could have the American experience. So they've been back in the States just a few years, and now something like this has happened. So maybe this young 13-year-old boy has a much different perspective on what it really means to be an American and to be patriotic, and he just wanted to share that with everybody else. There was nothing pretentious about him. He really meant that, and he really felt it from his heart. And he says, you know what, we're Americans, and we're going to recover, and we're going to move on.
Diane, I want to ask you, we're usually used to speaking to you in your sports reporting role, and we're just receiving word from the Associated Press now. The International Olympic Committee says it's going to keep the Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. It's going to obviously review its security operations, and someone familiar with the sports world are surprised, not surprised, that the IOC has come out so quickly and said, hey, we're going to keep the Olympics in the United States.
Frankly, I'm not surprised, and the reason I say that is a lot of people say in order for the terrorists who did this, in order for them to not win, we all have to get back to some sense of normalcy as quickly as possible. So every time that you have a step in that direction, it's really not surprising. And it's nice that the international community is kind of supporting the United States of America in that effort to say, hey, we're going to get back to normal. We're not going to let you get us down.
Diane, I want to just pass along a piece of information. I have another sports question for you, but the AP is now reporting that the FAA is going to allow the flights that were diverted Tuesday to resume, but others are still grounded, so that's obviously a developing situation. We'll get some clarity on exactly what the FAA directive is going to be, what flights will have. Obviously, many flights were just sent to the nearest city and told to land, so we'll sort that out. But Diane, I do want to ask you what's happening with baseball. They have canceled the Thursday schedule. In football, Paul Tagliabue was in meetings all day, apparently, trying to figure out what they're going to do about Sunday. So
they haven't decided yet, and it's only Wednesday, and I expect they're probably going to go up as close to game time as they can. A lot of people have said it's the right thing to do to get back to the sense of normalcy, that it will be almost a week. But, you know, who's really to say? I mean, how long do you honor the dead? How long do you memorialize them before you allow your life to get back to normal? So we'll see how the NFL reacts to that soon enough, I'm sure.
And it's a concern not just about being respectful, but I think that the immediate aftermath was security concerns.
Security. They don't want 60,000 people in FedEx Field.
That where you'd have masses of people gathered could be potential terrorist targets. So I think they're really trying to assess whether or not the immediate threat is over.
Just want to point out on the right-hand side of the screen, we're seeing earlier some video from Boston. Lark, I want to pick up on a point you made. According to our wire information, 17,000 air traffic passengers alone stranded in Canada. Now, of course, it's Canada from Vancouver to Quebec, but still, that gives you a sense of the magnitude of people.
Right. They diverted the international flights. They said you can't come in. That's it. You know, put those planes down.
And that doesn't count the people who are in Europe right now, the people who are out of the country, who are waiting to see when they come back. We should also point out when these flights do resume, as apparently some of the flights are going to be able to resume, it does not mean they'll pick the schedule up
where they left it off.
Do not expect that. That's correct. Do not expect that at all. Do want to mention, as we're very shortly going to be into a round of briefings here. Apparently, the FBI expected to hear from the White House. Watch and see these statements, how carefully worded they are, because there's a very delicate balance they're going to have to strike here, reassuring the nation, but at the same time not giving out so much information that they might compromise their investigations. We've also seen great caution in the statements, for example, from the Pentagon, not wanting even to verify how many bodies they have removed from there, but at the same time recognizing it creates so much uncertainty right here in the Washington area about the scope of that. So I think we need to watch the statements very carefully as they try to reassure the public. Indeed, if we're going to hear from the Attorney General and the FBI Director, while not compromising the investigation, how far they're willing to go.
Well, now we do have Orlando Salinas in Florida. We believe he is going to give us an update on what's going on down there. Orlando.
Hi, Michael. Hi, Lark. Right now here at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, Florida. Now, this place has got a 4-year training program for pilot wannabes who want to learn how to fly planes, but right now, school officials being very, very tight-lipped about the ongoing investigation. They do have federal investigators here as well as local police on their campus trying to find out more about current and/or former students that were attending their campus here. Now, just a hop from here at the Daytona Beach International Airport, a short while ago, a Continental, a 737, was getting the once and twice over by the local bomb squad here in Daytona Beach. That is routine. When we saw the video, everybody here in this area scrambled, all the media, but we want to make sure that folks know at home that that certainly is routine. I'm sure in D.C. you guys are also aware of that. Now, here at Embry-Riddle School in Daytona Beach, investigators say that they did indeed intercept cell phone calls that originated out of here, calls that were congratulatory after yesterday's attacks, calls the feds say were made by terrorist sympathizers here in Daytona as well as in Broward County. Also, we are confirming now by the Daytona Beach Police Department that a student here, a 20-year-old student by the name of Ali Mohammed Al-Darmaki, a 20-year-old student here, has been released of all suspicion. He apparently had his car yesterday, a 1994 red Camaro, towed, seized by federal agents. They saw a Palestinian flag, and they also saw what people thought was a picture of an Arab billionaire terrorist Osama bin Laden right there in the window of his car. They thought it looked sort of suspicious. They say the kid attended this university but hadn't taken a single pilot or flying course since he had been here. But again, that young man, we're told, has been released. His car has also been released. And also, we're being told right now that in Venice, Florida, a couple by the last name of Voss, we're told that they are right now speaking also with federal investigators. Those investigators say that the Vosses, right around June, a few months ago, did indeed take in a couple of Embry-Riddle students into their homes, and they want to see if the Vosses can help them sort of clear up what happened with those Embry-Riddle students. Also, want to tell you this much. We understand that several people here in Florida, around the state, have been rounded up, have been taken into custody. Federal investigators want to speak to these people. They think that they could certainly have some sort of connection. They believe they could possibly help lead to who was responsible, who was behind, indeed, the attacks yesterday. Michael, Lark.
Orlando Salinas joining us live from Daytona Beach. Interesting point that Orlando made, hearkening back to what Dr. James Ogby of the Arab American Alliance said, that a young Palestinian-American man, picked up, questioned, and then released because people saw a Palestinian flag in his car and thought they saw a picture that related to perhaps Osama bin Laden. It's precisely the thing that Dr. Zogby has been warning against.
And yet at the same time, obviously, they do believe they have some solid leads to pursue there in terms of these flight schools and some of these students who may have been there and obviously been trying to gather skills to carry out these terrorist attacks. So,
and it fits what Mike Landis says about the students participating in a fairly expensive $25,000 accelerated program for people who apparently had some kind of flight training. As our experts have pointed out, who have joined us here in the studio, have said perhaps all they wanted to do was to be able to be at the controls for a short period of time in this particular aircraft.
Now, we're in our newsroom. We have Dr. Lisa Van Susteren. She is a psychiatrist. She's been helping us out here with the possible psychological impact of these tragedies here that we've seen in New York and right here in the Washington area, and concern that the shock will turn to anger. Dr. Van Susteren, what do we do with that anger if it does begin to hit?
Well, I think it's normal. I don't think we should think of anger as being something abnormal. There is something very healthy sometimes about feeling anger in a situation as this. What it does is here we feel so very vulnerable. We feel a certain sense of helplessness. And when there's anger, it can help us to bring those emotions out of ourselves. But the danger is this, and that is that we may have a tendency to blame a whole people, a whole religious group. And what we really have to recognize is to focus this anger on the people who are responsible and not indict a whole population.
Dr. Van Susteren, I want to interrupt you for a second because I want to see if we're able to go now to Colin Powell at the State Department.
The Secretary of State.
Hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken. The resilience of this society will not be broken. That who is responsible for this, and they will pay for it. We are undertaking a full court press diplomatically, politically, militarily, and in the course of the morning and early afternoon I have been in touch with a number of foreign leaders and international organizational leaders to coordinate the diplomatic approach to this. I have talked to Kofi Annan, Secretary General of the United Nations, and I thank the United Nations for the Security Council resolution they passed, and also for the statement from the General Assembly, and I expect the General Assembly to also work on a resolution later today. Lord Robertson in NATO is hard at work with a resolution that is under consideration now that would tee up, if I can put it that way, prime Article 5 responsibilities. Article 5 of the Charter says that an attack from abroad by any one against any member of the alliance is an attack against the alliance. If that resolution goes forward, that doesn't invoke Article 5 yet, but it puts in a position to be invoked when the United States makes a judgment about the nature of the attack and where that attack came from. And I appreciate what Lord Robertson and his colleagues are doing for us. I've also been in touch with Foreign Minister of Belgium, Louis Michel, who is also head of the presidency of the EU at this time, and High Representative Javier Solana, to thank them for the strong support we have received from the European Union and the statements they have made and their cooperation promised to us to deal with this tragedy and to move forward. I've also attended, along, of course, with my other colleagues, a National Security Council meeting with the President where we reviewed all that has happened and began to make our plans for the efforts we will be taking in the future, not only to bring these perpetrators to not only justice but to the punishment they deserve, but at the same time to undertake a worldwide effort to build a coalition against all forms of terrorism, wherever it may occur and however it rears its ugly head. This will be a major priority of the administration, and I can assure you it will therefore be a major priority of the State Department. I have also, in the course of the day, spoken to the Foreign Minister of Great Britain, Germany, Canada. I have spoken to Foreign Minister Perez twice, Prime Minister Sharon, Chairman Arafat, and Foreign Minister Manley of Canada, if I didn't mention that, Foreign Minister Ivanov of Russia, Foreign Minister Ruggiero of Italy, and I have another number of other calls that are in the process of being made so that we can bring all of this together. And I must say I am deeply touched by the expressions of support I have received from my colleagues. And as I think you all know, the President has been very busy, and I'm sure the White House has announced his 2 phone calls to President Putin as well as to Mr. Chirac, Jiang Zemin, President Jiang Zemin, Prime Minister Blair, Chancellor Schroeder, and Prime Minister Chrétien. So he's spoken to all 5 members, other 4 members of the Security Council, permanent members of the Security Council. And I will leave it to my other cabinet colleagues to talk about the issues under their purview over at Defense, Justice, and FBI. There are, of course, lots of reports and rumors out there, and I think it is wise for all of us to take many of these reports and rumors into some context and perspective. This is also a time, of course, in that regard, for the American people to try, in this time of tragedy, to restore the society to a sense of normalcy. We've got to get back to our jobs. We've got to get back to work. And I know that Secretary Mineta, as soon as it is possible and as soon as it makes sense and is safe, will restore the air traffic system, and commercial air traffic will be brought back online, and I will wait for him to make those announcements with respect to that, and I know that's very much on your mind. Once again, we're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world. It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end. I will be delighted to take a few questions.
Secretary, the State Department has been advocating restraint in response to terrorism with the argument that violence only provokes more violence. It's an endless cycle. I wondered if the U.S. will be guided by its own admonition now that the U.S. has been horribly attacked by terrorists.
I think when you are attacked by a terrorist and you know who the terrorist is and you can fingerprint back to the cause of the terror, you should respond.
But
Andrew?
I mean, should it be a limited response or?
You should respond, whether it's limited or other than limited. You should respond to those who did it, and if you were able to stop terrorist attacks, you should stop terrorist attacks. Andrea?
Secretary Powell, one country you didn't mention was Pakistan, and I understand that your deputy has spoken with the ambassador to Pakistan, and that this evening the U.S. ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with General Musharraf. What specific steps are you asking Pakistan to take, and have you at all insinuated that if all signs do lead to bin Laden, that the U.S. would take military action against Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Our ambassador is going to be seeing going to be having that meeting that you made reference to. It'll probably not be this evening, more likely tomorrow as a result of schedule problems. But Ambassador Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, did meet with Pakistani officials today, and really to share views. We have not made a determination yet as to who is responsible for yesterday's attack. But we thought, as we gather information and as we look at possible sources of the attack, it would be useful to point out to the Pakistani leadership at every level that we are looking for and expecting their fullest cooperation and their help and support as we conduct this investigation and as we generate more information, and to see if they can be helpful in generating information, as well as how helpful they might be if we find a basis to act upon that information. So yes, we are doing what you described with the Pakistanis. Robert?
Just to clarify, when you say you're building a strong coalition to go after the perpetrators, does this mean that you are expecting or hoping that other countries will participate in some kind of military retaliation?
Under Article 5, if we go that far and it actually is executed, then there is an obligation on the part of our NATO allies to assist if we go in this direction. It doesn't mean that they necessarily will participate in the attack, but it makes it easier to obtain support in the way of overflight rights and things of that nature. So but I don't want to get into what we might or might not do and who might go with us and who might not go with us, because that's just too speculative at the moment.
Can I follow that? Having been through the Gulf War as you were, would you hope to build a kind of coalition that extends perhaps beyond NATO and includes perhaps Muslim nations from different parts of the world?
It should include Muslim nations. Muslim nations have just as much to fear from terrorism that strikes at innocent civilians. And I do have a number of calls, and I just haven't connected yet with other leaders in the world representing Muslim populations. As I was coming down, I was waiting to receive a call from Amr Moussa, head of the Arab League, and I'll also be talking to my Egyptian colleagues and Jordanian colleagues before the evening is out. Yes, sir.
You have not yet mentioned the point that President Bush made last night, the idea of holding other countries responsible.
Yeah.
This seems to be a dramatic escalation in the U.S. view on how it responds to terrorism. Is that a correct interpretation of it? And as a follow-up, you talk about returning to normal, yet there have been all these mentions of acts of war, the idea that the country is in a war. How can we just return to normal when in a situation like this?
Well, on your first point, I mentioned in my earlier statements, and I will mention it again, that it's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources of support that they have, whether that source of support might come from a host country or other organizations that provide them. We have to make sure that we go after terrorism and get it by its branch and root. And so we will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups. Now, yes, we believe that acts of war have been committed against the American people, and we will respond accordingly. But at the same time, life has to go on. In all of the difficult times we will be facing ahead, we have to still try to return life to a sense of normalcy. We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified. We're Americans. We don't walk around terrified. We're going to be strong in this difficult period, and we're going to move forward with pride and with determination, and we will get our society back to normal with whatever additional precautions nevertheless might be necessary to secure our society without locking ourselves down. Yes, sir.
Secretary Powell, yesterday Senator Graham said that in response to the attacks he would be willing to reassess the ban on assassinations of foreign leaders. And I was wondering, would you support such a reassessment?
The ban is an executive order, and we have not made such a reassessment, and I'll just leave it there. Jane?
India has said many times in the past that Pakistan is harboring terrorism and there are training camps in Pakistan, and now U.S. officials, including a number of lawmakers here on the Hill, are saying that Osman bin Laden have his training camps in Pakistan, and because he's sending all his, running his empire or terrorism empire from Pakistan. So now, is it time now to go after those countries who are harboring terrorism really? Because how long can we wait, or how many innocent people can we kill?
Well, I don't want to confirm what the Indian government may or may not have said. But as the President said last night, we will be directing our efforts not only against terrorists, but against those who do harbor and do provide haven and do provide support for terrorism. Jane?
Deputy Secretary Armitage heads a task force with the Russians on Afghanistan, where the United States and Russia seem to share some interest. Can this be used as a platform in the coming days?
Yes, we're planning to do that.
In what way?
As you know, it's a little difficult to travel right now, but we're looking at ways that he and Deputy Foreign Minister Trubnikov can pursue this. Yeah.
With a country like Afghanistan, with whom we don't have diplomatic relations, there's less leverage that we have against that country. What kind of things are you thinking of using now when you talk about going after the entire country? Is it food aid? How else?
We haven't singled out any country to go after. What we're trying to do now is gather the evidence and the information so that we can make a judgment as to who is responsible for this act. And once we do that, we will go after that group, and we will determine what kinds of support they've been getting from what host countries or other supporting agencies, and we will go and deal with them as well.
Mr. Secretary, there are some 25 organizations on the list of FTOs, the State Department's list. Should all those organizations consider themselves targets of this global campaign against terrorism? And secondly, when you speak to the Arab leaders, and will you be asking for specific acts of support, of material assistance in this campaign?
On the first question, just the very designation that they have been put on that list of foreign terrorist organizations suggests that the United States will be taking action against them, and we just identified another one this week, the AUC in Colombia, and we take certain actions against them. It doesn't mean we go in and attack them with military force, but there are a variety of political and diplomatic and other and legal actions that you can take against them. With respect to conversations with Arab leaders, I'm sure I will discuss with them a full range of possibilities as to what kind of support they can give us of a political and diplomatic nature. I don't know of any other kind of support that I would ask for at this time. I might mention that in the context of my discussions this morning with Shimon Peres and Chairman Arafat and also Prime Minister Sharon, I encouraged all sides to do everything they can to get this process of meetings started that we have all been waiting for Mr. Arafat and Mr. Peres to find an opportunity in the very near future to meet and not have protracted discussions about where to meet. It's more important to meet. So in this time of tragedy, in this time of heightened tension throughout the world and especially throughout that region, let's seize this opportunity to see if we cannot start this process of meetings, this schedule of meetings, so that we can get to the Mitchell Peace Plan. So even while we are dealing with this situation, this crisis that is here in Washington and New York, we are also working on the Middle East situation and seeing if we can get that jump started. Yes.
Do you believe that this attack is linked to the events in the Middle East, to the Arab-Israel crisis, or is this something that preceded this current intifada? And secondly, do you believe that this bombing will somehow serve as a problem for moderate Arab governments whose peoples seem to be more enthusiastic about this bombing than their governments who have condemned it?
The governments have condemned it. I think that when it is realized throughout the region what a horrible act this truly was, I think it'll be sobering for the region. And I hope everybody will realize that no matter what you might think about the crisis in the Middle East, this is not the way to solve it. This is not the way to express your views about that by killing hundreds and thousands of innocent civilians. I hope that is sobering to anybody who has any civilized drop of blood flowing through their body and who believe in an almighty of some form or another. This is not the way you do it. There's no religion that would condone the kinds of action that we are seeing. And so I hope this will be a sobering experience for the world, and especially for those in the Middle East and in the Persian Gulf. Yes, Steve. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, we know you have said that you don't know who's responsible, but your comments this morning on television and the President's comments about harboring terrorists do seem to indicate an organization such as Osama bin Laden, and also about harboring terrorism point to Afghanistan as a country that harbors terrorists. What did you make of the comments by the Supreme Leader of the Taliban yesterday about the attack? And do you think that that the Taliban are still harboring Osama bin Laden? And if he is deemed responsible for this attack, do you think that the Taliban will expel Osama bin Laden and help the U.S. bring him to justice?
I'm sure that the Taliban leadership providing protection and opportunities and facilities for Osama bin Laden. But I don't want to get into the hypotheticals as to whether or not he is responsible for it. A body of evidence is being developed, and in due course we'll make an announcement, but I don't think it's useful to say, well, we are 50%, 60%, 70% sure it's this organization or that. That just leads to, very often, incorrect answers, and I don't think it's helpful during this time. So as the evidence builds, and it is building, in due course we will make a judgment, and we will act upon that judgment in the way the President has indicated.
The last one for Alan.
No?
Mr. Secretary, what conversations do you anticipate having with the leaders of Persian Gulf countries? What support will you be seeking from them if, in fact, it's found that the threat originated in their part of the world? And what kind of military latitude would you like to be able to exercise in that part of the world that they're blessing?
If we think they can be helpful in finding those who may be responsible, we will expect that help, and we will express the point of view very, very clearly, and I've already started to do so in some of my preliminary conversations, and frankly I expect support. They are outraged, they are shocked, they are stunned, whatever their views might be or whatever the views of their people might be with respect to the crisis in the Middle East. They are stunned and find this to be a deplorable act. I think they are speaking not just as leaders, but as leaders of people who, although some might rejoice and shout, most find this to be deplorable and something to be condemned. And going back to an earlier question, obviously the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis has been going on for a long time and is always in the background, but some of the terrorist organizations that we have seen at work over the years conduct terrorist activities against the United States, regardless of how the peace process may or may not be going with respect to the Israelis and the Palestinians. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Conversations you were going to have with the Persian Gulf leaders?
I beg your pardon?
Specific conversations you anticipate?
Been listening to a live briefing there from Secretary of State Colin Powell talking about talking to our international allies, building coalition. But we want to bring you up to speed on a number of developments that are happening, and particularly want to mention what's happening. The FAA is now granting authorization for the flights that were grounded yesterday to resume their journeys. However, it doesn't mean that they have started back, because there are going to be new security procedures in place. Only the people who were on the flights will be allowed to reboard, again, after meeting these new stringent security measures. But at least the FAA is giving the authorization to do that, but it's not going to happen for a while.
Right, and that, as we pointed out, is going to mean things are not going to go so quickly, which means that only if you were on an original flight and that original flight is resuming, apparently now are you going to be able to get on it, according to Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta. So all those people out there are hoping to rebook, get on different flights. They may face more delays. They're also saying now that the airlines will be able to move empty planes around. Important, because they'll need to take the planes to where the passengers
right, and so that when they do resume more normal schedules, that the planes will then be in place. Now, let's talk about what's happening in Boston and in South Florida. Obviously, a number of developments going on there. A raid on at least one Boston hotel, possibly two, where some people who believe to be connected to this incident were perhaps staying, and one person was seen being taken away in a van.
Also, reports now from CNN that a Amtrak train may have been stopped in Providence, Rhode Island, and a search for suspects there as well. Hoping to get more details on that. And then a fairly extensive situation going on at several points in Florida.
Right, exactly, because there are flight schools down there where it is believed that gentlemen who aroused suspicions were trying to take flights to become certified to fly commercial aircraft. Expensive flights, and as many have said all along, though, these terrorists do have money, so that would not be surprising that they could afford these $25,000 flight school lessons. And we're watching as well what's happening at the Pentagon, because we still don't have a lot of clarity there on the number of casualties. So many local families are concerned, watching with great anguish that fire that just wouldn't go out. Let's go to our Holly Morris, who has been there all day. Holly?
Lark, we talked with a volunteer from the Red Cross earlier in the day. The Red Cross set up at the perimeter of the Pentagon with supplies and water and food to aid all of the workers that are working inside the Pentagon. Conversely, inside in the courtyard is where the Salvation Army is stationed. Bernie Dake is a consultant with the Salvation Army. He joins me now. And Bernie, you literally have been here since Tuesday morning. Tell us what all you've been doing.
The Salvation Army arrived as soon as we knew about the incident, and the emergency personnel put us right alongside them. We're working in conjunction with them, trying to get as much food and water and refreshment that we can get to the emergency personnel. We've got a tent set up for counseling. We've got a tent set up for sleeping area so that people can just get a break as they need.
Are workers taking advantage of both of those services?
You know, the adrenaline's still pretty high. People are staying at the ready and doing what they can. They really want to see an end to this, but the reality is this afternoon people are starting to take a break and get about an hour and a half or 2 hours in and then go right back at it.
You have a vantage point that none of us have been able to see because you're actually working inside from the courtyard area. Can you kind of tell us the conditions, what it looks like inside there?
The Salvation Army actually has 4 vehicles set up, or 4 areas set up immediately outside the crash on either side, one in the south parking lot and one in the courtyard. What you're seeing in the courtyard facility are several different fire department officials and emergency individuals working very hard at keeping that fire, which we now think is completely extinguished, although they're still dousing it. You're seeing FBI, NTSB, and military personnel very diligently sweeping the area, looking for evidence or debris of any kind.
The courtyard in itself is a huge area.
It's an area, sure, it has 5 sides just like the outside of the Pentagon. I wouldn't call it massive, but it is a large area. When you have all of the trucks in there, the ladder trucks and the water truck and the emergency personnel that are in there, like the FBI, NTSB, and the Salvation Army, you have a real tight quarters.
As far as you were talking with one of our field producers about staking out a grid, body bags being brought out, can you describe that scene for us?
Well, what we saw this morning when we got into the courtyard was empty body bags. I want to make that clear, that were being set up in a grid-like pattern. We assumed that was so they could see how much space was available for them to have a makeshift collection area, possibly. Some have called that a morgue area. But we didn't see any body bags coming back out. They did collect those after marking the area, and now they're beginning to put some of the bags back out with something in them. I don't know what's in them. I'm sorry that I can't answer that question, but they're starting to bring things out of the building.
Can you give us any idea, as you said, they're bringing some of those bags back out, any kind of a guesstimate as to the number? Are we talking they brought out 10, they brought out 20, they brought out 50?
At 1 o'clock or so, we saw 7 or 8 bags that were brought out with something in them. The emergency personnel that were taking a break immediately after some of those came out were just saying that what they saw was hard to identify. It was charred. There was a lot of debris and a lot of soot which covered them, and they were just needing a break. They're hot and tired and want a lot of fluid refreshment, as well as any food they can get in their body to keep working.
Is there anything the public could do to aid in what you are doing to help the workers?
The Salvation Army has a staging area at 518 South Glebe Road at the corner of South 6th Street in Arlington. That's how we're getting all of our supplies down here. Volunteers are hard to get into the site. Official Salvation Army personnel with uniforms on are being allowed in. We have approximately 75 individuals in 8-hour shifts coming in and manning each of our 4 locations, and we're just replenishing fuel, water. We're buying food from local restaurants, Burger King, McDonald's, pizza of all kinds, and we're now beginning to receive some food from local volunteers. People are buying burgers for us and bringing them close to the site and flagging us down to pick them up, and that is helpful. It's hard to coordinate with people like that, so it would be easier if people do want to bring things to have them send it to the 518 South Glebe Road site.
518 South Glebe Road. You heard Bernie say it there. Bernie, thank you very much for keeping us updated on your operation, and thank you for the work that you're doing. Before I go, I just want to show you some recent video that we got just moments ago. There was a whole bunch of dump trucks that started rolling into the site. That's the first time that we've seen anything like this, and we can only surmise that these dump trucks are being brought in to help take a lot of the debris out, because as they are, clearing the debris out, they need somewhere to put it so they can better work through the rubble that they're trying to get through right now. So that's the latest here from my vantage point. Lark and Michael?
But again, we're still watching and waiting, trying to learn more about the local victims there at the Pentagon. But again, as Holly said, they're obviously preparing to move away some of this debris so they can get a clearer picture of what's going on.
In the meantime, we're going to go to Pat McGrath, who's on Capitol Hill with a member of Congress. Patrick, of course, today the big news, the resolution from both houses of Congress.
Yes, and Michael, the members of the House of Representatives have just been briefed for almost an hour and a half now by intelligence officials, transportation officials, Federal Emergency Management Agency officials, and Congressman Albert Wynn of Maryland was just in that briefing. And I understand you have some new information about the situation in Boston. It's not what was originally thought.
Well, yes, it appears that the rumor was that there were arrests being made in connection with this tragedy. That apparently is not the case. People were interviewed. As a result of the interview, their status from an immigration standpoint appeared to be unsatisfactory. They were detained in connection with their immigration status and not in connection with the tragedies we experienced yesterday.
Okay. Overall, was the briefing informative? Did you learn anything in this briefing?
Not a whole lot that was new, but a couple things stood out in my mind. One, the airlines may not be up until tomorrow morning. That is obviously a great concern for a number of people. They're going to try to move people who were detained, grounded early, at least get them to their destination. That would probably be the first phase. But they're trying to check through the cargo holds of all of the airplanes, and that's a lot of airplanes. They're talking about 2,200 airplanes at least that have to be inspected and secured. The other thing is, this may not be over, and I don't want to heighten anxiety, but the statement is they can't say it is absolutely over, so there's, I think, with appropriate caution, saying we're continuing to work, we're continuing to check. We hope that it's over, but I think they're being prudent.
Yeah. Do you think that, did they have anything to suggest that they believe it might not be over? What gives them that uncertainty?
Well, obviously, a lot of the evidence seems to be pointing to bin Laden. Bin Laden's pattern would suggest, apparently, that he likes the more grandiose type operation. For that reason, they think he may have perhaps some other actions in mind. Obviously, we don't know. I think it's more an abundance of caution. I think that's appropriate, but I don't think people should become alarmed at this point.
And one final thing, you had you have a concern about the knife issue. Can you tell us that real quickly?
Well, one of the things that Secretary of Transportation Mineta pointed out was that they were expecting the cargo holds of the airplanes. I've wondered throughout this experience, how did the knives that were apparently used by the hostage takers, the terrorists, how did they get those knives? Did they bring them on board through our existing security, or was there an inside person that helped perhaps place knives there, and then they went on board the planes and then got the knives? We don't know that, and that's certainly a question.
You suspect an insider because of the number?
I don't think it certainly can be ruled out. You're talking about 4 planes, perhaps 3 to 4 terrorists per plane, perhaps quite a few knives that got through. How'd they get there?
Okay. Thank you very much, Congressman Albert Wynn, Democrat, Maryland, Prince George's County. Mike and Lark, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Pat. And we also want to bring you some new information. A White House spokesman is now confirming something that had been reported yesterday, that Air Force One and the White House were intended targets in yesterday's attack.
There was a lot of speculation as to what may have been the target for the United Airlines flight. I believe it was 93 that ended up in western Pennsylvania. Some speculation that it might have been Camp David, the U.S. Capitol. Now, apparently, perhaps it was the White House. And Air Force One, a more curious target, of course.
I was going to mention that.
It's in the air.
Right, Air Force One, of course, is any aircraft that the president is on. There are at least 2 747s that the president can use, and one of them was in Florida with the president. So obviously we'll need more clarity on that situation, but they are now saying that they were intended targets in Tuesday's attack. So obviously much more information to be learned.
We are going to go now back down to the Pentagon. Bob Barnard has been on station there all day. Bob, do you have new details about what's going on there?
Yeah, we do, and I'll mention one point. You've been hearing the reports that the plane that crashed here, American Airlines Flight 77, which left Dulles International supposedly on its way to Los Angeles, was perhaps headed toward the White House. And then at the last minute, we don't know what obviously was going on inside the aircraft, but it crashed here instead. So the report that one of the targets was the White House, well, this is where that plane apparently ended up. We do know that urban search and rescue teams from Fairfax County and Montgomery County are in the building now. They're doing their work. Just a short time ago, I spoke with a gentleman from the Montgomery County urban search and rescue team, Scott Graham. Here's part of his interview.
We're continuing to stabilize the building. We're continuing to search the building. We're constantly reassessing that search to see where we need to go from that point. If we need to refocus our energy, or we need to refocus our rescue groups to different areas. We're assisting the federal agencies and the local agencies, obviously, with their investigation. So we're working very closely with them as we move through the building.
What does it look like inside?
It's devastating. As you can see with the point of impact, you've not only had structural collapse, you've had impact of an aircraft on a building, and you've had significant fire.
Are you finding people in there? I mean, are you,
we're not commenting on anything that we found on the inside as far as the people go, but as soon as we know something, we'll certainly come out and
What about any sound of survivors? Are you hearing any signs of life?
All that information will go back to our planning folks, our operations folks, and they'll decide a plan from that as to which way we're going to go, and then that information we'll give you when we have that.
Have you been able to get into the crater area?
Yeah, Fairfax's task force last night shored on the outside of that area, and they started to make safe the building for us to move on. The plan now will be to start to address the shoring issues with the lean-to areas that you can see, and we will move into those. The next task force on tonight with Virginia Beach coming in. Fairfax task force will be here, and Memphis is also working with us. So we'll actually have 4 task forces that will probably rotate 2 during the day, 2 during the night, and we'll gain access to that space.
And of course, you heard him say Memphis, Tennessee is sending a crew here, also Virginia Beach, Virginia. You see the building there, it's a horrible sight, but right now, while there may be search and rescue teams inside the building getting close to the crater, they are not there yet. We have not seen anyone in the building. in the openings. They've been on the roof and hanging by buckets. And you see below there, you might have to dip the camera down just a little bit. You'll see dump trucks there. Holly was talking about that. Some of the first debris removal vehicles heading into the Pentagon at this hour, and also the search and rescue going on inside. There have been reports that 80 bodies have been removed. That's the Associated Press reporting that. We have not gotten any independent confirmation, Michael and Lark, on any bodies being removed. But there's the building. It appears that the fire is out, although there are still firefighting personnel up on the building, up on the roof. A short time ago, within the last hour, they were still putting some water on some of the hot spots, but we haven't seen flame nor smoke in some time, not since before the noon hour. So that's the latest here. They're fortifying the search and rescue teams, and the work is ongoing right now and will be for obviously days to come.
All right, Bob, thank you very much for that information and that update. And the possibility now that that plane headed for the Pentagon may have originally been headed perhaps for the White House.
The White House, that's right. We're joined now by our colleagues Tracy Neal, Mike Landis, getting ready to take over the afternoon and doing voice. So many things that are going to be unfolding in the next few hours
well,
here.
It's been a crazy morning. I mean, it seems like one thing after another, from the suspects, the situation in Boston, and now we have the train situation. We're going to try to pick it up from where you guys are leaving it
on
off.
the air at 3 a.m.
Yes, you guys have been here for quite a while. We thank you very much for your efforts.
Well, we'll be watching and still working.
All right, and thank you very much for sticking with Fox 5. We have a lot of information for you to share over these next hours. As we've pointed out, this is a developing story. Probably the newest development at this point is what you were talking about a little bit earlier, and that is a confirmation from the White House that apparently there is credible evidence that Air Force One, as well as the White House, were targets yesterday. Didn't end up that way, but it certainly was pretty scary. Also explains why the president made that zigzag from Florida yesterday,
to Nebraska,
heading up to Barksdale, to
right.
Nebraska, and then back to Washington last night.
Right, we had some unanswered questions, and now the pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together in a lot of ways, you know, on the investigative side and also on the side of what happened here in Washington, where were the key players and that sort of thing.
We're waiting for a briefing any moment now. We hope from our top law enforcement officials that hopefully they will provide some information about what exactly has happened in Boston, what is happening in Florida, and hopefully they will be getting a break out of what happened in Dublin.
Good to see Colin Powell, by the way. I was heartened, in fact, to see him up there talking about what was going on today.
And of course, it's very difficult because, as he pointed out, they're talking about building the coalition, and it seems not too long ago we were sitting here in 1991 and 1990 talking about building the coalition, then for the Gulf War, now for this.
We should point out two of the key players. Colin Powell was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Dick Cheney was the defense secretary during all of that. They know the players very well, had to work with them during that time, and so they'll be calling upon those relationships again, but they need to establish a new coalition, new relationships.
That's right. Well, thanks so much, guys.
Let's go to New York right now. Rudy Giuliani is on your screen now, the mayor of New York.
New Jersey fire departments are there on the scene helping us and supporting us, and their assistance has been enormously important and very, very valuable. And I thank you very much, Governor. It's been really terrific. And that's really been true of everyone. They've all come to our assistance and our aid and our help. And New Yorkers who are strong and very resilient and should also know that they have lots of support, lots of people from around the state, from neighboring states like New Jersey, and all over the country that want to help us, want to support us. The President has made certain that the military is deployed in such a way as to keep us as safe as we possibly can be, given the times that we live in. And the New York Police Department and the other agencies are doing everything that they can to assure us as much safety as is possible. And people should know that they're not alone, that there are a lot of people suffering with them, there to help them and support them. I apologize to the families of people that are lost right now. We have lots of families seeking information about who was in the World Trade Center. Did they get out? Didn't they get out? Are we able to recover them? Aren't we able to recover them? And we don't know the answers to all of those questions yet. We so far have a body count of 55 people as of about a half hour ago. We were able to take out another person about 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, a woman who was found still alive, taken to the hospital. So now there are at least 4 people that we've been able to take out. We're searching for others, and we'll try to get more information, and we'll try to do the best that we can to identify as many people as possible. But I really think this is the situation we're going to be living with for a while, which is we'll only know whether we've saved someone or recovered someone's body when that actually happens. But we'll try to get as much information as possible. We have the airline manifest now. They're being kept by the police department. But if people check with us, the police department and the FBI can check the manifest, and we can get the information for you about whether someone's on the airplane. We would urge people to go back to normal as much as possible, to go to restaurants, go shopping, do things, show that you're not afraid, and show confidence in yourself and in the city. We'd also urge people not to in any way take any action on their own. We've had a few, not many, but we've had a few incidents that appear to have been directed against people because they may be regarded as Arab or Asian or Indian or whatever. The police department has a few reports like that. I emphasize not many, and there was only one situation of anybody trying to steal anything last night. So we haven't had looting, which we're going to certainly do everything we can to stop. But nobody should attack anyone else for racial, religious, ethnic reasons or any other reasons. That's what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with the insane, sick hatred of people for another group of people because they fit into some kind of group mentality. It would be really horrible if New York has practiced any form of that. So the police department will be...
In New York, he's urging all to remember that racism has no place in any of this. Those of Arab descent aren't necessarily suspects in all of this. The investigation, of course, continues, and Fox 5 is on top of it.
Mayor Giuliani giving us a body count now at 55, and very symbolic that he's wearing a hat from the fire department. Yes. And a sweatshirt from the NYPD, the police department there. Let's talk about the district now, though. Peter Laporte is on the telephone with DC's emergency management. You're the director. Peter, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Can you bring us up to date? Now, I know on my way in, I live in the district, and as I was driving through the streets today, I still saw a lot of police officers out there on the streets. Very unusual.
There will continue to be a significant police presence in and around the district, given we're still in a state of emergency. That will continue into the evening, where Mayor Williams will consult with his agency heads and make a determination if we lift that or we go forward another day. Obviously, schools were closed today. The continuation of that will make a determination this evening. Very serious situation. We're in a heightened state of alert. I have to say about the New York situation, it's very personal to me. I worked for 3 years as a deputy police commissioner early on in the Giuliani administration. Many of my friends have passed in New York, and it certainly hit home.
Well, our condolences go out to you and to so many others on this day. Let me ask you, though, it seemed to me that all was very quiet in the district today. Have there been any incidents that we should know about?
So far, all has been quiet, but we'll be forever vigilant. The situation calls for that type of response and that type of monitoring. But as of this time, traffic's flowing pretty freely. But I think as we go into tomorrow, people need to take into consideration that there are going to be traffic situations relative to security. There are going to be extra checks going into buildings. People should make sure they carry IDs, carry their government IDs, their building IDs, their personal IDs. Be expected to go through a little bit more checkpoints in every public building or any significant institution.
Peter, after the bombing in Atlanta, the public was very responsive to that. When they wanted to get back into the park, they stood in lines for blocks to be able to have all of their things checked. People were very cooperative in a situation like that, and I assume that you're going to see the same kind of cooperation here. You're expecting so.
Very much so. The spirit of America is strong, in fact, stronger than ever. Something like this just increases our resolve. And we certainly expect all of the D.C. folks to stand up and stand tall.
Tell us what's going to happen throughout the evening now. Is there going to be any sort of a command center meeting to figure out whether or not the state of emergency should be lifted in the district?
The mayor will be receiving a briefing from cabinet officials. He did a briefing a little earlier this afternoon with the council to keep council members apprised of what was going on. He will be in consultation with the chief of police, the fire chief, his chief of staff, the deputy mayors, the city administrator, looking at all what happened today, looking at what's going on continuously in New York, and determination we've made by the mayor based on the input of his agency heads.
This is a situation where we're looking at a concern all across America now that we return to some kind of normalcy, and yet that's going to be very difficult. Even trying to get the air traffic flowing again and getting all of our cities operating the way they were before. Everyone is still going to have an air of concern, but I think that, as you point out, the air of resolve will be just as important.
No doubt. Yesterday was a hit in the gut, but we'll certainly stand up and brush ourselves off and go forward with a sense of symbolically we take a shot like that at some of our institutions. We lose some of our great first responders, some of our military folks, but it's not going to stop this great country from standing up and going forward.
Peter, is there anything else that you'd like us to know on behalf of the Department of Emergency Management for the district that you'd like us to share with our viewers?
If you did take the day off today or you're going to take it off tomorrow, give blood. It's certainly in need. If there are children who you know, talk to them about this. This is something that can have a significant impact on them. They need to be talked to. They need to have this explained to them. There's a great deal of fear with our children in type of situation, and those things are very important to express to them just exactly what's transpiring and what they can expect.
All right. Peter Laporte, we appreciate the update from you, and I imagine we might be speaking with you later on throughout the evening, so thank you very much.
Yes, thanks for sharing with us. Now, you're looking at video off the side here at the Pentagon where the effort is still going on there to get the search and rescue going. Let's check in with John Henrahan right now, who has the very latest for us from his location.
Mike and Tracy, there were 64 people aboard that jet that slammed into the Pentagon yesterday morning. That jet emanated from here, Dulles International Airport, and there are American Airlines bereavement teams here, although it's being operated a little differently than usual. Typically, where there's an air disaster, the bereavement team goes from where the flight departed, and all family members are flown in. That couldn't happen in this case because there's been a complete stand down in air travel in America for more than a day now. So what's happened is bereavement teams are in various cities throughout the country, and only a handful of the families have come here to Dulles Airport. 8 yesterday, only about 3 families today. Typically what's happening is the bereavement teams, 3 or 4 people, are going to the family homes in the Washington area and asking, do you need child care, do you need help with funeral arrangements, how can we help you, etc. Would you like to speak to a clergyman or a minister? Earlier, thousands and thousands of people are stranded. Airlines are still not flying yet in America. I talked to a businessman from Chile who was stranded overnight here in Washington. His plane was actually diverted to D.C. He was flying into JFK in New York within an hour of the airliners smashing into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. He didn't mind the overnight stay. He didn't mind the diversion. He is just relieved that he and his family are alive today.
We're about to land in New York, and then they diverted the plane to Washington.
And now what?
Wait. Just wait until we get our luggage today and then try to go to New York, no? But I mean, we're lucky we're all alive, we're all well, and it's horrible for the tragedy for so many other families, so one must be grateful that everything is under control for ourselves, no?
Luggage is now available for those passengers who were hurried out of Dulles and national airports yesterday. I mean, people were just told, leave your car, leave your luggage, get out of this airport now. They were literally dumped onto buses and moved out, sometimes hotel buses. People had no idea where they were going. As of 3 o'clock, which is 21 minutes ago, Dulles and National Airport are open for those people who have luggage and cars in the airport. To my knowledge, there are no flights yet departing from Dulles, and I believe no flights yet departing from Reagan National Airport. I haven't heard any here. It's been eerily quiet here at Dulles. How soon is air operations going to get underway? The best answer to that question is if you're a traveler, call your individual airline. They know best. I did talk to a flight attendant from Florida who spent the night in the lobby here at the Marriott Hotel. She, of course, was flying standby. She was on her weekend, and she said it's going to take days to build back the system from this kind of stand down, and she said people who are flying standby, forget it. She took a cab to Union Station. She's going to take a train from Washington, D.C. to Florida because she thinks it's going to be quicker to do that. It'll take 24 hours than to wait for days to fly successfully on a standby basis. So the key question, when is your plane going? Your airline is the best source of information, but so far I haven't heard a plane come in or go out of Dulles.
John Hanrahan, thanks very much. We do know that Norma Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, is now looking at the situation. We heard from Colin Powell earlier, who indicated that they wanted to try and get this resolved as quickly as possible, although Powell said that Mineta would be the one who had the final say as to when everything would get back to normal.
I want to tell you that international support is apparently growing on behalf of the United States. NATO issuing a statement today, and I'm going to read it to you. It's very brief from the Associated Press. NATO says that any terrorist attack on the U.S. can be considered an attack on the entire alliance.
A couple of other pieces of information, updates as to what's going on. We know that a train was stopped, an Amtrak train stopped in Providence, Rhode Island, where they thought that they might have some suspects aboard. We're still waiting to get more details on that. And certainly train travel, as we were talking about and John mentioned a moment ago, is probably the only thing that's moving across the country right now, other than buses or automobiles. And Elizabeth Leamy now has some information for us on train travel.
Here at Union Station, the doors are open, the trains are running, and the station is busy, but not really bustling. It is not packed here at Union Station. My theory at this point is that people don't really realize Amtrak is an option. And that's really a shame because it's the best deal in town. Amtrak is able at this point to honor its own tickets from yesterday. It's also honoring airplane tickets and bus tickets. Let's take a look inside. As the line and the anticipation grew, every traveler had a tale to tell. This woman was supposed to be on a flight to Boston yesterday. Today she knows the 8 to 10 hour train ride she faces is nothing compared to some people's troubles.
I'm very glad to be going home. I want to see my kids. You know, I think I've been lucky, I think.
Other weary travelers meant to take Amtrak all along. But some people were evacuated from Amtrak trains yesterday, a scary experience.
I was a little panicky because I didn't know what I was going to do or where I was going to go. But I met someone who escorted me to a local hotel, and I quickly grabbed a room for myself. I didn't want to spend the night on the streets of Washington.
Every traveler can tell a real-life tale of 6 degrees of separation. That's why they are all so eager to see their families.
With the situation and everything, the chaos, it's best that, you know, just be together, you know, it's so upsetting.
Jacqueline Bernstein feels lucky to be holding any kind of ticket. She was in the air approaching New York City yesterday when the World Trade Center was struck. Suddenly, her pilot made an announcement.
There was a plane that crashed into the World Trade Center, and everyone on the plane just quieted. And I hate flying as it is. And then at that moment, he literally just made a sharp turn around and said, we're going back to D.C.
After every other train traveler had filed through the gate, Jacqueline Bernstein still stood there, sobbing. She broke down, terrified that traveling by ground would be just as frightening as her experience in the air, and unsure what she would find at home in New York City.
The concept of watching it on TV, but living there my whole life and looking at those two towers, and not being able to see him is just, it's incomprehensible.
Outside Union Station, a symbol of that incomprehensible terror. Flags from each state flown at half-staff. Again, all Amtrak trains have been running today. When I looked up at the boards inside the station, they were even running on time. So I would repeat that if you have a need to get somewhere, you should definitely consider a train as an option. I'm Elizabeth Leamy, reporting from Union Station. Now, back to you.
Even as Elizabeth makes that report, we have an update on an Amtrak train in Providence, Rhode Island.
Very much a different story about trains now, though. Authorities have stopped an Amtrak train in Providence, Rhode Island, and I believe we have some pictures to show you, if we can get that on. Authorities evacuated the train around 2 o'clock. The streets near the train station were also closed off. Broadcast reports indicated that there may be somebody on that train, perhaps a suspect or someone that authorities wanted to talk to regarding the terrorist attacks yesterday. It's not immediately known where that train was headed, but you can see people on the side of the train. Over to the left of your screen, you can see the train in the upper right of the screen. We do not know exactly who that person is or why authorities want to talk to them, but this was one of a series of events that took place not too long ago, beginning in Boston with the hotel, the situation where they were searching the home in Florida, and then we got word that this train had been stopped. And I can tell you that I read one report, and this is, again, new information. It's raw. It's not confirmed independently, but one piece of information suggested that perhaps one of the people they were looking for inside the hotel at the Westin Hotel in Boston may have tried to get away, via the train, and so that might be why this train has stopped.
Also looking at a spot in Newton, Massachusetts, we understand, in a suburb there. Last we heard, they were waiting for a search warrant. We don't know exactly what's taking place there. We have a guest with us this afternoon to talk a little bit about what's going on. One of the stories that was sort of upsetting yesterday, I found, was that across this country in different spots, concerns about what's going on with these attacks from the Middle East is that somehow energy prices in our country would suddenly skyrocket. The Middle East and energy have been, we're being told that the Secretary of Defense is now speaking.
Why don't we just go ahead and go to that and listen in?
Second, I do want to again express our sympathy to the families and friends and colleagues of all those who have been harmed by this attack on our country. Also, we're, needless to say, deeply grateful to the many units from all over this area that are out there and have been out there for more than 24 hours. Firemen, ambulances, and different teams and squads of individuals who are doing a very professional job for our country. We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield, and it is a different kind of conflict. It is something that is not unique to this century, to be sure, but it is, given our geography and given our circumstance, it is in a major sense new for this country. Finally, I'd like to say a word or two to the men and women in the defense establishment, most of whom deal with classified information. Since the end of the Cold War, there's been a relaxation of tension, and it's had a lot of effects. It's led to proliferation. It's led to the movement towards asymmetrical threats as opposed to more conventional threats. One of the other effects has been it has had an effect on how people handle classified information, and it seems to me that it's important to underline that when people
they're feeding it in now.
Deal with intelligence information and make it available to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the effect is to reduce the chances that the United States government has to track down and deal with the people who have perpetrated the attacks on the United States and killed so many Americans. Second, when classified information dealing with operations is provided to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the inevitable effect is that the lives of men and women in uniform are put at risk because they are the ones who will be carrying out those prospective operations. And this is a message really for all the men and women in the United States government who have access to classified information. It seems to me that when they see or learn of someone who is handling classified information in a way that is going to put the lives of the men and women in uniform at risk, they ought to register exactly what kind of a person that is. It's a person who's willing to violate federal criminal statutes and willing to frustrate our efforts to track down and deal with terrorists, and willing to reveal information that could cause the lives of men and women in uniform. I think it's time for all who deal with that information to treat it with the care and respect that it merits. I'd be happy to respond to a few questions.
Secretary,
yes, Bob.
The casualty figure you referred to, I assume, is the 800 number that was provided by the Arlington County Fire Department.
It is.
And you say it's considerably high. We've heard from the military service.
I hope and pray that it is.
The military services, information from the military services indicates that it may be more in the neighborhood of 100 to 150. Is that closer to reality, or can you give some
We just
better
won't
guidance?
know until we finish the work. The problem with trying to do roster checks with units, it may not include people that were connected with a heliport, it may not include people, contractor people, it may not include watchmen, it may not include work people who were working in the area. So it is folly to try to pretend that there's a number before there's a number. There is not a number, nor have we pinned down precisely how many people were in the aircraft who would also be in that general area.
There are some in the Middle East who are saying that the United States does not have the belly to do the kind of response to this attack on the United States that this administration, the previous administration, don't have it to go after them in the kind of way that they have to be gone after, without any specifics whatsoever. Help us with the attitude that you go into this process with.
Well, I guess time will tell. I guess I'm kind of old-fashioned. I'm inclined to think that if you're going to cock it, you throw it, and you don't talk about it a lot. So my instinct is that what you do is you go about your business and do what you think you have to do. I think anyone who thinks it's easy is wrong. I think that it will require a sustained and broadly based effort, and I don't think that people ought to judge outcomes until sufficient time has passed to address what is clearly a very serious problem for the world. And it's not restricted to a single entity, state or non-state entity. It is an attack on a way of life. The purpose of terrorism is to terrorize. It is to alter behavior. It is to force people who believe in freedom to be less free by altering their behavior and redressing a balance between freedom and security. Anyone who's ever been in a war zone, as I know most of you have, you know that when you walk out of a building, you don't walk out with your head high whistling. You look around the corner and see what's out there. And that's not the way Americans live, and that's not the way we want to live.
Mr. Secretary, let me ask one. I was just cut off for a second, which I kindly left to my colleagues. So we're getting word from reporters at the White House, quoting Ari Fleischer, that the target of the 757 was actually the White House, and also Air Force One was targeted. Can you shed any clarification on that?
I'll leave that to the White House.
Mr. Secretary, your comments on the handling of classified information, are you suggesting that it's time to move to a more secretive government in which there's less transparency about what it is you're doing, and how does that square with the goal of openness that reassures both our friends and foes around the world that the United States intentions are good? We all know that there's a wealth of material that's classified unnecessarily and doesn't necessarily need to be.
Well, as I'm sure you've discovered, I do believe in openness, and I think it's enormously important in a free system with a free press and a democratic underpinning to our wonderful success as a country that we recognize that and respect it. I also know that you're quite right. There are things that get classified that ought not to be classified. But what I said is enormously important, and that is that when classified information is compromised by people who ought to know better because they're unprofessional or uncaring and perfectly willing to violate federal criminal law and seemingly willing to put people's lives at risk, their colleagues and their neighbors and their friends, I think it's something that should stop. Yes.
Secretary, Jim's question, folks, he needs to leave. We need to get you across the river.
Was sloppy handling of classified information, did that play some role in the attacks?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, sir?
It is an issue that I think, however, needs to be elevated and looked at, and that people in all aspects of government
What's the catalyst? Why are you raising that today?
Yeah, has it happened in the aftermath?
It has been happening daily.
Sir?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You wrap it up. Well, there we go. We have just seen Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, talking. One of the most compelling things that I heard, Tracy, was to have him talk about classified information and be asked specifically toward the end of all of that, saying, do you think that sloppy handling of classified information played any part in this? And boy, there was a pregnant pause there. And then he finally said, not to my knowledge, but certainly the information is out there now that the Secretary of Defense thinks that those who have classified information better be a lot tighter with it than they've been perhaps in the past.
Saying that they should handle it with care and respect, and he challenged them to deal with classified information in a different way, in a better way. So that is certainly something that I imagine we will be addressing throughout the evening tonight, because it did open the door for those types of questions.
Is that what led to some of this information? He pointed out very clearly, too, that with the Cold War no longer existing, without that enemy at the door, or at the gates, so to speak, that we have become lax in some ways, or implied that certainly, that we don't have as strong an ethic perhaps as we need to have.
Might be one of the issues discussed on Capitol Hill the next few days. Fox 5's Patrick McGrath is live on the Hill this afternoon with the very latest. Pat.
Tracy, a short time ago, we talked to Democratic Congressman Albert Wynn, who represents Prince George's County, about the briefing that all members of Congress received this afternoon from intelligence officials and other top federal officials. We now have Republican Congresswoman Connie Morella, whose district includes Montgomery County. Congressman, first of all, your reaction to the briefing you received.
Well, we didn't get a lot of specific information, but we did get a lot of the cabinet members coming together to talk to us about transportation, Health and Human Services. We had the FBI and the CIA and a number of other agencies.
Anything surprise you that you hadn't known going in?
Not really, I must say. I mean, we have a feeling that this is a network, that it isn't any one person doing this. Obviously, it had to have been planned. Obviously, it had to have been planned for probably a year or more. And so I think this says to us that we're going to have to do something to accelerate our security, our intelligence, and be prepared. We always thought we were beyond it, that it wouldn't happen to us. And so yesterday's nightmare, when we woke up this morning, we found it was reality. And many of us will have families who will have suffered because of a victim in their family, and so we pray for them.
Did the members of Congress do any grilling of the intelligence officials about the quality of the intelligence?
Indeed we did. And of course, their response is that it's rather premature, that it's only 24 hours since it happened, that they need more time. They will be back giving us another briefing on it, too. And that may well be pretty valid. I had hoped to get more information on it. And then subsequent to that, we had a meeting on when are we going to find out what the fatalities are. I mean, is there going to be any kind of a hotline, or what if members of our constituency want to know who's on the list? Again, that will be forthcoming, but it wasn't ready now. And I guess we have to think about the fact that it is only 24 hours, but I'd like to get them to move faster.
Was there any pointing of the fingers or hinting that Osama bin Laden might be the likely fellow?
Yes, implications that probably is the case, but no definitive proof as yet.
Was there any suggestion about the kind of military response that might be under consideration when they do pinpoint responsibility?
No, not specifically, but this is an act of war, and most members of Congress agree that it's an act of war. So there will be retaliation as soon as we find out who the perpetrators are, including organizations that may be part of this whole network. So I think we've got a firm resolve that we'll make sure that this day of infamy will not happen again in the future.
Are any members of Congress talking about an act of war resolution or anything like that of their own?
No, they're not. The only resolution we have before us is the one that we are discussing right now on the floor of the House, and that is condemning those who would be involved with terrorist acts. I do want to say that we have people who have just been volunteering their time and their energies and whatever their skills are to help out. People have been giving blood. We're going to have a blood drive here on the Hill tomorrow. Our firefighters in Montgomery County, Maryland have been helping out at the Pentagon. I know the police have. I know they have from the entire region. It's pulled people together, and what we're looking for now is bipartisan leadership.
Okay. Thank you very much, Maryland Congressman Connie Morella. Mike, Tracy, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Pat. I want to let you know something that just crossed the AP wires. That Amtrak train that we talked about being stopped in Providence, Rhode Island, that train was headed right here to Washington, D.C. Authorities boarded that train and took, it looks like, 4 passengers off. One person was seen being put in handcuffs. He's described as a man with a long beard. We right now are going to go to an FBI press conference. John Ashcroft is speaking.
The first report of a plane crashing into the World Trade Towers, numerous federal agencies coordinating with the White House mobilized their resources. Throughout the day, secure video conferences took place among the National Security Council, the Department of Justice, the Department of State, the Department of Defense, the Department of Treasury, FEMA, CIA, the FAA, and other federal agencies. Both the President and the Vice President presided over a number of cabinet and sub-cabinet meetings and video conferences. Continuity of government plans were put into effect. Within the Department of Justice, our full resources were put into operation immediately. As I will explain in greater detail in a few moments, these resources have been deployed both to investigate this act of war and to assist victim survivors and victim families. But let me stress that this is not simply a Department of Justice effort. The response of the federal government across the board has been, I believe, from the President of the United States to the rescue workers, magnificent. I'll now turn to the information that the response we have been making has developed. I'll give you the information that we can give you. However, we will give you only facts that we can confirm. You may be hearing things that we have not told you, but some people have the luxury of speculating. We won't speculate, but we'll only give you confirmed facts. And also, we must be careful to protect confidential intelligence sources and the methods of our intelligence so we do not compromise this ongoing investigation or the capacity of this nation to undertake such investigations as this. The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States. The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. The full resources of the FBI, the Justice Department's Criminal Division, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the INS, and other components have been brought to bear and will be focused in this endeavor. Throughout the day and into the night last night, Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson and Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff, who is not with us at this moment, and I were present at the FBI's Strategic Information and Operations Center, together, of course, with the director and a number of other individuals. The Justice Department is working closely with investigators, the FAA, and the intelligence community, including the CIA, the NSA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Defense Department. Numerous agencies have assigned personnel to the SIOC at the FBI to coordinate investigative efforts so that information which is received on these premises becomes immediately available to the cooperating agencies. And I might add that we reciprocate with similar deployments in a variety of other settings. The Justice Department's Terrorism and Violent Crime Section is coordinating the response of the U.S. Attorney's offices nationwide. These agencies have a presence at the SIOC here in the FBI 24 hours a day and are coordinating efforts both in the United States and worldwide around the clock. Investigators are reviewing intelligence and have received numerous credible leads. Command posts have been established at all crime scenes. Evidence response teams and the FBI's disaster squad have been deployed to the crash sites. The recovery of bodies and the collection of evidence is ongoing at the Pentagon and at the crash site in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Investigators are working with the National Transportation Safety Board to recover the black boxes from the crash sites. The crime scene at the WTC has been secured, but is not yet a crime scene accessible to investigators. The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews. All investigative resources of the FBI's laboratory and crisis response capabilities have been mobilized. Now let me turn this podium over to FBI Director Bob Mueller to talk more about the investigation itself.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I want to start by saying that the men and women of the FBI join the nation in expressing our deep sympathies for the victims of these horrific tragedies and their families. And we, all of us in the FBI, pledge to those directly affected by these attacks that we will leave no stone unturned in our quest to help find those responsible and to bring those individuals to justice. Let me turn, if I could, for a moment to the effort that we have undertaken at the FBI to investigate these tragedies. Early after the planes started to fall yesterday, as soon as we heard that there was a particular city that was either a city of origin for a flight or a city such as New York where a flight went in, we established command posts. We have at those command posts and at a number of offices around the country where there are leads, more than 4,000 special agents who are assigned to assist this investigation. 4,000 special agents and 3,000 support personnel. We have over 400 of our laboratory personnel deployed at the crime scenes in New York City, south of Johnstown in Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon. And we anticipate this level of resource commitment will continue for the immediate future. In the last 24 hours, we have been addressing two objectives. The first objective is to determine, identify the hijackers on each of the planes. Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States. Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future. That is our first objective. The second objective is to gather any and all evidence we have as to whom assisted the hijackers, and not only in this country but also overseas. We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down. We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively. Let me conclude at this juncture by emphasizing again the FBI's total and unwavering commitment to this investigation. We will not stop, and as I said before, we will leave no stone unturned until we have determined who was responsible for these attacks on our freedom. Now, I would be happy to entertain questions, as I'm sure the Attorney General would.
Director, has there been any arrests of any of these associates that you've identified
Now, I understand that there is reporting out there that the FBI has made arrests with regard to the hijacking. That is not accurate. There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status, and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
Talked to and the people that you've identified, are these people that have been under FBI's watch in the past relating to other kinds of terrorism activities? Are they people who you're familiar with?
As we identify names, there may be one or more individuals with whom we have information as to involvement with individual terrorist groups.